Chapter 2356 Experts from the Water Fairy Island. Xiang Yi, Qian Yuan. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the three experts from the Water Fairy Island are most likely here for Jian Wushuang. A few years ago, Jian Wushuang killed a half-step divine demon from the Water Fairy Island, said Xiang Zong. So that's how it is. Qian Yuan and Xiang Yi smiled. Since they are here for revenge, we can stay for a little longer to enjoy the show. Qian Yuan smiled coldly before retreating to the empty space at one side. In the Lin mansion, they were about to cheer when they thought that the experts from the Golden Cauldron sect and Xiang family were leaving. However, they soon quietened down. They had also noticed the trio from Water Fairy Island. Looking at their outfits, they are experts from the Water Fairy Island. Damn! Lin Taifeng's expression darkened and he could already foresee their objectives. The experts from Golden Cauldron sect are just about to leave and now the stronger Water Fairy Island is here? Shui Yunfeng's expression became extremely bitter. As for Fire Fairy, she didn't say a single word. As for the Thunder Sound sect, they couldn't offend the Golden Cauldron sect. As for Water Fairy Island, it was an even larger existence. Even Jian Wushuang, who had always been calm and composed, became a little solemn upon seeing the trio from the Water Fairy Island. The trio. Jian Wushuang was staring directly at the approaching trio. The trio was made up of 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 at both sides were second-grade divine demons judging from the aura exuding from them. Moreover, they weren't ordinary second-grade divine demons. At the very least, they were a lot stronger than Qian Yuan and Xiang Yi. This wasn't the most frightening thing yet. The most frightening thing was the elder with red eyebrows standing in the middle. That elder with red eyebrows had a stoic look and a demeanor that intimidated others without showing any anger. The moment Jian Wushuang saw the elder with red eyebrows, he subconsciously felt immense pressure. This pressure was definitely not the kind an ordinary second-grade divine demon would possess. A first-grade divine demon? Jian Wushuang mumbled to himself as he furrowed his brows. Within the chaotic divine demon realm, the difference between a third-grade divine demon and a second-grade divine demon was extremely huge. Therefore, the difference between a second-grade divine demon and first-grade divine demon would only be greater. Jian Wushuang knew clearly the reason why he could sweep through the 6 men from Golden Cauldron sect was because they didn't have a powerful second-grade divine demon that could do something to him. However, in terms of real battle strength, Jian Wushuang estimated he would likely only be able to match one of the 3 experts from the Water Fairy Island even if he went all out. If that first-grade divine demon from the Water Fairy Island were to fight Jian Wushuang personally, Jian Wushuang wouldn't stand a chance. The 3 approaching figures finally stopped above the Lin mansion. Among the 3 of them, that elder with red eyebrows looked around and asked in a cold but loud voice. Which one of you is Jian Wushuang? I am, Jian Wushuang answered. Although he was wary of the other party's strength, Jian Wushuang wouldn't be so intimidated as to not respond to his own name. Did that disciple from our Water Fairy Island die at your hands? The elder with red eyebrows fixed his eyes on Jian Wushuang instantly. At the same time, a powerful divine might weigh down on Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang wasn't an ordinary chaotic realm. If it was just a simple pressure from divine might, even an expert above the divine demon realm wouldn't affect him much, let alone a first-grade divine demon. If that disciple you spoke of is Yen Kei, she died at my hands, answered Jian Wushuang. A meager chaotic realm could remain so calm and composed under my divine might? That's pretty rare. The elder with red eyebrows commented. Your Excellency, regarding Yen Kei, she was invited by the Zhuge family to kill Jian Wushuang. Therefore, Lin Taifeng attempted to speak up for Jian Wushuang. Shut up! Since when was it your turn to speak? The elder with red eyebrows glanced at Lin Taifeng and the same terrifying divine might shrouded Lin Taifeng. Although Lin Taifeng was a true divine demon realm expert, he clearly couldn't be as composed and calm as Jian Wushuang under the stifling pressure of that divine might. His face became flushed with blood and his breathing turned erratic. He couldn't even say a word. Having taught Lin Taifeng a lesson with just a glance, the elder with red eyebrows looked at Jian Wushuang once again. I don't care about the reasons behind you killing Yen Quebec. However, she was a disciple of my Water Fairy Island after all and wasn't someone that could be killed casually. Since you killed a disciple from my Water Fairy Island, you will have to leave your life behind. The moment he finished his words, he reached out his palm and pointed at where Jian Wuxuang was. A simple point stirred up a terrifying divine power and formed a towering finger. The giant finger carried terrifying pressure and came before Jian Wuxuang in an instant. Jian Wuxuang squinted his eyes. As the giant finger pushed towards him, he took a step forward and swung out his Blood Mountain sword at the same time. The secret skill of Seven-Star and Punisher God had enhanced the power behind the shocking sword essence to a ludicrous level. Pun! Following a loud boom, Jian Wuxuang was knocked several steps back. However, the towering giant finger had dissipated fully. So this is the strength of a first-grade divine demon? After stabilizing himself, Jian Wuxuang frowned deeper. This isn't quite right. The strength of a first-grade divine demon isn't just limited to this. He's just trying to sound me out with this strike and isn't intending to kill me. Jian Wuxuang didn't sense any killing intent from the elder with red eyebrows. Moreover, he could tell that the elder with red eyebrows was holding back in this strike. Even if he failed to decimate the giant finger, it would most likely not injure him severely. Trying to sound me out instead of killing me? Jian Wuxuang was puzzled and looked towards the elder with red eyebrows. However, the elder with red eyebrows revealed a deep grin at this point. Previously, someone informed me that an exceptionally demon-like talent appeared in the small Anzhou prefecture. With just a cultivation base of early-stage chaotic realm, his battle strength isn't weaker than that of an ordinary chaotic divine demon. He even killed a few chaotic divine demons. At that moment, I didn't believe it at all. Now that I'm seeing it with my own eyes, it appears that he did not lie to me. The elder with red eyebrows was clearly pleasantly surprised. He was a first-grade divine demon, and even within Water Fairy Island, he was an elite expert and part of the highest management. Yan Ke was just a half-step divine demon without any status in Water Fairy Island. Her death wouldn't have alarmed a first-grade divine demon enough to come here personally. The reason why the elder with red eyebrows had come personally was naturally for Jian Wuxuang. Now that he had seen it and sounded out Wu Yu personally, the elder with red eyebrows was extremely agitated. Chapter 2357, Commandery Governor. Even though that was a very casual finger, a Tier 3 chaotic divine demon will find it difficult to stop it. However, this little one could stop it head-on. He is much stronger than what I have heard from others. He might have the fighting power of Tier 2 chaotic divine demon. And he is only in the chaotic realm? Furthermore, he is not even 20 years old yet. I have never heard of someone so insanely talented ever since I started cultivating. As compared to him, the 12 young kings from the Wuxia Baron region seemed like ordinary cultivators. The elder man with red eyebrows looked at Jian Wuxuang. His eyes sparkled with desire like never before. He soon hid the desire away. He gathered himself and said to Jian Wuxuang, "Little one, you have killed one of the disciples from the Water Fairy Island. By right I should kill you. However, considering that the disciple provoked you first, I will spare you life, on the condition that you will go to the Water Fairy Island with me." Go to the Water Fairy Island? Jian Wuxuang was stunned. He soon thought of the reason why. The elder with red eyebrows never wanted to take revenge for the disciple he killed. He was here to recruit him. What is going on? Didn't Jian Wuxuang kill one of the disciples from the Water Fairy Island? Why doesn't this Tier 1 chaotic divine demon from the Water Fairy Island seem like he is going to punish him? Xiang Yi knitted his eyebrows and said, "It is normal." Qian Yuan shook his head and smiled. "If I am not wrong, the disciple that Jian Wuxuang killed was an ordinary in the Water Fairy Island, hence they would not care even if some of them died. They will only send in experts to resolve the problem as a way to protect their reputation. However, a Tier 1 chaotic divine demon came down personally. He is definitely not here to take revenge for the dead disciple. He probably came to recruit Jian Wuxuang. Even though Jian Wushuang killed 3 junior brothers from the Golden Cauldron sect, I still have to admit that he is an incredibly talented cultivator with potential so great it is beyond our wildest imagination. It will be weird if the Water Fairy Island does not want to recruit such an incredibly talented teenager. Since the ordinary disciple already died, they will just forget about it as Jian Wushuang is far more valuable. Xiang Yi nodded his head after he heard what Jian Yuan said. This is bad. If Jian Wushuang agrees to go to the Water Fairy Island with the Tier 1 Chaotic Divine Demon, he would be one of the most influential cultivators there given his talent. The Water Fairy Island will definitely pay greater attention to him as compared to the 12 young kings. How will the Golden Cauldron sect kill him when he is under the protection of the Water Fairy Island? Xiang Yi said coldly. Qian Yuan knitted his eyebrows before waving his hands and said, Do not panic. Let's see what happens. Within the Lin mansion, many of the people understood the purpose behind the elder man's visit after hearing what he said. The experts within the Lin mansion, including Zhui Yunfeng and Lin Taifeng, heaved a sigh of relief. I thought that the expert from the Water Fairy Island was here to take revenge. It seems like I worry too much. Lin Taifeng sighed softly. Wushuang is incredibly talented. It is normal that the Water Fairy Island will pay heavy attention to him. Now I am afraid that Wushuang will continue to be stubborn and reject the offer. Since young, he prefers to cultivate freely, without any restrictions at all. Zhui Yunfeng said. Reject? The Water Fairy Island is one of the top 10 clans in the Wuxia Baron region. He will reject their offer? Lin Taifeng was shocked. Zhui Yunfeng shook his head lightly. After today's battle, he was sure that the deduction his wife, Luo Xinqing, made was true. Jian Wushuang was highly likely a top-tier expert who reincarnated. If this was true, he knew that Jian Wushuang would not join any clan from the Wuxia Baron region, even the Water Fairy Island. Jian Wushuang would not be bothered to join it. Jian Wushuang said, I do not like restrictions. I will not go to the Water Fairy Island. Little one, it is not up to you. The elder with red eyebrows said with absolute confidence. It is not up to me? I do not think so. Jian Wushuang said as he raised his eyebrows. The elder with red eyebrows squinted his eyes. Wu Jian. Since the little one is not willing to go to the Water Fairy Island, are you going to bring him there by force? A playful laugh was heard out of nowhere. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the air above the Lin mansion. It was a handsome and calm man. He wore a simple green shirt. He stood there and radiated a warm aura. When this man appeared, Lin Taifeng and the head of the Xiang family, Xiang Zong, widened their eyes in shock. In the next moment, they greeted the man in unison. Greetings, Lord Commandery Governor. The identity of the man was revealed after the greeting. Commandery Governor. The most powerful and authoritative man in the Anzhou Prefecture, the Commandery Governor. It is him. Jian Wushuang looked at the man. He was not surprised. Before he started fighting the experts from the Golden Calderon sect, his soul power could detect a faint aura hiding in the dark. Jian Wushuang had a much more powerful soul power sensory ability as compared to the rest. If not, he would not have detected the Commandery Governor. Jian Wushuang knew immediately that there was a top-tier expert hidden in the dark. Jian Wushuang also guessed that this top-tier expert was likely the Commandery Governor of the Anzhou Prefecture. After all, his job was not only maintaining peace and tranquility in the Anzhou Prefecture. He would also take note of certain geniuses, especially the very talented geniuses. If he felt that these talented geniuses had great potential, he would recommend them with his position as a Commandery Governor to the suitable clans for cultivation. If the clan was satisfied with the expert, they would reward the Commandery Governor handsomely. Jian Wushuang was already well known for his name. Furthermore, the legendary Taoist priest Xianxun gave him the name personally. Jian Wushuang predicted that the Commandery Governor had been observing him for a very long time. However, Jian Wushuang always remained low-key and never displayed his incredible talent. This made it difficult for the Commandery Governor to make an accurate judgment of his true abilities. However, after Jian Wushuang showed his true power, during the fighting 3 months ago, when he killed 2 chaotic divine demons while he was only in the chaotic realm, the commandery governor would definitely know of it. This time, Jian Wushuang was in grave danger. Hence, the commandery governor had to interfere. From the start, the commandery governor had always been in the dark, observing. Even if Jian Wushuang did not show his true power and defeated the chaotic divine demons from the Golden Calderon sect, there was no way Xiang Yi would kill him, as the commandery governor would definitely save him. Chapter 2358 Great Compassion Sect, Brahmin Sword Fairy. Wu Jian. You came down all the way to the Anzhou Prefecture, and you did not even tell me? I am the commandery governor of the Anzhou Prefecture. The man smiled warmly. It was as though he was having a casual chat with a friend. I heard that you shut yourself off from the rest of the world to cultivate. How can I disturb you? Wu Jian said. The commandery governors within the Wuxia Baron region were voted by the various clans. These commandery governors were powerful. Most of these commandery governors were Tier 2 chaotic divine demons. There were also commandery governors who were Tier 1 chaotic divine demons. The commandery governor of the Anzhou Prefecture was a Tier 1 chaotic divine demon. Both of them were in the same realm, hence Wu Jian did not put up a front. I did shut myself off. However, an important figure came to visit. I had to welcome him. The Anzhou Prefecture commandery governor said. He told Wu Jian half the truth. It was true that he welcomed an important figure. After the important figure left, the commandery governor announced he would continue to shut himself off to cultivate. In reality, he did not do so. Important figure? Who? Wu Jian asked. A golden deacon from the Great Compassion Sect. The commandery governor said. Great Compassion Sect? Wu Jian's iris constricted in shock. After the cultivators within the Lin Mansion heard the words, Great Compassion Sect, they were in awe. There were numerous clans in the Wuxia Baron region. The Water Fairy Island was considered extremely powerful, and was ranked the top 3 among all clans. However, the most powerful and respected clan in the Wuxia Baron region was without a doubt the Great Compassion Sect. It was known by everyone as the most powerful clan in the Wuxia Baron region. A golden deacon from the Great Compassion Sect. He should be a Tier 2 chaotic divine demon. Even though he comes from the Great Compassion Sect, he should not be considered an important figure, no? Wu Jian said. That is true. However, this golden deacon was sent here by the ancient elder from the Great Compassion Sect who is an expert in the sword doctrine. The commandery governor smiled and said. An ancient elder who is an expert in sword doctrine? You mean Brahmin Sword Fairy? Wu Jian was shocked. The commandery governor of the Anzhou Prefecture smiled. Wu Jian felt something stuck in his throat. Brahmin Sword Fairy was an unbelievably powerful super expert. Many of the cultivators present did not know who he was as they were far too weak. However, Wu Jian, who was a Tier 1 chaotic divine demon and had great status within the Water Fairy Island, knew exactly who the Brahmin Sword Fairy was. He was a superpower who was above the divine demon realm. Furthermore, the Brahmin Sword Fairy was called a sword cultivator. His understanding of the sword doctrine was extremely deep and profound. He should be the most powerful sword cultivator in the Wuxia Baron region. The almighty Brahmin Sword Fairy sent someone to the Anzhou Prefecture personally? What is he after? Wu Jian asked. For someone. The commandery governor of the Anzhou Prefecture smiled as he pointed at Jian Wushuang. For him? Me? Jian Wushuang was lost. Even though Jian Wushuang had never heard of the Brahmin Sword Fairy before, he could guess a thing or two from Wu Jian's reactions. Even so, Jian Wushuang shouldn't have met such a big figure before. Wu Jian. Let me tell you the truth. I recommended this little one called Jian Wushuang to the Great Compassion Sect a long time ago. The commandery governor of the Anzhou Prefecture said. What? Wu Jian knitted his eyebrows. You might not know this. His name was given to him by Taoist priest Xianxun. That man is one of the most mysterious and powerful men I have ever met. Ever since this little one was born, I have been taking note of him. He stayed low-key previously, which was why I too remained passive. However, 3 years ago, the little one fought a battle near the Lin mansion. I only knew he attained great achievement in the sword doctrine realm after he crushed Zhuge Hong from the Zhuge family with his sword skills. The commandery governor from the Anzhou prefecture stopped for a moment before he continued. Back then, he was only 16 when he attained great achievement in the sword doctrine realm. How incredible was his innate talent! Since then, I have contacted several clans over the years. Even though these clans gave very attractive conditions, I felt like something was missing. This situation lasted until not too long ago, when I contacted the Brahmin sword fairy from the Great Compassion sect. You mean that the Brahmins sent someone over to bring the little one to the Great Compassion sect? Wu Jian knitted his eyebrows and asked. Yes and no. Even though the little one is extremely talented, the people from the Great Compassion sect have yet to see it with their own eyes. It was based on my words alone. They needed to verify what I had said. The Great Compassion sect wants me to bring the little one to the Great Compassion sect to take a series of tests. If he passes them all, the Brahmin sword fairy will take him in as his lineal disciple. Is that the case? Wu Jian understood the situation. However, his frown deepened. After all, I have also heard about what this little one did in the Lin mansion. I was also not sure about the rumors. Hence, I came down personally and saw the little one kill chaotic divine demons easily while he was only in the chaotic realm. Without a doubt, his talent was much more incredible than what I knew. It will be extremely easy for him to pass the tests at the Great Compassion sect given how talented he is. He will also become the lineal disciple of the Brahmin sword fairy. The commandery governor of the Anzhou prefecture smiled. Wu Jian, I know that the Water Fairy Island also wants to recruit this little one. However, the Great Compassion sect is still a better choice for his development and growth. Humph. That might not be true. I admit that the Water Fairy Island is not as powerful as the Great Compassion sect. However, the ability of a clan to nurture and develop experts has nothing to do with its power. Some weak clans can also nurture top-tier experts. Furthermore, the Water Fairy Island has a very solid foundation. We can provide the little one with the same amount, or even more, resources that the Great Compassion sect will. As long as the little one is willing to go back to the island with me, I am sure my island master is willing to take him as his lineal disciple as well. It is different. Even though the island master of the Water Fairy Island is powerful, sword doctrine is not his expertise. On the other hand, Brahmin Sword Fairy is the most powerful sword cultivator in the Wuxia Barren region. This little one has incredible talent in sword doctrine. He can only realize his full potential in the sword doctrine under the personal guidance of the Brahmin Sword Fairy. The commandery governor of the Anzhou prefecture shook his head slightly and said, Chapter 2359, Competition of Invites. So what if he is the most powerful sword cultivator? Him being a powerful expert does not mean that he is a good teacher, Wu Jian said coldly. Even so, it is still more beneficial for Jian Wushuang for him to be his teacher as compared to someone who is not even a sword cultivator, the commandery governor said. By you, it seems like you are going to oppose me and the Water Fairy Island? Wu Jian was enraged. He had to recruit Jian Wushuang as his talent was unmatched. I do not wish to oppose you or the Water Fairy Island. However, I am the commandery governor of the Anzhou prefecture. It is my role to send the talented geniuses within the Anzhou prefecture to the clan that is the most suitable for their growth. I feel that it is much better for Jian Wushuang to go to the Great Compassion sect and be trained under the Brahmin Sword Fairy as compared to the Water Fairy Island, the commandery governor of the Anzhou prefecture, Baiyu said. Bastard! Wu Jian was enraged. The people around looked at this scene in awe. Initially, they had no idea the commandery governor was here. Now they knew. Baiyu was here for Jian Wushuang as well. And he had been contacting various clans to find one suitable for Jian Wushuang. Now, he managed to contact the Great Compassion sect. Baiyu wanted Jian Wushuang to go to the Great Compassion sect, while Wu Jian would want Jian Wushuang to return to the Water Fairy Island with him. It was obvious that both sides wanted to recruit the extremely talented Jian Wushuang. By you. You are not a member of the Great Compassion Sect. If you introduce him to the Great Compassion Sect, all you will get is resources and treasures. The Water Fairy Island can give you treasures and resources of equal value. Furthermore, I will owe you a favor. How does this sound? Wu Jian took a deep breath and said. He had no choice. In terms of fighting power, Baiyu was not weaker than him. In terms of status, Baiyu was a commandery governor. He had a great relationship with many clans. He could even contact the Great Compassion Sect. The Water Fairy Island would not offend someone like this easily. Hence, he wished Baiyu would accept his favor. Hearing what Wu Jian said, Baiyu hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Wu Jian, I am sorry. If it was any other ordinary talented geniuses, I will definitely take your offer since you came down personally. I won't even need the rewards. However, this little one is different. He is truly an extremely talented genius that is far beyond my imagination. If I recommend him to the Great Compassion Sect, the rewards that the Great Compassion Sect will give me will be far more than what the Water Fairy Island can. It will not be a wise trade if I traded such a genius for a favor from you. Of course, I can consider if it was a favor from the Island Master of the Water Fairy Island, or from the Water Fairy Island itself. A favor from Lord Island Master or the Water Fairy Island itself? Wu Jian shook his head bitterly. Even though he was one of the higher-ups in the Water Fairy Island, he could not represent the entire Water Fairy Island. No matter how much we speak about it, it is useless. In the end, we have to respect the decision of the little one on which clan he will join. Baiyu said as he looked over at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, are you interested in going to the Great Compassion Sect with me? Wu Jian also looked at Jian Wushuang solemnly. Little one, you should have no problem entering the clans within the Wuxia Baron region and becoming a core disciple. I will not force you. However, I sincerely wish that you will return to the Water Fairy Island with me. If you do, I can promise you that we will train you and provide you with all we can. Baiyu and Wu Jian looked at Jian Wushuang, awaiting his reply. At the same time, the people present looked at Jian Wushuang. Great Compassion Sect and the Water Fairy Island are recruiting him at the same time. Both clans promised him with many great things. Especially the Great Compassion Sect. He will become the lineal disciple of the Brahmin Sword Fairy. Qian Yuan from the Golden Cauldron Sect exclaimed. How can this brat be so lucky? Xiang Yi's face was dark. It is not that he is lucky. He is qualified to receive those treatments. Qian Yuan shook his head and said. He fought Jian Wushuang before. He knew how incredible Jian Wushuang's talent and potential was. He also understood what it meant for him. The people in the Lin Mansion were very excited. This was especially the case for Zhui Yunfeng and Lin Taifeng. The little one. Even the most powerful clan in the Wuxia Baron region, the Great Compassion Sect, wants to recruit him. The most powerful sword cultivator in the Wuxia Baron region will even take him in as a lineal disciple. Nephew Wushuang's lucky, Lin Taifeng exclaimed. Wushuang is born stubborn. He looks down on most clans. I hope he will be as stubborn in the face of both the Great Compassion Sect and the Water Fairy Sect. Zhui Yunfeng thought to himself. He was afraid that Jian Wushuang would reject both offers. Everyone had their attention on Jian Wushuang. He fell silent. He was hesitant. He did not want to join a clan and wanted to recover his prime fighting power as quickly as possible so that he could venture out into the more vast place. However, his talent was already known throughout the Wuxia Baron region and had many enemies, like the Golden Cauldron Sect, that threatened the safety of not him but his parents. He must think of a way to guarantee their safety even when he's not around. After a brief moment, Jian Wushuang looked up. Lords, if I were to join your clan, what must I do? Jian Wushuang asked. Simple. The Great Compassion Sect is the most powerful clan in the Wuxia Baron region. You must be a genius to enter this clan. What they need to do is to give it their all to become more powerful. After they become powerful, they will need to contribute to the Great Compassion Sect. Baiyu smiled and said. The Water Fairy Island is different. We have many types of disciples. There are those who are talented and those who are ordinary. In the Water Fairy Island, there are two main groups of disciples. One is the core disciples, and the other is the outer disciples. The core disciples are the best among all of the disciples, and the Water Fairy Island will pay much more attention to them. On the other hand, the outer disciples will have less attention but also fewer restrictions. The Water Fairy Island will not care too much about the outer disciples. Even if they are killed when they venture out, the Water Fairy Island will only take revenge if an expert passed by the culprit. As Baiyu had been a commandery governor for a very long time, he was very knowledgeable about the structures of many clans. He knew about the environment within both the Great Compassion sect or the Water Fairy Island. After hearing this, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. There are minimal restrictions on the outer disciples within the Water Fairy Island? Chapter 2360, Jian Wushuang's Choice. Little one, have you decided whether you will go with me to the Great Compassion sect or go with him to the Water Fairy Island? Baiyu smiled as he looked over at Jian Wushuang. Baiyu was absolutely confident of Jian Wushuang's choice. The Great Compassion sect and the Water Fairy sect were both top-tier clans within the Wuxia Baron region. However, the Great Compassion sect was definitely the most powerful clan here. Furthermore, the most powerful sword cultivator, Brahmin Sword Fairy, wanted to take him in as a lineal disciple. He believed that Jian Wushuang was not dumb, and how to make a proper decision. The people around looking at Jian Wushuang also seemed to have guessed Jian Wushuang's decision. Brother Wushuang will choose the Great Compassion sect, right? Lin Yan said softly at one corner. Definitely the Great Compassion sect. Lin Tao nodded his head. Even though the Water Fairy Island is powerful, it cannot be compared to the Great Compassion sect as it is inferior in terms of overall power, foundation, and the number of talented geniuses. There are 12 young kings in the Wuxia Baron region within the Great Compassion sect, and the strongest of them all, Zhu Qianqing, is also there. And now, the Great Compassion sect is recruiting him to become a lineal disciple of an ancient elder. Anyone will take up this offer without hesitation. The people from Thunder Sound sect thought this way. Right then, Jian Wushuang smiled lightly and said, Lord Commandery Governor, I thank you for your goodwill, but I want to go to the Water Fairy Island with this lord right here. Huh! Baiyu was stunned. Wu Jian was overjoyed. Little friend Wushuang, you are serious about going to the Water Fairy Island with me? Wu Jian could not believe his own ears. The way he addressed Jian Wushuang changed as well. Of course, but under one condition, Jian Wushuang said. What is it? Wu Jian was excited. He was prepared to agree to Jian Wushuang's condition as long as it was not too excessive that the Water Fairy Island could not fulfill, or be heavily disabled in order to fulfill his condition. He knew that it was worth it for the Water Fairy Island to strive for what Jian Wushuang wanted, as it would definitely be worth it. My condition is very simple. I want to be an outer disciple in the Water Fairy Island, Jian Wushuang said. Outer disciple? Wu Jian was stunned. The people around were also stunned when they heard what Jian Wushuang said. He rejected my offer of going to the Great Compassion sect and the chance of becoming the lineal disciple of the most powerful sword cultivator in the Wuxia Baron region so that you can become an outer disciple in the Water Fairy Island? This little one is interesting. Baiyu looked at Jian Wushuang with great interest. Little friend Wushuang, with your talent, it is easy for you to become a core disciple or even a lineal disciple of one of the most powerful experts within the Water Fairy Island. On the other hand, the amount of resources you will get as an outer disciple is very little. It will be nurtured to the fullest. You. Wu Jian opened his mouth and said. Jian Wushuang waved his hands and interrupted Wu Jian. I only want to be a normal disciple without any restrictions. Does my lord accept my condition? If not, I will go and join another clan. Yes, of course. It is just that. Wu Jian nodded his head quickly. He was about to continue, but he stopped himself. Jian Wushuang had already said that he did not want too many restrictions. He did not bother if he was a core disciple or if he was an ordinary disciple. Wu Jian could not force Jian Wushuang to listen to him. If that is the case, can my lord stay in the Lin mansion for a few days? Once I am ready, I will go to the Water Fairy Island with you, Jian Wushuang said. Yes. Wu Jian agreed. Ha! It seems like I wasted my trip here. Bai Yu laughed awkwardly. Sir Bai Yu, little friend Wushuang grew up in the Anzhou prefecture. During all these years, I am sure that you have helped him in many ways. Since he became one of the disciples of the Water Fairy Island, we will prepare a generous gift for you. Wu Jian smiled. Oh, thanks a lot. Bai Yu smiled a little and he seemed to be in a better mood. He wanted to introduce Jian Wushuang to the Great Compassion sect and obtain great rewards from this transaction. Now that his plan was disrupted, his hard work would not go to waste if the Water Fairy Island would give him a generous gift. Little one, even though I suggest that you go to the Great Compassion sect, the Water Fairy Island is a good place as well. I hope that you will grow and realize your full potential. We will meet one day in the future. Bai Yu smiled and left. Goodbye, Lord Commandery Governor. Goodbye, Lord Commandery Governor. The experts in the Lin mansion bid Bai Yu goodbye. After Bai Yu left. Little friend Wushuang, I have heard that you have encountered some trouble within the Anzhou prefecture. Some people even threatened you. Do you need me to settle this for you? Wu Jian looked at the experts from the Golden Cauldron sect with killing intent in his eyes. The experts from the Golden Cauldron sect felt a chill down their spine when they met Wu Jian's gaze. Even though the experts from the Golden Cauldron sect were not weak, Wu Jian could definitely kill them right here. They are just a bunch of jokers. Ignore them. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. The experts from the Golden Cauldron sect heaved a sigh of relief. Let us go! Even though they were embarrassed, Qian Yuan and Xiang Yi did not dare to stay any longer and left immediately. At the same time, they knew that there was no way they could take revenge on Jian Wushuang anymore. They no longer had the chance and ability to do so anymore. After the experts from the Golden Cauldron sect and the Xiang family left, the Lin mansion turned peaceful once again. Little friend Wushuang, when will we leave for the Water Fairy Island? Wu Jian asked gently. He was a Tier 1 chaotic divine demon, yet he did not put up a front at all. Within 10 days, Jian Wushuang said. All right. I will wait here for 10 days. Wu Jian was elated. He was willing to wait for months just so that Jian Wushuang would return to the Water Fairy Island with him. Everyone, I have already prepared accommodation for all of you. You can rest there. Lin Taifeng came up and said respectfully. That is a good idea, head of the Lin family. I will take up that offer. Wu Jian said. My lords, this way please. Lin Taifeng said enthusiastically. Chapter 2361. The decision of the Zhuge family. Within the Zhuge family, many experts were gathered together. Family head, I have news from the Lin mansion. An elder in purple clothes walked in. How is it? Zhuge Yuanchong looked over. Is Jian Wushuang dead? Zhuge Hong asked. The elder in purple clothes took a deep breath and said seriously. Just like we predicted, Xiang Yi from the Golden Cauldron sect is back. He is a Tier 2 chaotic divine demon, and he brought along 5 experts from the Golden Cauldron sect, including 1 Tier 2 and 4 other Tier 3 chaotic divine demon. They attacked Lin Mansion directly and Xiang Yi went straight for Jian Wushuang. Ha! He is definitely dead as a Tier 2 chaotic divine demon is after him, Zhuge Hong said. It seems like this threat is settled, Zhuge Yuanchong said. No, it is not as simple. Xiang Yi is indeed a Tier 2 chaotic divine demon, and he attacked Jian Wushuang with all of his power. However, he was completely suppressed by Jian Wushuang during the fight, which forced the 5 other experts from the Golden Cauldron sect to help Xiang Yi out as well. 6 chaotic divine demons? Elder Chen, from the Dongzhou sect, was surprised. 6 chaotic divine demons, with 2 of them in the second tier, was a terrifying lineup. All 6 chaotic divine demons from the Golden Cauldron sect all attacked Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang had many trump cards and managed to defeat all 6 chaotic divine demons head-on. He killed 3 of them and forced the remaining 3 to escape in fear. The elder in purple clothes said. What did you say? The experts from the Zhuge family and Dongzhuo sect were shocked beyond words. 6 chaotic divine demons attacked were fought off by Jian Wushuang alone? You must be joking. Jian Wushuang is only in the chaotic realm. How can he be that powerful? Furthermore, the fighting power he showed 3 months ago is also far weaker than this. Zhuge Hong roared with a low voice. He was also a genius, but he couldn't bring himself to believe what the elder in purple clothes said. I don't know about the details, but it is a fact that he defeated 6 chaotic divine demons and killed 3 of them. After the experts from the Golden Cauldron sect left, 1 Tier 1 chaotic divine demon and 2 top Tier 2 chaotic divine demons from the Water Fairy Island arrived. The elder in purple clothes said. After they appeared, they tested Jian Wushuang's fighting power and no longer cared about the incident when Jian Wushuang killed a disciple of the Water Fairy Island. They immediately started trying to recruit Jian Wushuang to the Water Fairy Island. The elder in purple clothes told the entire story of what happened next. The experts from the Zhuge family present were in disbelief and fell silent. Even the Great Compassion sect sent their invitation to Jian Wushuang to become the lineal disciple of the ancient elder Brahmin sword fairy who is the most powerful sword cultivator in the Wuxia Barren region, and Jian Wushuang rejected that offer? How can he reject it? Zhuge Hong stood up, his eyes were bloodshot. The Great Compassion sect is the most powerful clan in the Wuxia Barren region. It was where all the talented geniuses gathered. Countless geniuses from the Wuxia Barren region would die to enter the Great Compassion sect. However, they did not have the chance to join it. Before Zhuge Hong joined the Dongzhuo sect, he really desired to enter the Great Compassion sect. Even though he was talented, he was not good enough to make the cut to enter that clan. Hence, the commandery governor did not introduce him to the Great Compassion sect. He ended up at the Dongzhuo sect. Even though he became one of the core disciples and had great status within the Dongzhuo sect, it did not mean that he lost his desire to join the Great Compassion sect. But now, he tried his best, but he did not make it into the Great Compassion sect, while Jian Wushuang rejected an offer from the Great Compassion sect. How could he be calm? As for the experts from the Zhuge family present, they had serious looks on their faces. Jian Wushuang rejected the Great Compassion and became an outer disciple in the Water Fairy Island. Even so, the Water Fairy Island will definitely put emphasis to nurture Jian Wushuang. He will definitely become one of the most powerful experts within the Wuxia Barren region. The Zhuge family cannot withstand his wrath at that point in time, Zhuge Yuanchong said. Even now, we cannot provoke him anymore. Lord Wu Jian from the Water Fairy Island had already said to the experts from the Golden Cauldron sect he will personally settle any troubles or problems that Jian Wushuang will encounter. This also means that Lord Wu Jian will come to the Zhuge family and wipe us out if Jian Wushuang asked him to, the elder in purple clothes said. When the experts from the Zhuge family heard this, their face turned dark. Family head of the Zhuge family. The Water Fairy Island is a tough opponent. Even when the Dongzhuo sect faces the Water Fairy Island, we can only avoid conflicts and not dare to provoke them. The Zhuge family is nothing in their eyes. If Jian Wushuang really wanted to take revenge on you, all he needs to do is to ask. The Water Fairy Island will not complain at all. Elder Chen looked over and asked. Hence, family head of the Zhuge family, you should consider what I have told you. I understand. Zhuge Yuanchong nodded his head. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, Prepare to go to the Lin mansion. We will go and apologize. Apologize? The experts from the Zhuge family turned pale, but they couldn't do anything but to shake their heads helplessly. The Zhuge family pissed off someone who they couldn't afford to. Their life and death could be decided with a single action of that man. If they would not put down their pride to apologize, they would be asking for it. Soon, the experts from the Zhuge family set off. Lin Mansion. Brother Wushuang. My father wants me to tell you that the experts from the Zhuge family are here. Lin Yan ran up to Jian Wushuang and said, Zhuge family? Are they here to apologize? Jian Wushuang smiled. You guessed it. The family head of the Zhuge family said that he is here to apologize to you. This is why my father asked you to go over, Lin Yan said. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He was not surprised at all. He was sure that the family head of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Yuanchong, knew the predicament that his family was in. This was why he did not annihilate the Zhuge family. I will not go. Tell Uncle Lin to settle it. He should know what to do, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Lin Yan nodded his head and left immediately. Chapter 2362 Paid a visit to apologize. In front of the door of the Lin mansion stood numerous experts from the Zhuge family. Zhuge Yuanchong stood at the front. The experts from the Lin mansion were looking at them in a hostile way. After all, the last time there were this many experts at the Lin mansion was when the Zhuge family invaded. That almost resulted in the annihilation of the Lin mansion. Experts of the Zhuge family, what are you doing here at the Lin mansion? Looking for a fight? A fight? They must have the courage to do so. I heard that these experts from the Zhuge family are here to apologize. They are paying a visit just to apologize? Ha! This is interesting. Many of the experts from the Lin mansion were chatting casually. They did not lower their voice. The experts from the Zhuge family heard these comments, but they didn't dare to get angry. The family head of the Lin family, Lin Taifeng, stood in front of everyone. Zhuge Yuanchong, I have never thought this day will befall on your family. Lin Taifeng smiled coldly. Zhuge Yuanchong looked up at Lin Taifeng with rage burning within his eyes. Lin Taifeng, you are just a lucky man to have met a good brother during your younger days. You got to meet Jian Wushuang through him. If not, do you think that the Lin mansion can live to see this day? Lin Taifeng knitted his eyebrows tightly. He soon relaxed. He said, That is true. I have to admit that the reason why the Lin mansion survived to this day and the reason why the Zhuge family will come to apologize today is because of my nephew, Wushuang. However, the reason why I have such a solid relationship with my nephew and his father is because of my own ability. Your Zhuge family can only envy us. Zhuge Yuanchong trembled slightly. He was speechless. Right then, Lin Yan walked out of the Lin mansion. Father! Lin Yan walked beside Lin Taifeng and started to whisper in his ears. Lin Taifeng raised his eyebrows and knew what he had to do. He then turned to Zhuge Yuanchong and said, Zhuge Yuanchong, my nephew said that he does not want to see you. He wanted Lord Wu Jian to annihilate the Zhuge family. And Lord Wu Jian agreed to do so. What? The experts from the Zhuge family turned pale. Zhuge Yuanchong trembled. Seeing this, Lin Taifeng's smile widened as he said, However, you are smart enough to come and apologize before Lord Wu Jian annihilated your family. Hence, my nephew Wushuang is willing to space your lives. However, your family needs to pay a price. The experts from the Zhuge family heaved a sigh of relief. Zhuge Yuanchong glared into Lin Taifeng's eyes and said, What is the price we have to pay? Simple. You need to surrender some resources, treasures, and properties. How about this? Give me a moment and I will prepare a list for you. You can see for yourself. Lin Taifeng turned and walked back into the Lin mansion. He soon walked out. This is the list. Read carefully. Lin Taifeng squinted his eyes as he passed the list to Zhuge Yuanchong. Zhuge Yuanchong's face turned extremely dark with a simple glance on the list. The higher-ups from the Zhuge family were so angry that they almost vomited blood. There were numerous resources and treasures listed on the list. Even though it would cost the Zhuge family a great number of resources, they were ready to pay the price from the moment they decided to pay a visit to apologize. They could still accept these demands. However, the Lin family demanded half of the properties owned by the Zhuge family. Half of all the properties. Those were the main source of income for the Zhuge family. It was many times more valuable as compared to the resources listed earlier in the list. Furthermore, the Zhuge family already suffered heavy losses during the battle with the Lin family. If they were to give up half of their properties, the Zhuge family would start to wane and would no longer be one of the 6 top-tier families anymore. Family head of the Zhuge family, this is the last chance that my nephew is giving you. It is up to you to decide whether you are willing to take it. Lin Taifeng smiled lightly. Zhuge Yuanchong took a deep breath and looked at Lin Taifeng coldly. Lin Taifeng, who is the one who made the list? You or Jian Wushuang? You guess? Lin Taifeng looked at Zhuge Yuanchong mockingly. Zhuge Yuanchong didn't need to guess. The answer was clear. He knew the list was made by Lin Taifeng. If Jian Wushuang were to make the list, all he needed was treasures and resources. Jian Wushuang had no intention of creating a family. Why would he need these properties? The Zhuge family will give you the things found on the list, Zhuge Yuanchong said painfully. Family head. The experts from the Zhuge family clenched their fists tightly. They felt angry and embarrassed. However, there was nothing they could do. All right. After you deliver the things found on the list to the Lin Mansion, I will pass them personally to Jian Wushuang. After this day, my nephew will not cause any trouble for the Zhuge family anymore. However, if the Zhuge family tries to play punk or try something funny, my nephew will not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Lin Taifeng smiled. Obviously not. Zhuge Yuanchong waved his hand and the experts from the Zhuge family left. Family head of the Zhuge family. You better hurry up and deliver the items found on the list. My nephew Wushuang is about to go to the Water Fairy Island soon. If he has yet to see what he wants to see, he might get angry. Lin Taifeng smiled. Humph! Zhuge Yuanchong grunted as he turned and left. Before he left, he said with a cold voice, I will deliver these things to the Lin Mansion within 3 days. Within moments, all of the experts from the Zhuge family left. On the other hand, the experts from the Lin family started chatting. Ha! This time, the Zhuge family took a huge hit. Lin Taifeng laughed heartily. Father, even though the conditions you wrote on the paper are harsh, why did the Zhuge family agree to it? Lin Yan asked curiously. Does he dare to say no? Even though the Zhuge family will wane for a period of time, they can still prosper in the future. After all, there are 2 chaotic divine demons in their family. However, the entire Zhuge family will be annihilated if he angers Jian Wushuang. As compared to complete annihilation, of course he will accept the conditions found on the list. That is it. Lin Yan nodded his head to show he understood what his father said. Chapter 2363 Set off for Water Fairy Island 3 days later, the treasures, including half of all properties the Zhuge family owned, were given to the Lin family. Experts from the Lin Mansion started to check the items. Jian Wushuang was not interested in the properties at all. He merely took some elixirs and treasures that would help him in accumulating his divine power, and kept some for his own parents. As for the remaining items, he gave them to the Lin Mansion. His father was the one who told him to do this. After all, the Lin family suffered even greater losses in the battle as compared to the Zhuge family. These items would help Lin family greatly in recovering from the battle. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Father, Mother! I will head for the Water Fairy Island. Jian Wushuang stood at the door of the Lin Mansion and bid farewell to Zhui Yunfeng and Luo Xinqing. Wushuang, you are very talented and very mature. I will nag any more. Take care of yourself. Zhou Yunfeng. Wushuang, please come back and visit. Don't be like your older sister and brother who immersed themselves in cultivating. Zhui Yunfeng said. Roger. Jian Wushuang smiled and looked at Lin Taifeng. Uncle Lin, please take care of my parents after I leave. Don't worry, nephew. Unless the Lin Mansion is annihilated, I will not allow anyone to harm Brother Zhua and sister-in-law. Lin Taifeng said. Thank you. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. After a simple farewell, Jian Wushuang left with Wu Jian and the other experts from the Water Fairy Island. When Jian Wushuang just left for Water Fairy Island, at the center of the Wushao Barren region, a giant clan was hidden within an ancient forest. This clan was the Great Compassion Sect. There was a dark cave. The only light source was the dimly lit candles. There was a blurry figure who sat at the deepest point within the dark cave. An elder in black clothes walked into the cave slowly and stopped in front of the blurry figure. Ancient Elder, the commandery governor of the Anjou prefecture sent us a message," the elder in black clothes said very respectfully. The blurry figure raised his head. He had a pale, young, and handsome face. "What did he say?" "Baiyu said that he personally verified that Jian Wushuang, whom he referred to us, was indeed someone who is extremely talented in the sword doctrine. He killed the chaotic divine demon while he was in the early stage chaotic realm. However," the elder in black clothes stopped. "However?" It was evident that the blurry figure was interested in Jian Wushuang. "As Baiyu said, he tried his best to invite Jian Wushuang to the Great Compassion sect. He even mentioned you. However, Jian Wushuang rejected the offer and accepted the invitation from the Water Fairy Island and became an outer disciple," the elder in black clothes said. "Outer disciple? So this genius called Jian Wushuang rather became an ordinary outer disciple in the Water Fairy Island than to become my lineal disciple?" the blurry figure said as a ray of unique emotion flashed across his eyes. "Yes." The elder in black clothes nodded his head. "Ha ha!" Cold laughter reverberated within the cave. The head of the elder in black clothes went numb, and he felt like it was going to explode. "All right. I was not interested in the little one before. Now, he has successfully gotten my attention. From today on, watch the Water Fairy Island and the little one. I want to see where this little one gets his courage to look down on me." "Yes." The elder in black clothes nodded his head respectfully and left. Within a seemingly endless space, Jian Wushuang, Wu Jian, and the two other Tier 2 chaotic divine demons from the Water Fairy Island traveled at great speed. "Lord Wu Jian, how long more before we reach the Water Fairy Island?" Jian Wushuang asked casually. "The Water Fairy Island is not located in the Anjou prefecture. There are 3 other prefectures located between them. There is also no space tunnel found within any of the 3 prefectures, hence we have to travel by foot. At the speed we are going, we can reach the place within 2 months. We have already traveled for more than 1 month. We should reach within a few days," Wu Jian said. "There is no need to call me Lord Wu Jian. I am the 9th Elder in the Water Fairy Island. Just call me Elder Wu Jian or Elder 9. Wu Jian said. "Elder Wu Jian," Jian Wushuang called. "Ha ha! Little friend Wushuang, we are reaching the Water Fairy Island. You can still change your mind and become a core disciple of the Water Fairy Island." Wu Jian smiled. "Elder Wu Jian, you have asked me this at least 10 times on our way here. I only want to be an outer disciple of the Water Fairy Island." Jian Wushuang smiled and shook his head. Jian Wushuang was not interested in becoming a core disciple or lineal disciple of a higher up in the Water Fairy Island. The reason why he joined the Water Fairy Island was because of circumstances. As an outer disciple, he will not be under any restrictions. Hence, he will also have lesser responsibilities. Since you insist, then I shall not ask you any more. After we reach the Water Fairy Island, I will announce that you are an outer disciple and bring you to the place where you will live. However, I will try my best to persuade the other higher-ups of the Water Fairy Island to give you the number of resources that a core disciple will get," Wu Jian said. Jian Wushuang shrugged his shoulders. He was not particular about the number of resources he will receive. The 4 people continued to make their way to the Water Fairy Island. A few days later, a majestic clan located at the center of 2 mountain ranges was seen. This clan was tens of thousands of miles long. In the eternal chaotic world, this meant nothing. There were no restrictions in space-time, hence cultivators could travel tens or even hundreds of thousands of miles within seconds. In the absolute beginning divine world, a clan this size was considered large given the presence of the heaven's will. Little friend Wushuang, this is where the Water Fairy Island is located. The reason we are called an island is not that we are located on an island. However, we do have a small island at the core of the clan. Let's go. I will bring you into the clan. Under the guidance of Wu Jian, Jian Wushuang walked into the Water Fairy Island. Chapter 2364 Outer Disciple Wu Jian was an elder from the Water Fairy Island. Jian Wushuang entered the Water Fairy without any hindrance under Wu Jian's personal guidance. You two can proceed to do whatever you need to, Wu Jian said. Yes. The two chaotic divine demons behind Wu Jian answered and left. Little friend Wushuang, I will bring you around this place, Wu Jian said gently. Thank you, Elder Wu Jian, Jian Wushuang said gratefully. They then start touring Water Fairy Island. Wu Jian introduced Jian Wushuang to the environment and structure of the Water Fairy Island. Elder Wu Jian! Elder 9! They ran into many disciples, deacon elders or deacons. All of them greeted Wu Jian when they saw him. In the Water Fairy Island, the most powerful man was the island master who was above the realm of divine demons. Then there was the elder group. There were 18 elders within the elder group. Each of these 18 elders was top-tier Tier 1 chaotic divine demons. There were all peak chaotic divine demons. The next group of people was deacon elders. Most of them were Tier 2 chaotic divine demons. The two chief deacon elders were Tier 1 chaotic divine demons. The next group was deacons, who were mostly Tier 3 chaotic divine demons. Lastly, it was the disciples. There were some disciples in the divine demon realm, but most of them were in the chaotic realm. Wu Jian was the 9th elder in the elder group. He was extremely powerful and influential within the Water Fairy Island. This was why the people that they passed by looked at Jian Wushuang curiously. Who is that young man? A new disciple? I have heard that there was a new genius that emerged in a prefecture. This got the attention of Elder Wu Jian and he traveled down personally to bring him back here. He should be that genius. He must be really talented as he caught the attention of Elder Wu Jian. Elder Wu Jian treats him so nicely and even traveled down personally to bring him here. He should be ranked top 5 in terms of talent even among the core disciples. Many people were chatting quietly. These people felt that a disciple that Elder Wu Jian would go recruit personally would definitely be talented. Jian Wushuang should be a core disciple and might be one of the most outstanding core disciples in the future. It was a pity their guesses were destined to be wrong. Little friend Wushuang, this is the dojo. Many deacon elders or even elders from the elder group will come here to teach lessons. That is the arena. This is where our disciples have formal spars. That is... Wu Jian introduced all of the places on the Water Fairy Island to Jian Wushuang. Soon, Wu Jian brought Jian Wushuang to the nucleus of the Water Fairy Island, a small island. This island was spacious, with a few majestic halls and one tall, black tower. Little friend Wushuang, that is the Water Fairy Tower. This is where the foundation of our clan lies. All of the secret skills and martial arts skills are stored within the Water Fairy Tower. The reason why our clan is called Water Fairy Island is because of the Water Fairy Island. Wu Jian pointed at the tall Water Fairy Tower and said, There are a total of 6 levels inside the Water Fairy Tower. The higher you go, the more powerful the secret skills are. However, there are criteria to enter each of the floors. All disciples from the Water Fairy Island have access to the first 3 floors. They can go in and find a secret skill that is suitable for them and leave with a copy of it. Those who want to go to the 4th floor or higher must be minimally a core disciple. Core disciples can enter the 4th and 5th floor at will. However, as for the 6th floor, even a core disciple cannot enter at will. This is where the most powerful and valuable secret skills of the Water Fairy Island are stored. A core disciple must be extremely talented, have contributed greatly to the Water Fairy Island, and have the permission from the elders from the elder group before he can enter the 6th floor once. Even so, he can only obtain a single copy of a single secret skill or technique. I am an outer disciple of the Water Fairy Island. This means that I can only enter the first 3 floors of the Water Fairy Tower? Jian Wushuang asked. That should be the case, but... Wu Jian smiled as he whipped out a token. He then said, Here, take this. This is? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. This is an elder token. Every elder in the elder group has one of such tokens. With this token, you are granted more power and privilege within the Water Fairy Island. Even though you are an outer disciple, you can still enter the 4th and 5th floor of the Water Fairy Tower with this token. Wu Jian said. Thank you, Elder Wu Jian. Jian Wushuang said gratefully. It was of utmost importance that Jian Wuxuang recovered the fighting power he had when he was in his prime. During this process, he could study different types of secret skills to improve his understanding of the various doctrines. The Water Fairy Island is ranked top 10 among all of the clans within the Wuxia Baron region. It should have many valuable secret skills and techniques worth studying. You're welcome. Let's go. I will bring you to the outer garden. Wu Jian led Jian Wuxuang towards a certain place on the Water Fairy Island. The outer garden was where the outer disciples from the Water Fairy Island lived. An outer disciple had much low standing within the Water Fairy Island as compared to the core disciples. However, there were many more outer disciples as compared to core disciples within the clan. Even though the outer garden was located at a corner within the Water Fairy Island, it took up a great area. Many outer disciples watched Wu Jian bring Jian Wuxuang to the outer garden. Yu Yang. Wu Jian placed his hands behind his back and said as he landed within one of the courtyards. Soon, an extremely old elder with a hunchback walked out from within the courtyard. Elder 9, what brings you here? The elder with a hunchback stood in front of Wu Jian and asked respectfully. Little friend Wuxuang, this is Yan Yu. He is one of the deacon elders in the Water Fairy Island. He settles the chores within the outer garden. Wu Jian said. Elder Yu Yang. Jian Wuxuang greeted modestly. Little friend Wuxuang? Elder Yu Yang, who had a hunchback, raised his eyebrows when he heard how Wu Jian called Jian Wuxuang. Yu Yang. This is my little friend Jian Wuxuang. From today on, he is an outer disciple of the Water Fairy Island. He will be part of the outer garden. Wu Jian said. Chapter 2365. Ming Long. After hearing what Wu Jian said, Yan had an odd look. Elder 9, Wu Jian, personally brought an outer disciple to the outer garden. He even treated him kindly and called him a little friend. Who was Jian Wuxuang? What was his background? Yu Yang, I shall hand Jian Wuxuang over to you. If anything happens to him, you will be answerable. Wu Jian said as he looked at Yu Yang. Don't worry, Elder 9. I will take good care of him. Yu Yang smiled awkwardly. Little friend Wuxuang, this is my transmission token. If anything happens, you can look for me. Wu Jian said as he passed the transmission token to Jian Wuxuang. Thank you, Elder Wu Jian. Jian Wuxuang thanked Wu Jian. What happens next depends on you. If you want to become a core disciple of the Water Fairy Island, you can come and look for me. Wu Jian said. Soon, Wu Jian left. Jian Wuxuang and Yu Yang stood side by side in front of the courtyard. Elder Yu Yang, I will be in your care. Jian Wuxuang smiled. You are too modest. Elder 9 personally handed you over to me. Of course, I will take care of you. Let me arrange a place for you to stay in. Do you have any requests? Yu Yang said kindly. I just want to live alone. Jian Wuxuang smiled. No problem. Yu Yang smiled. There were numerous outer disciples. Most of them lived together with other outer disciples. However, there are isolated houses for those outstanding outer disciples. Even though Yu Yang was not sure how powerful or talented Jian Wuxuang was, he was brought here by Elder Wu Jian. This alone was enough to give Jian Wuxuang the right to live alone in a house. Yu Yang started to arrange for Jian Wuxuang's accommodation. Soon, he led Jian Wuxuang to an independent courtyard. Little friend Wuxuang, I will leave now. If anything happens in the outer garden, you can come and look for me. Yu Yang said. Thank you, Elder Yu Yang. Jian Wuxuang thanked him gratefully. Yu Yang left. Jian Wuxuang stood alone within the courtyard. Jian Wuxuang released his soul power and covered the area around him, including many outer disciples. Huh! Jian Wuxuang raised his eyebrows. He walked forward and soon reached a neighboring courtyard. There was a small open patch within the courtyard. There was a man in green clothes who was concentrated on practicing a blade skill. Even though the blade skill was not of high grade, this man made the simple blade skill seem extremely intricate and powerful. Middle stage chaotic realm? Jian Wuxuang looked at the man with interest. He knew that the man was not old. At the same time, he was not considered young. Any genius should have either reached or surpassed peak chaotic realm at his age. However, it seemed like he broke through to the middle stage chaotic realm only recently. He was not talented in cultivation. He was an ordinary cultivator. However, Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up when he saw the man's sword skills. His understanding of the blade doctrine and his blade skills were of low level. He barely made the cut to enter the blade doctrine realm. However, this blade skill is still extremely powerful when he cast it. In order to do this, he has to practice the same move over and over to reach this level of mastery. This meant that he is a very hard-working man, to the point it made up for his lack of talent. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. He could see that the cold man was not a genius. However, he was someone who was willing to put in the hard work to grind his craft. Soon, the cold man finished his drill. Senior brother Minglong, your sword skills are getting even better. Yes. No one in the outer garden and inner garden can match your blade skills. It might be a little exaggerating to say that no one in the inner garden can match him in blade skills. However, in the outer garden, he is definitely the most powerful person. Many other disciples were also attracted by Minglong's drills. They walked up to him and started to praise him. All right. Stop flattering me. If you are willing to put in the hard work, all of you can do so too. Minglong smiled lightly. His eyes were calm. He was not proud even though everyone else around him was praising him. This man has a good mentality, Jian Wushuang thought to himself as he observed. Right then, Minglong noticed Jian Wushuang. Junior brother, I have never seen you before. Are you also part of the outer garden? Minglong walked towards Jian Wushuang and asked. Jian Wushuang smiled as he replied. Greetings, senior brothers. I am Jian Wushuang and I arrived on Water Fairy Island today. I see, Minglong said. I have heard that there was an outer disciple that was brought in here by Elder Wu Jian. That should be you, a disciple among the crowd said. Elder Wu Jian personally led you in. The other outer disciples saw Jian Wushuang in a different light. The outer disciples were of lower status, as it was difficult for them to even meet an elder deacon, much less an elder from the elder group. Jian Wushuang could get Elder Wu Jian to lead him in personally. Junior brother Wushuang, you must be so powerful that even Elder Wu Jian values you. Are you willing to have a spar with me? Minglong looked at Jian Wushuang with passion in his eyes. A spar? I am still weak and is no match against you, senior brother. Can we not do it? Jian Wushuang shook his head in surprise. Is that the case? All right. Junior brother Wushuang. Elder Wu Jian should have told you that even though the outer disciples had a low status, there is a way for us to change that and become a core disciple. 3 months later, there will be a selection battle. If you obtain the first position in that selection battle, your chances of becoming a core disciple will increase. Work hard, Minglong encouraged. Thank you, senior brother. Jian Wushuang smiled thankfully, but he did not take those words to heart. Jian Wushuang came to the outer garden because he did not want to become a core disciple. He would not participate in the selection battle. Even so, Jian Wushuang could see the burning desire that Minglong had to pass the selection battle. Jian Wushuang and the other outer disciples then chatted. All of them were of the same status, hence they did not put up a front. After the chat, everyone left. Jian Wushuang also left the outer garden and headed for the Water Fairy Tower. Chapter 2366 Elder Token Water Fairy Tower was the foundation of the Water Fairy Island. It contained countless secret skills and other secrets. Jian Wushuang walked up to the door of the Water Fairy Tower. There, a lady in red clothes sat cross-legged. As Jian Wushuang approached, the lady in red clothes remained still. Jian Wushuang ignored her as she walked into the Water Fairy Tower. On the first floor of the Water Fairy Tower, there were countless jade bamboo strips found lying around everywhere. Jian Wushuang picked up a few and scanned through them quickly. The secret skills found on the first floor of the Water Fairy Tower are of too low level. They are similar to those secret skills that the Lin Mansion has. They are of no use to me. Jian Wushuang put back the secret skills after scanning them briefly. Jian Wushuang then proceeded to the second floor. The secret skills found within the second floor were obviously of a much higher level as compared to those found on the first floor. Secret skills of this caliber were abundant within the Water Fairy Tower, but would be extremely rare in the families and clans. As for the secret skills found on the third level, Jian Wushuang considered them exquisite. There were blade skills, sword skills, spear skills, and many others. They were created by powerful chaotic divine demons, and were incredibly powerful. Jian Wushuang felt that it was worth spending time on some of these sword skills. If Jian Wushuang was really an ordinary outer disciple, he would pick a few sword skills related to space-time rules of order or reincarnation rules of order, and study them. However, he was not an ordinary outer disciple. He did not stop here for long as he headed straight for the fourth floor. Before he stepped foot onto the steps leading to the fourth floor, the eyes of the lady sitting in front of the Water Fairy Tower opened her eyes. She appeared almost instantly in front of Jian Wushuang. "Stop!" The lady in red clothes glared at Jian Wushuang and said coldly, "Brat, I can sense your disciple token on you. You are a mere outer disciple. You should know the rules of the Water Fairy Tower. An outer disciple can only visit the first 3 floors and is not allowed onto the higher floors. You must become a core disciple before you can enter. I know the rules. Even though I am not a core disciple, I have this." Jian Wushuang took out the elder token given to him by Elder Wu Jian. "Elder token? As an outer disciple, you possess the elder token? Who gave it to you?" The lady in red clothes looked surprised. "Elder Wu Jian gave it to me personally. If you do not trust me, you can go and clarify with him." Jian Wushuang smiled. The lady in red clothes frowned. "I have the elder token, so can I enter the 4th and 5th floor? I believe that I can pick any secret skills of my choice, right?" Jian Wushuang looked at the lady in red clothes and said. The lady hesitated for a brief moment before she stepped aside and said, "Proceed." "Thank you." Jian Wushuang thanked her as he headed up towards the 4th floor of the Water Fairy Tower. Jian Wushuang went up the 4th floor, leaving the lady in red clothes confused. "Elder 9 gave his elder token to an outer disciple? What is going on? I have to ask." The lady in red clothes took out a transmission token. "Elder 7, something happened." The lady in red clothes told Elder 7 about her encounter with Jian Wushuang. Within the mountain range that elders from the Water Fairy Island lived in. "An outer disciple has an elder token? Nonsense!" In the dark, a figure in a black cloak stood up. This figure belonged to a skinny elder who had a sharp vision. "What is Wu Jian doing?" He cursed as he went to the garden which Wu Jian lived in. "Wu Jian!" The elder in black went straight for Wu Jian. "Elder 7? What happened?" Wu Jian looked at Elder 7 and said coldly. Even though they were both elders in the elder group, they always fight. Wu Jian, as Elder 9, did not get along well with Elder 7, hence they always fight over small matters. Of course, they never actually fought in combat, but quarrel often. "Wu Jian, I heard you just returned and brought back another disciple?" Elder 7 looked at Wu Jian and asked. "Yes," Wu Jian said as he drank a mouthful of tea. "What is his name? And how talented is he?" Elder 7 asked. "His name is Jian Wushuang, and he is very talented," Wu Jian said. "Oh? So he became a core disciple?" Elder 7 asked again. "Nope. He is an outer disciple. He wanted to be an outer disciple. Given how talented he is, he can become a core disciple easily," Wu Jian said honestly. Hearing this, Elder 7 was enraged. "Bastard! As Elder 9 in the Elder group, you are one of the most powerful men in the Water Fairy Island. You went out for so long and you only brought back an ordinary disciple? And you even gave him your Elder token? Wu Jian, you are messing around!" "Messing around? Maniac Jean, watch your mouth." Wu Jian looked at him darkly. He even changed the way he addressed him. Few from the Water Fairy Island knew that Elder 7 was also known as Maniac Jean. It was obvious that Wu Jian was extremely displeased at what Elder 7 just said. Watch my mouth! Why is Jian Wushuang an outer disciple and not a core disciple? Everyone knows that a core disciple receives much better treatment as compared to an outer disciple. If he is really talented, why wouldn't he try his best to become a core disciple? Instead, he chose to be an outer disciple. This meant that he is not capable and cannot pass the test to become a core disciple. This means that you brought back an ordinary disciple. An elder token. Everyone in the elder group only has one elder token, and you gave it to an outer disciple. If you are not messing around, then what are you doing? Elder 7 roared in anger. Maniac Jean, I will say this again. Jian Wushuang is not an ordinary disciple. He is a true genius, someone much more talented than anyone you have seen before. Even if he is an ordinary disciple, that elder token belongs to me. I can give it to anyone I want, and there is nothing you can do about it. Wu Jian stood up and said coldly. Chapter 2367 Apprehension. Each elder possessed an elder's token and had full authority in its distribution. He could give to whoever he wanted even if that person was unrelated to Narcissus Island. In this case, Wu Jian had chosen Jian Wushuang, the outer disciple of Narcissus Island. Wu Jian, you are unbelievable! The seventh elder trembled with anger and glowered at Wu Jian. It's you who's unbelievable! So what if I give him my elder's token? Not only had I given him my elder's token, but I've also ordered the elixir chamber and supply storage to treat Jian Wushuang better than a core disciple. His monthly elixirs and resources allocation will be more than an average core disciple's. What can you do about it? Wu Jian sneered. Absurd. That's jobbery. Those in the elixir chamber and the supply storage will never violate Narcissus Island's rules for you, said seventh elder. You're right. But what if I allow them to deduct from my allocation? Wu Jian mockingly refuted. The seventh elder coldly questioned. Who's Jian Wushuang? Why are you even willing to forfeit your own resources? Is he your family's descendant or perhaps your illegitimate son? Regardless of your assumptions, I've not violated Narcissus Island's rules. What can you do? Wu Jian was fearless. He did nothing wrong. He could give his elder's token to anyone he wanted. The elixirs and resources were also his personal gift taken from his allocation, which was of course not against the rules. Harumph, do as you please, but let me warn you that your actions today will be greatly disputed and won't bring any good to that kid, warned the seventh elder before he turned around and left, refusing to talk any further with Wu Jian. Wu Jian just sat down again and drank a cup of tea with a grin on his face. What an idiot! He doesn't even know how extraordinary Jian Wushuang is. I bet he would have done even more than me if he knew, Wu Jian said scornfully. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang, who's wickedly talented, only chooses to be an outer disciple in Narcissus Island so that he could enjoy the freedom and remain inconspicuous. This matter would have been easier if he's more transparent with his intentions from the start. Wu Jian shut his eyes after letting out a sigh. In Narcissus Mansion. When the seventh elder went off to see Elder Wu Jian, Jian Wushuang had already reached the mansion's fourth floor. He had also browsed through 2 sword technique manuals. Both sword technique manuals were at the advanced level, with one of them being a technique that complemented transmigration law and was highly beneficial for Jian Wushuang. However, he was not in a hurry and took his sweet time to browse through. Suddenly, a seemingly ordinary jade slip caught Jian Wushuang's eyes. It was a record of a certain law which an expert apprehended. It's the apprehension of space-time law? Jian Wushuang was excited. There were all sorts of secret techniques manuals, biographies, and law apprehensions record in the Narcissus Mansion, but none moved him until now. He anticipatingly started browsing it carefully. There are heaps of space-time law information. I've studied space-time law for over 100,000 years and my understanding is at best superficial, but it's good enough to achieve the saint's realm. The following are my space-time law apprehensions. Jian Wushuang was amazed by just the initial paragraph's few lines. Saint's realm? This must be an undying saint. The jade slip was the possession of an undying saint. Jian Wushuang continued reading. At the very beginning of comprehending the law, one needs to learn about integrating space-time law into true time and space by seizing control over the power of space-time law and integrate it into heaven and earth to make yourselves less repellent to time and space. Doing so will strengthen one's speed and power. However, mastering this level of space-time law power is just a small glimpse into the actual law, and as one's understanding deepens, one will be more proficient in using these powers and could gradually perform the space-time apparition by only relying on the space-time law. One's command of space-time law and combat powers will be boosted upon the success of performing the apparition, which signifies one has entered the first stage of space-time law comprehension. Jian Wushuang's heart raced upon reading that. Apparition? Space-time apparition? Jian Wushuang murmured. His current understanding of the space-time law is much stronger than his past life. In his past life, he could barely utilize the powers of space-time law, but he could presently sort of perform the space-time shadow. However, space-time shadow is just a shadow and was different from an apparition. In fact, the difference between the two was quite huge. If he continued making progress in space-time shadow, sooner or later he would be able to perform space-time apparition. Once he succeeded, that would be when he had truly reached the first stage in space-time law apprehension. Jian Wushuang undoubtedly knew that even if he succeeded in performing a space-time apparition, it was just a fraction of what the vast knowledge which space-time law entails. Continuous improvements after successfully forming a space-time apparition will enable one to increase the number of apparitions by tens, hundreds, or even thousands. Such will be extremely useful in combat when the opponent is unable to locate your true self. After fully mastering the apparition technique, can one then proceed to the second stage of space-time law, strangulation? Jian Wushuang was totally engrossed by the jade slip's contents. The tips left by the undying saint was insightful, as it not only contained his space-time law apprehension, but it also contained his understandings and experiences of using the law in cultivation and combat. Those pieces of information were new to Jian Wushuang. After quite some time, Jian Wushuang finally recovered his senses. Such benefits! This is so useful to me, who's also practicing the space-time law. Unfortunately, the information seems to be incomplete. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be placed on the 4th floor, murmured Jian Wushuang. After briefly browsing through, he found the jade slip only contained detailed information of the law's first stage and second stage apprehension, which was apparition and strangulation. Any information after the second stage was nowhere to be found. It was indeed an incomplete manual. Chapter 2368 The Special Outer Disciple. The space-time law insights are of immense help to me. I should study it in detail. Other than that, since there are space-time law insights at the Narcissus Mansion, there probably are also transmigration law insights. I ought to search thoroughly. Jian Wushuang immediately started a detailed search on the 4th floor. After searching for a full hour, he only found what he was looking for. A document on space-time law insights and another one for transmigration law. These two should be enough for me to study for some time. I'll pick these. Jian Wushuang did not continue his search, nor did he rush to the 5th floor either. On the contrary, he held the 2 jade slips and directly headed downstairs. It did not take long for Jian Wushuang to go back to the lady in red. I choose these 2 insights. Jian Wushuang passed her the pair of jade slips. The lady in red took a glance at them, nodded slightly, and soon after passed him the copies. Thank you. Jian Wushuang thanked her and left. Back at the outer court, he started studying both jade slips. However, he did not realize that there was a major disturbance at the outer court because of him. Did you hear? That outer disciple from outer court actually holds an elder's token. An elder's token? How is that possible? Isn't it true that only a member of the circle of elders could possess an elder's token? They're usually very protective of it as well and never easily pass it to others. A lot of outstanding core disciples couldn't even get one. How could an outer disciple possess it? The news is true though. That elder's token is given by Elder Wujian himself. Not only that, Elder Wujian even instructed the elixir court and the supply storage to give him a lot more resources than any core disciples. How could an outer disciple get a lot more resources than a core disciple? Isn't this favoritism? Who knows? There are rumors going around saying that it's very possible this outer disciple has some special relationship with Elder Wujian. There were even a number of people saying he was the elder's illegitimate son. Oh yeah, what's his name? I think it's Jian Wushuang. The entire outer court was boiling with controversy. Nobody could hide the fact that Jian Wushuang held an elder's token and received much more monthly elixirs and resources than most core disciples. Not only the outer court, even core disciples in the inner court had heard about it. Of course, that had sparked displeasure among many people. One must have realized the treatment Jian Wushuang had received was a lot more luxurious than most core disciples despite him being only an outer disciple. That was also the reason Jian Wushuang's identity as an outer disciple on Narcissus Island had become somewhat curious and extremely special. In the courtyard, Jian Wushuang was holding the Space-Time Law Insights Jade slip, browsing, and studying it at will. Junior Brother Wushuang. A voice spoke as a stern-looking man with a battle blade on his back slowly walked over. That man was none other than Yin Long, who lived close to Jian Wushuang's courtyard. Senior Brother Yin Long. Jian Wushuang smiled and stood up. The rumors are running wild out there, but you're still quite relaxed here. Yin Long smiled. Jian Wushuang had also heard of various rumors in the outer court and smiled helplessly. It's their mouths, I can't stop what they want to say. Yin Long glanced over. True enough, but you probably should take action so that they would shut up. The selection will begin 3 months later, you can take part in it. That would be your chance to show your true abilities to the naysayers. The selection at the outer court? Jian Wushuang smiled slightly as he had heard Yin Long mention it before. The status and treatment difference between outer disciples and core disciples were too big. As such, it initiated the desires of outer disciples wanting to become core disciples, and the opportunity to do so was the selection at the outer court. Therefore, the selection was of utmost importance to a lot of outer disciples. One good example was Yin Long, who was standing before him. Forget it, I'm still far from that level. Even if I took part in the selection, I would only be the butt of everyone's joke, said Jian Wushuang. Junior brother, you have no plans to take part at all? Yin Long was surprised. What he did not know was that if Jian Wushuang had wanted to become a core disciple, he would have become one much earlier without needing to go through the trouble of partaking in the selection. Hence, naturally, he did not feel like attending. I'm truly not so interested in the selection. On the other hand, looks like you've set your mind to be selected this time, senior brother? Jian Wushuang looked intriguingly at Yin Long. Yin Long did not deny. Correct. 3 years ago, I had wanted very much to be selected as a core disciple. However, my ability wasn't up to par. In the past 3 years, I gave everything to raise my skills and finally reached the current level. Therefore, I must become the winner in the upcoming selection. Yin Long clenched his hands tightly together, and his eyes were burning with hope. For a short while, Jian Wushuang could see that Yin Long really had strong yearnings to become a core disciple of Narcissus Island. In the past few days since I arrived at the outer court, I've already heard that you're the strongest among all the outer disciples. Looks like you will be chosen this time around, just as you wish. Jian Wushuang smiled. Nothing is absolute, but I am a lot more confident this time compared with last time. Yin Long's face was filled with confidence. Junior brother, do carry on with your practice. I shouldn't disturb you further. As long as you do what your heart tells you, you shouldn't worry about the rumors in the outer court. Yin Long encouraged him before leaving. Jian Wushuang had a smile on his face while watching Yin Long leaving. He could not deny that he had a rather good impression towards Yin Long. First of all, Yin Long had never acted pretentiously towards any fellow outer court disciples. He was a very mild-mannered person. Secondly, he was very hard-working. He possessed mediocre talent but worked extra hard to stand out among all the outer disciples. His blade technique was the result of countless tests and constant training. Jian Wushuang really appreciated a person like that. The selection in 3 months? Jian Wushuang shook his head, then continued his studies on the content in the jade slips. Chapter 2369. The selection time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. At the outer court, the triennial selection had begun. A huge number of outer disciples gathered around the gigantic fighting ring. There were even a small number of court disciples who attended simply out of curiosity. The selection at the outer court was almost the only chance outer disciples could become court disciples. It was of utmost importance to them. The fighting ring had become extremely lively with the large crowd around it. The selection has begun again. I wonder who'll be the winner. Do you really still have to wonder? Of course, it's senior brother Yin Long. Who among us in the outer court could beat him anyway? That's actually true. For his level, it shouldn't be a problem for him to defeat everyone in the outer court. The only person who could probably bring some challenge to him is senior brother Qian Xia. However, senior brother Qian Xia had fought senior brother Yin Long a few times before and was always on the absolute losing side. The comments waves among outer disciples almost uniformly agreed that Yin Long would become the final victor in the selection. It was true that only Yin Long had the ability to defeat all of them. Compared to him, they were all quite far below his level. Right then. Oh yeah, what about that Jian Wushuang? Someone shouted, causing a noisy disturbance around the ring. That's right. Where is that Jian Wushuang guy who has an elder's token and would get even more supplies than core disciples? If he has resources that could make core disciples jealous, I'm sure he has very outstanding tactics and abilities. Then, why don't we see him in this year's selection? Don't tell me he's afraid? Many of the outer disciples were searching thoroughly around the fighting ring but could not find a trace of Jian Wushuang. They very soon received news indicating that Jian Wushuang did not even plan to take part in that year's selection. I'll be damned! I thought I could see what he is made of in this selection. Instead, he isn't even taking part now? From how I see it, I'm sure he knows he isn't good enough and would only face humiliation by taking part in the selection. That's why he didn't join on purpose. What a coward, this Jian Wushuang! Isn't he? Since he has got more resources than the core disciples, he should prove that he is even more outstanding than most core disciples. However bad he is, he should at least show that he has got something that others don't. But now, it's clear that he is not feeling confident. All right, let's not talk too much. We all know this Jian Wushuang character has an unusual relationship with Elder Wujian. Who knows, he could be Elder Wujian's offspring in the outer realm, maybe even his illegitimate son. It's only normal that Elder Wujian shows partiality for him. There was a disdain undertone between the outer disciples' comments. However, the discussion soon gradually faded and the selection officially began. At a separate courtyard of the outer court, Jian Wushuang lightly shut his eyes and swallowed an elixir pill that could raise divine power. After ingesting the elixir, the efficacy was fully absorbed by Jian Wushuang within only 2 breaths. My divine power has become purer and purer. I can have a new breakthrough within a month with my current progress speed, reaching the middle stage chaotic realm. Jian Wushuang smiled with satisfaction. Before he arrived at Narcissus Island, he knew that he could restore his peak ability in only a few years' time. However, within less than 3 months, he was already 1 step away from the middle stage chaotic realm. With such progress, he could return to his peak in 3 years' time. Seeing the time of day, the selection has most probably started. The selection takes 2 days, but I could already predict the result today. Hopefully senior brother Yin Long can really defeat all the outer disciples without many difficulties. Jian Wushuang smiled before closing his eyes again and began to concentrate on understanding the knowledge from the jade slips. A day quickly passed with such learning concentration. In the blink of an eye, the sun was setting in the west and darkness fell. Only then did the outer disciples who were gathering around the fighting ring gradually disperse. Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed as he sat properly in the courtyard. Senior brother Yin Long. Jian Wushuang's body mysteriously moved and stood in front of Yin Long, who just returned from the fighting ring. junior brother Wushuang. Yin Long raised his head and took a glance at Jian Wushuang with a forced smile. Has the first day of the selection ended? Jian Wushuang looked at him. Yin Long nodded slightly. Junior brother Wushuang, I still have something to attend to and can't talk right now. He headed swiftly towards his courtyard after he spoke. Jian Wushuang stood there with a strange expression. Logically speaking, with Yin Long's ability, it shouldn't be difficult for him to defeat the entire outer court and become the champion of this term's selection. He could have fulfilled his wish as a core disciple, but why did he look so upset? Did he run into some trouble? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Right at that instant, he saw a hunching old gentleman walking over. Jian Wushuang paced quickly towards him. Elder Yang, said Jian Wushuang humbly. It's my little friend Wushuang. What's the matter, my little friend? Old gentleman Yizhang gave a warm smile. If I didn't guess wrongly, Elder Yang must have attended the selection today? Asked Jian Wushuang. Elder Yang nodded. Of course. The selection was held among the outer disciples and I'm in charge of various matters in the outer court. Naturally, I would have to keep an eye on the selection. Since it's so, you should clearly know what happened during the selection. I wonder what has gone down. As when I saw senior brother Yin Long, he seemed rather upset, said Jian Wushuang. Well, Elder Yang pondered for a bit before saying, it's actually quite simple. According to his abilities, Yin Long could have easily beaten all the outer disciples in this selection. Everybody thought so, including the authorities on Narcissus Island. However, during the selection today, Qian Xia, who had challenged Yin Long a few times and who had the capability to threaten him, made his move. Once he took action and exposed his ability, it was clear that he had reached the peak stage chaotic realm. You have to know that the difference between the middle and peak stage of chaotic realm is unbelievably huge. Even though Yin Long didn't face Qian Xia, he could more or less tell what the result would be, said Elder Yang. Is that so? No wonder senior brother Yin Long looked so upset. Jian Wushuang finally understood. Chapter 2370, Pointers. 1. Jian Wushuang knew how much the selection meant to Yin Long. With his abilities, he really could defeat the entire outer court. However, out of the blue, there was someone among them who had reached the peak stage chaotic realm. The peak stage chaotic realm was equivalent to the great emperor level in the eternal chaotic world during the previous era. While Yin Long was only at the middle stage chaotic realm, it was still a huge difference from the level of the god emperor. As a matter of fact, Yin Long is a tragic character, said Elder Yang suddenly. Tragic character? How so? Asked Jian Wushuang. My little friend, you just arrived at Narcissus Island not long ago, so you don't know much. But quite a lot of people knew about his background. He was the son of a big clan, but his family crossed a powerful enemy and his clan was then destroyed. He is the sole survivor. One could say that he bears a deep feud and his archenemy is an incredibly powerful second-class divine demon. He has an extremely strong desire to seek vengeance and work very hard for it. Pity that he is of mediocre talent. Even after spending much effort to join Narcissus Island, he could only remain as an outer disciple. Although he has been standing out among the outer disciples in the past few years, with his progress speed, I'm afraid it doesn't seem to be realistic for him to seek revenge. Hence, he could only try his very best to fight for the opportunity to become a core disciple, even fighting to be under the wings of some experts. And the result? You saw it yourself. He is willing to work for it, but luck isn't on his side. His ability was truly not up to par in the last selection, but this time, as far as I knew, he is the strongest in the outer court. However, Qian Xia found a long yang fruit out of the blue and reached the peak stage chaotic realm after eating it. A peak stage chaotic realm is that much stronger than Yin Long's middle stage, hence Yin Long will have to fail the selection once again. All he can do is to wait another 3 years, then he might stand a chance, said Elder Yang slowly. Wait for another 3 years? Jian Wushuang frowned. 3 years was not a long period of time, but it was crucial for a 30-something-year-old practitioner like Yin Long. In 3 years' time, given the environment he was placed in, one could turn out one way or the other. In that sense, senior brother Yin Long's fate is truly tragic, said Jian Wushuang. Elder Yu Yang shook his head. It's so, but one can't help. Narcissus Island has its very own rules and he can't break them unless he has an elder's token as you do, but obviously he isn't as fortunate. Jian Wushuang shrugged and soon left without continuing his chat with Elder Yu Yang. Late at night, the bright mid-sky moon was covering the entire Narcissus Island with a veil of light. It was rather tranquil on the island. On an empty field, swing, 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 swing. Strips of blade light flashed one after another. A stern-looking man in the middle of the field was entirely soaked in sweat. He had spent 70 to 80% of his divine power, and a feeling of deep exhaustion wrapped around him. Even so, the stern man's eyes were still sharp as knives, swinging his battle blade non-stop, perfectly performing his set of blade forms. He practiced very seriously and his forms were extremely forceful. Not far from the field, Jian Wushuang held his arms together and quietly stood in an empty space. It's so late at night and he's still practicing. Senior brother Yin Long is truly a hard-working and dedicated person, said Jian Wushuang to himself. He really admired people like Yin Long. He was willing to give infinite effort for seeking vengeance, and not wasting any second of his life. He never thought of giving up even though knowing his result, position, and hope to seek revenge was faint. Perhaps I could give him some pointers. Jian Wushuang smiled and mobilized his body. He was already on the field where Yin Long was when he reappeared. Sensing that Jian Wushuang was there, Yin Long stopped his practice. He retracted his blade and stood still, looking over at Jian Wushuang. Junior brother Wushuang, it's already so late. Are you not resting? I'm just bored and taking a walk. I stumbled upon your practice by chance and had some realization, so I came to ask you for some advice, said Jian Wushuang. Advice? Do you mean try a few moves? Yin Long was still extremely warm. That's actually what I mean, said Jian Wushuang. Ha ha. Sure, junior brother Wushuang. Let's cross hands on this field. Come at me with all you have. Yin Long stood there with a burst of hearty laughter. His tone resonated with his absolute confidence. Jian Wushuang did not waste time on words as he turned his wrist and a regular long sword appeared in his hand. At the same time, his divine power started spreading from his body. Early stage chaotic realm? Yin Long could feel the energy of his divine power and instantly smiled. Well then, I'll suppress my abilities and try my best to fight within the early stage chaotic realm. However, Jian Wushuang shook his hand. No need, senior brother Yin Long. You can give your all, that's what I really want to see. Yin Long raised his eyebrows and did not insist on the issue. Is that right? Since that's what you want, then stay alert. Jian Wushuang smiled nonchalantly. Whoosh! Yin Long had taken his first move. With a simple flash, he already appeared in front of Jian Wushuang with his battle blade silently swung out. He was incredibly fast. Of course, Yin Long was still holding back a little. Otherwise he would be faster, and the blade's edge would be even colder. They were merely trying hands and Jian Wushuang was his junior brother, he did not intend to hurt him. However, just as he thought he could have defeated Jian Wushuang with that move, Jian Wushuang suddenly raised his head. As he raised his head, he disappeared. Huh! Yin Long's face changed. Right behind him, Jian Wushuang's body appeared as Yin Long felt a burning pain on his arm. Looking at it, he realized there was a blade wound that came from nowhere, and his battle blade had fallen to the ground. Senior brother Yin Long, looks like I've won the first round. Jian Wushuang's voice spoke behind him with an indifference tone. Yin Long was a little stunned. How did that happen? The power that burst out of him in that instance was clearly of the early stage chaotic realm. It was weaker than mine, but how did he defeat me in an instant when we crossed blades? Chapter 2371, Pointers 2. Yin Long could not believe it. Jian Wushwang had already turned around. Senior brother-in-law, please pick up your battle blade, and let's try again. Very well. Yin Long did not hesitate and picked up his weapon as he looked over at Jian Wushwang. At this moment, Yin Long had a heavy expression on his face. Ready? Jian Wushwang raised his eyes and looked at Yin Long. Yup. Yin Long nodded. However, just as he was nodding, Jian Wushwang made his move again. Whoosh! He could vaguely see a ghastly silhouette sweeping by before the same scenario happened again. The wound on Yin Long's arm had deepened while his battle blade fell to the ground once again. Senior brother Yin Long, this is already the second time. Shall we try once more? Jian Wushwang smiled. Again. Yin Long did not give up and crossed hands with Jian Wushwang again, but the result was the same. This went on for another 5 more rounds where they crossed blades 7 consecutive times, and yet, Yin Long could not even touch the corner of Jian Wushwang's robe before being defeated. Moreover, Yin Long could not even find a chance to make one move. The battle blade in his hand had not even been swung once. How did that happen? Impossible, it's impossible. He is obviously at the early stage chaotic realm. The power he projects is definitely much weaker than mine as well. However, when we crossed hands, I didn't even have the time to react. Yin Long's eyes looked hollow while the corner of his mouth kept mumbling to himself. Senior brother Yin Long, have you understood it? Jian Wushwang looked at Yin Long once again. Yin Long paused and started thinking. Jian Wushwang continued. The level of a practitioner isn't always determined by his realm stage. I admit, it does play an important role. In normal circumstances, your middle stage chaotic realm can definitely crush my early stage. However, in unusual circumstances, the early stage chaotic realm could still easily defeat the middle stage, even killing it. Like now, I could easily defeat you despite me truly only using the power of early stage energy, including its speed. However, my understanding of sword skills, technique, and sense of law insights are miles ahead of yours. It was because of that I could easily kill you. Regarding Qian Xia that you saw today, it's definitely true that he has broken into the peak level of chaotic realm and his ability has become a lot stronger than before, but that doesn't mean you wouldn't stand a chance. After all, Qian Xia only broke through with the help of the Long Yang fruit's efficacy. A person who broke through with such a method is the most unstable one, ability-wise. Besides, you are hardworking enough. Your understanding of the blade and techniques is a lot higher than Qian Xia, plus you have a lot more fighting experience than he does. In such a situation, even if Qian Xia is a realm higher than you, it doesn't mean you can't have a good fight and a very good winning chance. I dare say, the chance of him winning over you is 70% to 30%. 70% for him and 30% for you. 30% is not a low chance. If you could seize the opportunity, it isn't impossible to defeat Qian Xia. Listening to Jian Wushwang's words, Yin Long, who felt immense pressure and even a little depressed, had his eyes lit up. If Jian Wushwang had told him something similar before, he would probably pay no mind to it. However, Jian Wushwang had demonstrated how he could have defeated him completely with just the level of an early-stage chaotic realm. If Jian Wushwang could defeat him at that level, why could he not defeat Qian Xia with his middle-stage chaotic realm? The important part was, as Jian Wushwang had said, Qian Xia reached his level with the help of a natural treasure's efficacy. His practical abilities were not very strong and his other aspects were mediocre as well. Facing such an opponent did not really mean that he had no winning chance at all. Senior brother Yin Long, I'll stop talking. It's up to you after this. Jian Wushwang smiled and left. Yin Long stared at Jian Wushwang for a long time until he had disappeared into the night before snapping out of his deep thoughts. At that moment, he was filled with tremendous fighting motivation. That was right, it was the motivation for battle. Earlier, his heart turned cold when he saw Qian Xia's breakthrough, thinking that he did not stand a chance, and would have to wait for another 3 years. But now, his motivation has been ignited again and was in fact burning even brighter and stronger. At that moment, he only wanted to have a face-down with Qian Xia and defeat him with his strongest abilities. Junior brother Wushuang. Yin Long deeply looked at Jian Wushuang's back and his eyes illuminated with amazement. Soon after, Yin Long returned to his room and started regenerating his divine power. As the sky just began faintly turning bright on the next day, the outer court of Narcissus Island started boiling in a frenzy. The selection continued on the fighting ring. It was the last day of the selection, and the final victor shall stand a chance to become a core disciple on Narcissus Island. In order to seize this one and only opportunity, the outer disciples fought with extreme intensity. At the outer court, Jian Wushuang's courtyard, Jian Wushuang calmly sat at the stone table, as usual, studying the insights on the jade slips while sipping tea. Without realizing how much time had passed, Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked at the afar space. He could see a clear trace of redness. The sun was setting. It's sunset already? If nothing out of the ordinary happened, the selection should be finished by now. I wonder what the final result is, said Jian Wushuang to himself. He really liked Yin Long naturally. He hoped that he would smoothly go through the selection and become Narcissus Island's core disciple. Although he did not care about being a core disciple himself, it was of utmost importance for Yin Long. Not long after, Jian Wushuang's courtyard door opened and a few people came in. Jian Wushuang spotted Yin Long leading in front. At that moment, Yin Long's depressed demeanor from the night before had been replaced by excitement and ecstasy. Looks like he had passed and became Narcissus Island's core disciple. He didn't waste my effort last night of giving him pointers, said Jian Wushuang to himself. Yin Long and the few others walked towards Jian Wushuang. Senior brother Yin Long, congratulations. Jian Wushuang stood up to greet him. Junior brother Wushuang, you didn't even attend the selection. How did you know you should congratulate senior brother Yin Long? Asked an outer disciple directly. Can I tell from his facial expression? Jian Wushuang casually smiled. That's true. The outer disciple laughed. Junior brother Wushuang, I'm here to express my gratitude, said Yin Long respectfully. Chapter 2372, Pavilion of Divine Mystery. Gratitude? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Gentlemen, I would like to speak to junior brother Wushuang in private for a moment. Yin Long looked at the people behind him. Senior brother Yin Long, well, see you later in that case. Immediately, the few outer disciples respectfully left, leaving only Jian Wushuang and Yin Long at the courtyard. Yin Long sat down on the stone stool right next to Jian Wushuang. Senior brother Yin Long, you've defeated Qian Xia? Asked Jian Wushuang casually. Yin Long shook his head. No. Although I didn't defeat him, we were tied. The elders decided to accept both Qian Xia and me as core disciples since they couldn't decide on a clear winner. Is that so? Jian Wushuang finally understood. That's also thanks to your last night's advice, which once again motivated my will for battle. If I had been using merely my full force, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to achieve today's result, said Yin Long. It's really because your fundamental abilities are not weaker than Qian Xia. It really doesn't have much to do with what I've said. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Yin Long did not dwell on the issue and directly asked. Junior brother Wushuang, to be honest, the one who has the qualification to be called number one in the outer court is neither Qian Xia nor me. It should have been you. I don't understand, as you've met every criterion to become a core disciple, why didn't you even take part in the selection? He crossed hands with Jian Wushuang the day before. Even though Jian Wushuang was still not in the same state as him, his abilities were definitely above Yin Long. Yin Long did not even have a chance to retaliate. Abilities like that were truly above him and Qian Xia. He even felt that Jian Wushuang's battle abilities were not below regular experts in Divine Demon Realm. However, having such strong fundamental abilities yet happily remaining as an outer disciple seemed odd to Yin Long. It's really no big deal. I don't like to be leashed, so being an outer disciple is the best choice for me. As for being a core disciple, I have no interest whatsoever, said Jian Wushuang. Is that so? Yin Long wryly smiled. He had such strong desires to become a core disciple that he was willing to sacrifice everything for it, and yet Jian Wuxuang did not have the slightest interest. Senior brother-in-law, please keep what happened last night to yourself. Please don't tell anyone, as I don't want to stand out. It would be wonderful just to peacefully stay in the outer court, said Jian Wuxuang. Yin Long nodded and said, Understood. Now I finally understand why Elder Wujian treats you differently. It's not because you have some unique relationship with him, but to him, your gift and abilities are much more outstanding than most core disciples. Jian Wuxuang shrugged without giving a comment. Yin Long very soon left. He had already become a core disciple, hence naturally he would have to move into the inner court. As for Jian Wuxuang, he continued staying in the outer court as a humble outer disciple. Although the doubtful voices against him were getting louder, he did not pay attention to them. He only wanted to restore his strength in peace and quiet. 2 months passed by in a flash. Narcissus Island's Divine Mystery Pavilion. The Divine Mystery Pavilion was an agency on Narcissus Island that gathered intelligence and assigned missions to its disciples. There were a huge number of disciples on Narcissus Island. Staying on the island and practicing in isolation was not always good for personal growth. Some real-life experiences were always needed. The missions assigned by Divine Mystery Pavilion played an effective role in building experiences. One day the Circle of Elders' 9th Elder, Wujian, arrived at the Divine Mystery Pavilion. 9th Elder, what brings you here? A purple-clad disciplinary elder respectfully walked over. I'm here to see what missions are available in the pavilion this time around, said Wujian. Please wait, let me show you all the missions that we're ready to assign. The disciplinary elder walked away and soon brought back a lot of jade slips for Wujian. 9th Elder, these are all the missions. Please have a look. The disciplinary elder was extremely polite. Wujian nodded his head slightly and started browsing through the missions. There were all kinds of missions prepared for Narcissus Island's disciples in the jade slips. The rather regular missions that were supposed to be assigned to the outer disciples. The harder missions that were suitable for the core disciples. There were even missions for experts among the core disciples to gain experiences. Wujian browsed through more than 10 missions. Although there were various levels of difficulty, he could not find one that caught his eyes. Until he saw the 13th mission. Wujian's eyes brightened up. Oh? This mission is at Luogu territory? Luogu territory? Do you mean the mission to the Mu clan? The disciplinary elder came over. Yes, Mu clan. Wujian nodded. This mission is quite unique and tricky. We are planning to send a few core disciples who have reached the divine demon realm, but it still feels insufficient, said the disciplinary elder. Wujian nodded and smiled. It's a little insufficient. How about this? Get one more person, bring Jian Wuxuang, it should suffice. Jian Wuxuang? The disciplinary elder doubted. He knew all the core disciples on Narcissus Island, including the 2 who had recently been selected, Yin Long and Qian Xia. However, Jian Wuxuang was not within his knowledge. This Jian Wuxuang is currently in the outer court, said Wujian. The disciplinary elder was startled. Outer court? An outer disciple? 9th Elder, are you suggesting to let an outer disciple join Xiao Heng's group of 5 to carry out the mission? Why? It isn't allowed? Wujian glanced over. Oh no. Since the 9th Elder has given the order, of course, it is doable. The disciplinary elder awkwardly smiled. An elder from the Circle of Elders was considered extremely powerful on Narcissus Island. As it was only a mission, of course, Wujian's request was not a problem. Well then, go ahead and organize it. Wujian waved his hand. Yes, nodded the disciplinary elder. Letting an outer disciple join a mission with 5 core disciples who have reached divine demon realm at Luogu territory, what is happening here? The purple-clad disciplinary elder felt the situation to be very strange, but went on to organize it anyway. Seeing the disciplinary elder leaving, Wujian mysteriously smiled. That kid has been lying low since he arrived on the island, never offending, crossing hands with anyone, or showing his true abilities. It would be such a waste to let him permanently relax like that. How could I let him be? Chapter 2373. Mission assigned. A few figures swept across the void above the outer court. Senior brothers, this is the outer court. As for junior brother Wushuang, he lives over there, said Yin Long humbly as he pointed at Jian Wushuang's courtyard. There were 5 men following behind Yin Long. All 5 of them were projecting a powerful aura and were all at the level of chaotic divine demon. The leader amongst them was a jade-faced handsome young man. The young man was Xiaoheng, an outstanding genius among the core disciples. Xiaoheng enjoyed a rather high reputation on Narcissus Island, be it in the outer court or inner court. There were even rumors about the prospect of him getting into the ranks of the 12 minor kings, should his progress continue. The 12 minor kings were officially recognized as Wuxia territory's top 12 demons. Well, wait here, go bring him, said Xiaoheng frostily. Aye. Yin Long nodded and headed towards Jian Wushuang's courtyard. After he left, Senior brother Xiaoheng, are we really bringing an outer disciple to carry out our mission? One of the core disciples could not hold back his curiosity. Yeah. There are a lot of outer disciples at the outer court and many are in Divine Demon Realm or half-step Divine Demon Realm, but not many from their younger generation are up to par. As for Yin Long and Qian Xia, they just came in from the outer court and were considered their strongest younger disciples. However, they are merely at the peak stage chaotic realm and their battle abilities are SOSO, totally not up to standards. As for that Jian Wushuang, I heard he is younger than Yin Long, and compared to him, has only joined Narcissus Island for a very short time. What kind of capabilities can he possibly possess? Another core disciple showed his disdain. Core disciples were generally scornful toward outer disciples as they had always acted with superiority when facing outer disciples. Although Yin Long had already become a core disciple, he was new and joined the inner court through the outer court's selection. Hence, those few core disciples did not look too highly upon him either. Such was their attitude towards Yin Long, not to mention Jian Wushuang. Stop right there. Xiaoheng's expression turned cold. It's not my wish to carry out a mission with an outer disciple, but this mission was assigned directly from the Divine Mystery Pavilion. Furthermore, the list of 6 has been confirmed. All 5 of us and that Jian Wushuang is on it. Who are we to change it? Besides, Jian Wushuang was handpicked by Elder Wujian to carry out the mission with us. Elder Wujian? The rest of the core disciples' hearts stirred a little. We have already heard that Elder Wujian gave his elder's token to an outer disciple. He even gave him a part of his elixirs and resources. Could that person be Jian Wushuang? It has to be him. Alright, so he used his status to give Jian Wushuang special privilege higher than core disciples. Now, he wants to let him gain some experiences, hence making us his companions. Who does Elder Wujian think we are? Are we bodyguards or escorts? The core disciples were rather angry. However angry as they were, they dared not say anything. After all, with Elder Wujian's status as an elder from the circle of elders, they were in no position to confront him, even if they were Narcissus Island's geniuses. Yin Long had brought Jian Wushuang over to their void as they were chatting. Senior brothers, this is junior brother Jian Wushuang. Yin Long introduced. Jian Wushuang, a pleasure to meet you. What brings you to find me? Jian Wushuang was showing quite a bit of humility as well. Xiaoheng gave Jian Wushuang a frosty glance. So, you are Jian Wushuang? Your hiding methods are pretty good, I can't even tell what realm you possess. Haha, merely parlor tricks. Jian Wushuang smiled mildly and immediately took the initiative to project his divine energy. As soon as he projected, Xiaoheng and the rest of the 5 core disciples felt uneasy. Middle stage chaotic realm. It is so. Asking us core disciples in Divine Demon Realm to carry out a mission with an outer disciple with only middle stage chaotic realm? Haha, Elder Wujian really has some imagination. What is this? They were very unhappy from the bottom of their hearts, and highly dissatisfied with the realm Jian Wushuang was in. In fact, they were lucky to have seen that. If they had met Jian Wushuang 2 months earlier, he would only be in the early stage chaotic realm. Coincidentally, Jian Wushuang had just reached another breakthrough fairly recently. Jian Wushuang, said Xiaoheng coldly. Normally, if he were to be a bit more polite, he should have called him junior brother Jian Wushuang. However, he addressed him only by his name. The 5 of us came here because of a mission assigned directly from the Divine Mystery Pavilion. They have named the 5 of us and you to carry out the mission. So come with us, said Xiaoheng directly. Mission? The Divine Mystery Pavilion assigned me to carry out a mission with 5 Divine Demon Realm Core disciples? Jian Wushuang's face changed and he even felt that the mission was rather odd. However, he soon realized that it was most probably Wujian's doing. So, he doesn't want me to be in tranquility and is forcing me to stand out. Jian Wushuang smiled. He could understand that. Wujian personally inducted him into Narcissus Island and gave him his Elder's Token, a treatment much more privileged than core disciples. Although Wujian did not break any rules on Narcissus Island, it did attract a lot of gossip behind him which created some pressure for Wujian himself. In a situation such as this, Wujian naturally hoped that Jian Wushuang could show a little of his true colors. However, Jian Wushuang had been lying low, which forced Wujian to think of such a method. Senior brother Xiaoheng, all of you came searching for junior brother Wushuang to carry out a mission with you. Yin Long was also surprised. He did not realize the reason why Xiaoheng and his company wanted to find Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, come with us, said Xiaoheng straightforwardly. Senior brother Xiaoheng, this is the first time junior brother Wushuang goes for a mission since he arrived at Narcissus Island. Would you mind giving him some time to prepare? Said Yin Long humbly. Prepare? What would a guy in the middle stage chaotic realm prepare for? Do you really mean that all 5 of us should stand here and wait for him? Xiaoheng's voice was icy cold. Yin Long's expression changed. There's no need to prepare, we can take off now. Jian Wushuang smiled. Junior brother Wushuang. Yin Long looked over. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Jian Wushuang mildly smiled and went off with Xiaoheng and the lot. Chapter 2374. Luogu Territory. He left Narcissus Island with the 5 core disciples and all 6 of them flew through the void together. Junior brothers, I can now tell you about the mission since we have left Narcissus Island, said Xiaoheng. The rest of them, including Jian Wushuang, were listening with full attentiveness. Just like Jian Wushuang, nobody knew anything about the mission. Xiaoheng only told the 4 core disciples that they were going on a mission together, but nothing about the mission details. This mission is rather unusual as it will be full of danger because it's located in Luogu Territory, said Xiaoheng solemnly. Luogu Territory? The 4 core disciples exclaimed in surprise. Even Jian Wushuang got slightly caught off guard when he heard Luogu Territory. Within the Wuxia Wilderness, there were many areas separated into counties with each covering a rather vast land. However, other than a few less accessible areas in the Wuxia Wilderness, there was only one area that was not separated by counties but simply called a territory. That area was Luogu Territory. Although it's called a territory, Luogu Territory was a rather small land area which was even smaller than a regular commandery and located within the Wuxia Wilderness. However, this small piece of land had a terrifyingly big reputation within the Wuxia Wilderness. Luogu Territory was infamous for its bloodshed and chaos. It was the most violent and chaotic place within Wuxia Wilderness. Various organized powers intertwined with each other in full complexity. Experts of many kinds, from lone wolves wanted by various sects and clans to extremely atrocious criminals with varying backgrounds, were all gathered there. It was a generally acknowledged no man's land. As long as one had the ability, he could do anything he wanted in Luogu Territory, and nobody could do anything about it. Even various top sects and clans in the Wuxia Wilderness, such as Narcissus Island and the Great Compassion sect, could not do much. You should all know what kind of place Luogu Territory is by now. I just wanted to tell all of you that it is a lawless place and they wouldn't hesitate to do what they want. While carrying out missions at other places, we could state our identities as core disciples of Narcissus Island when we run into danger, and people would usually give us face by going easy on us. However, that is not the case in Luogu territory at all. Many people in Luogu territory are desperate fugitives actively being pursued by various sects and clans. Therefore, if we expose ourselves as Narcissus Island disciples, it could further provoke their intentions to kill us, however they can. Xiao Hing continued after a short pause. Our mission is to rescue someone from Luogu territory. Rescue mission? Jian Wushuang was slightly surprised. Mu clan of Qinling, you have probably heard of them? Xiao Hung looked around. One of the core disciples immediately answered. Mu clan? I do. That's a big clan that carries a long legacy, and also one of the overlords of Wuxia Wilderness. Although they are not a sect but only a clan, the Mu clan of Qinling's foundation is definitely stronger than most regular sections. Even when compared to Narcissus Island, we're slightly stronger than them but not by much. Why? Is this mission related to the Mu clan? Xiao Hung nodded. Yes, it is. This mission is a favor for the Mu clan. The story can be traced back to more than 10 years ago, when their second miss was abducted by some mysterious experts and has disappeared since. Although the Mu clan did everything to investigate, they could not find any information about her. Time quickly flew by and everyone in the Mu clan assumed that the second miss had died. However, someone unexpectedly had seen her in Luogu territory not so long ago and brought the news to the Mu clan. Mu clan certainly took it seriously, but they had run into some internal issues and couldn't send experts over in a short time. Hence, they asked Narcissus Island for help. And what we need to do is to get to Luogu territory, find this Mu clan's second miss, and then bring her back to Narcissus Island. The 4 core disciples raised their eyebrows after hearing the story. That's it. Doesn't sound too difficult. Of course it isn't hard for us, but for some people, it's harder than reaching the heavens. At that point, the 4 core disciples nonchalantly took a glance at Jian Wushuang without hiding their feeling of disdain at all. Jian Wushuang did not care about how they perceived him at all, but he sensed that the mission was not as easy as they thought after listening to Xiao Hung's briefing. After all, if the mission was so easy that a few core disciples in the divine demon realm could handle, why would the Mu clan not send out their experts to do it? Even with the clan's internal issues taken out of consideration, as one of Wuxia Wilderness overlords who was almost comparable to Narcissus Island, sending out a few divine demon realm experts was nothing to them. However, the Mu clan refused to take matters in their own hands. Perhaps there was something fishy about it. Anyhow, let's get to Luogu territory and decide what to do when we see the so-called second Mississippi. Jian Wushuang smiled mildly. The 6 of them traveled at full speed and only arrived at Luogu territory after half a month. Luogu territory, though it was named a territory, its area was very small as it only consisted of 9 cities. Together, they were the infamous 9 cities of Luogu. The 9 cities of Luogu were each led by a top-tier expert. According to rumors, the weakest among the governors was a peak-stage divine demon who was leading an army of first- and second-class divine demons. As for third-class divine demons, there were countless of them. What it meant was that their city's power was comparable to some third- or second-tier sects in the Wuxia Wilderness. There were a total of 9 such cities in the Luogu territory. If they combined their forces, the total power of their experts in divine demon realm could even defeat the biggest sect in Wuxia Wilderness, Great Compassion Sect. Furthermore, it was said there were quite a few super experts hiding in Luogu territory with abilities that were above the divine demon realm. They were the actual players who were in charge of the Luogu territory. It was because of the existence of those hidden super experts and the powerful 9 cities that Luogu territory was feared by many sects of Wuxia Wilderness. They were the reason Luogu territory never ceased to survive. Without enough power, Luogu territory would have been stampeded out of existence by all the big sects in Wuxia Wilderness. Chapter 2375, 100 Flowers Tower, Qinshao City, one of the 9 cities of Luogu territory. 100 Flowers Tower was the most luxurious and busiest place in Xiangxiao City. It was always lit up, regardless of day or night. 100 Flowers Tower covered a large area, and yet it was always fully occupied by a massive number of practitioners, not less than 1,000 people. all of them gathered in groups of 2 or 3 with beautiful ladies as their drinking companions. There were female dancers dancing on the high stage in front. 100 Flowers Tower was a place of drinking and merrymaking for all the practitioners. A brothel would be how people from the mortal world would call it. I didn't expect this place to be so heated up. Xiaoheng, Jian Wushuang, and the rest of the group were also inside the tower. They took up a table while taking in the sight around them. It's quite normal. Luogu territory is known to be a messy place filled with outlaws of every sort. Naturally, there are many who are interested in sex, and the 100 Flowers Tower is the sort of place built to satisfy these people. From the looks of it, 100 Flowers Tower's annual income must be astronomical, said Xiaoheng. The second miss of the Mu clan that we're looking for, her real name is Mu Xiaoxiao. According to intelligence, she is right here in 100 Flowers Tower. Since she is here, does that mean she has become? One of the core disciples could not help but ask. However, he swallowed his last words. Xiaoheng frowned as well and answered, no matter what she has become, our mission here is to bring her back to the sect, and that's it. Of course, we need to locate her first. The core disciples nodded their heads. Right at that moment, gentlemen! A booming voice was resonating in every corner of 100 Flowers Tower with the help of divine power. All patrons in 100 Flowers Tower who were drinking, merrymaking, chatting and laughing suddenly quieted down. They moved their focus onto a woman wearing a silver robe in the middle of the tower. Gentlemen, we're reaching the most important part of the night. Miss Xiao is coming out soon, please keep your eyes open. The silver-robed lady smiled. As soon as she finished her speech, the entire tower was filled with continuously thunderous roars, excited screams, and frenzied shouts. Jian Wushuang and the rest sitting at the table noticed the atmosphere immediately changing into an extremely passionate one. Miss Xiao? Xiaoheng frowned and pointed at someone on the side. You come over! It was 100 Flowers Tower waiter dressed in black which Xiaoheng was pointed at. As soon as he heard him, the waiter flatteringly went over. Xiaoheng first took out a few elixir pills from his interspatial ring and passed them to the waiter in black. His eyes lit up when the latter took a glance at them. I wonder how can I be of service to you, young masters? The waiter smiled extremely respectfully. Let me ask you, who is that Miss Xiao the lady mentioned just now? Why did people all go nuts hearing her name? Asked Xiaoheng. The waiter in black laughed out loud. That's all you want to know? I see that it's your first time being in 100 Flowers Tower. It might even be your first time being in Qishao City. Otherwise, it's impossible that you've never heard of Miss Xiao. She is the #1 dancer in Luogu territory. She is also our centerpiece at 100 Flowers Tower. Every time Miss Xiao appears, she would attract countless practitioners to come, and there is no shortage of powerful ones or those with a deep background. Please look over there, gentlemen. Jian Wushuang and his company followed the direction that the waiter was pointing at, and immediately saw a beast-like man who was carrying a battle axe on his back. The beast-man occupied a table all by himself, and nobody dared to sit near him either. He was only drinking quietly, yet nobody seemed to have the guts to disturb him. First-class divine demon? He is unusually powerful too. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrunk slightly. He could tell with one glance that the beast-like man was an extremely powerful first-class divine demon. However, when it came to pressure, this man gave a bit more pressure than Wujian toward Jian Wushuang. His name is Qing Mo, an expert of great fame in the Luogu territory. His ability is among the top-tier first-class divine demons and is already very close to the level of the 9 cities' governors. Moreover, he is an extremely arrogant man. He doesn't like to befriend anyone. But since he saw Miss Xiao for the first time half a year ago, he has been sitting here daily, just to wait for Miss Xiao's appearance. He is simply sitting there and not interacting with anyone or even showing interest in other dancers and beauties here. He is a very strange one, said the waiter in black. Jian Wushuang, Xiaoheng, and the rest began to sigh secretly. Now look over there, look at that private room on the 2nd floor. There is a restriction for that room. You can't see the insides, but people there can clearly see everything outside. The one in that private room is the eldest young master of Qinshao City, whose father is the governor and a peak stage divine demon. And those gentlemen over there are from the Su clan, one of the 3 big clans of Qinshao City. The waiter in black kept on introducing them to the patrons who were major figures not only in Qinshao City but also in the entire Logu territory. All these people, they're here just for Miss Xiao, said the waiter. All these experts, with many of them being young masters of extremely huge backgrounds, are waiting like dogs, just for that Xiao? Is she really that special? Xiao Heng frowned. Whether she is that special, you'll see it in a moment. Oh, there she is, said the waiter in black. As he said that, Xiao Heng, Jian Wushuang, and the rest of their group looked ahead right away. The 100 Flowers Tower at that moment broke into a passionate roar. Countless practitioners had their eyes burning with fire and craze. All they could see right then was only one person. It was the woman who slowly floated down from the 2nd floor, like an angel in a painting. The woman was so slender and perfectly shaped that no one could find any flaws in her. The most stunning aspect was her aura. It was an unusually unique aura, the kind of charm that was bone deep. Every move she made could make one forever dream about her. She floated and landed on the high stage at the center. Only then did she slowly raise her head, but her face was covered with a veil and nobody could see her actual face. However, just the aura she projected and the way she moved could inspire the wildest fantasies in countless practitioners' minds. This woman. Xiao Heng looked quietly at the woman on the high stage and could only helplessly say, although her body and aura were flawless, her face is covered after all. I can't see her face. Besides, even if she is devastatingly beautiful, how is it possible that she could make so many practitioners go crazy about her? Chapter 2376. Drunk in the heart. Xiao Heng has to admit that the woman on stage was truly attractive, but to mesmerize so many practitioners and experts into going crazy over her, there must be something more to her. Oh, don't be hasty, just watch. The waiter in black smiled. After the momentary excitement, the entire 100 Flowers Tower quieted down. A pipa started ringing lightly as the woman in a veil started her dance on stage. Her figure was very enchanting and her dance was so beautiful it made people's hearts intoxicated. All of her moves were unforgettable. Every move she made was so perfect and flawless. Everyone's heartstrings were plucked with her every turn. Nobody could divert his eyesight away from her. Even her eyes, as if they could speak, were giving looks that could put everyone in an ecstatic state. 100 Flowers Tower was in dead silence. An absolute deadly silence, except for the continuous pipa music. Everybody had lost themselves and forgotten about everything. All that was left in their eyes and minds was the woman who was dancing like a butterfly on the high stage. Everyone was completely intoxicated by her perfect dance moves and were unable to pull themselves together. At Jian Wushuang's table, other than him, Xiao Heng and the rest of the court disciples could not help but stand up. Their eyes were deadlocked to the woman on the high stage. Their eyesights were completely attracted, and their expressions were idle. Not only them but everyone in the room. For example, the beast-like man who had a battle axe on his back. An honorable first-class divine demon like him could not help but to completely dumbfoundedly immerse himself at the moment. That moment went on for a very, very long time. Finally, the pipa sounded gradually faded away and the woman on the high stage slowly stopped her movements. As the music ended, everybody was still deeply submerged in the atmosphere, unable to snap out of it for a long time. The woman on stage bowed slightly while her extremely pretty, absolutely seductive, and lively eyes were scanning through everyone in the room. Anyone who had met her eyes would immediately fall into a passionate daze. Some tried to keep their demeanor, but their hearts were surging in waves. The beast-like man, Xiao Heng, and the rest were all like that. The woman was very satisfied. However, when her eyes scanned across Jian Wushuang, she felt slightly surprised. She noticed that there was no passion or craze in Jian Wushuang's eyes when he looked at her. He was not affected at all. This man is interesting. She looked at him for a split moment before immediately retracted her attention. She very soon turned around and went back to her room. Only when she had completely disappeared from everyone's sight that the 100 Flowers Tower began to resume its usual noisiness again. There were countless screams and shouts around the space, exclaiming the heavenly sight that they just witnessed. The woman's dancing was just too beautiful. Before that kind of dance posture, nobody could resist her seduction. "Gentlemen, what do you think?" The waiter in black who was standing next to Jian Wushuang's table asked with a smile. "Now I know why so many people are crazy about Miss Xiao. The dance was truly very beautiful," said Xiaoheng with his face clearly still mesmerized. Obviously, what he witnessed had fundamentally stunned him. There was even a trace of yearning and craze in him. It was the kind of yearning and craze towards that woman. Not only him but the other 4 core disciples as well. Only Jian Wushuang could still keep calm after watching such a dance. However, he had to admit that the woman's dancing was truly attractive and flawless. "Oh yes, where did Miss Xiao go?" asked Xiaoheng. The waiter smiled. "Back to her own room, of course. Miss Xiao is different from regular dancers. She doesn't usually show herself other than dancing once in a while. If you gentlemen would like to meet her, there's only one way to do it. You'll have to pay a small price, write a visitation request, and send it to her through our employees here in 100 Flowers Tower. As for the content, it's up to you what you want to write. We'll guarantee that Miss Xiao will be the only one who'll read it. It's up to Miss Xiao herself whether she wants to meet you after that. And if Miss Xiao agreed to meet you, you can make requests such as taking off her veil and see her face or perform a private dance for you. They're all allowed. Only to see her face or ask her to dance? Is that it?" One of the core disciples frowned. The waiter smiled. "Of course, what else is there to do? Let me remind you gentlemen that Miss Xiao is only a dancer, she only sells her art and not her body. This is the rule that nobody can break. There are countless experts in Logu territory who yearn to spend a night with Miss Xiao, but those are just wishful thinking as nobody could pull it off. Even if they're top-class experts or from a huge background, they couldn't ask for the impossible. Do know that Miss Xiao is the face of 100 Flowers Tower, and our ability is way above the 9 cities' governors. The master of 100 Flowers Tower is one of the few super experts that are hiding in Logu territory who are even stronger than those in Divine Demon Realm. Tell me, who would dare to push their luck here with a background such as his?" Xiaoheng and the others understood the situation while listening to that, but at the same time felt even crazier over Miss Xiao. Selling her art but not her body, that just made her even more attractive. "Gentlemen, would you like to send a visitation request?" asked the waiter in black. "Sure, of course, we will. But what's the small price for sending the visitation request?" asked Xiaoheng. "It's simple, just 10 golden spirit elixir," said the waiter in black. "What?" Xiaoheng and his company were stunned. Golden spirit elixir was an elixir pill that Divine Demon Realm experts used to upgrade their ability. It was quite an important item for them. Xiaoheng and the other Narcissus Island core disciples could merely receive 30 golden spirit elixir every year from the sect. However, it was the cost of sending a visitation request over here. It was hard to deny that was an expensive price to pay for a visitation request. It's true that it's a high price to pay, but even so there are so many people in Qishao City sending visitation requests non-stop, just to see Miss Xiao's beautiful face. However, there had only been a very few lucky ones who actually got to meet her. If you gentlemen wish to, you could give it a try." The waiter in black smiled. Chapter 2377. Miss Xiao. Xiaoheng and the 4 core disciples stared back and forth at each other. "If my guess is right, our target for this mission is probably this Miss Xiao. If we want to bring Miss Xiao back to Narcissus Island, we must find a way to contact her, and sending a visitation request is probably the only way." Xiaoheng spoke to the 4 core disciples while lowering his voice. "Yes, we can each contribute some golden spirit elixir pills to make a total of 10, said one of them. The few of them had reached an agreement very quickly. Throughout their discussion, they did not once ask for Jian Wushuang's opinion. It was until the moment for the contribution of golden spirit elixir that Xiaoheng looked over at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, we need 10 golden spirit elixir. Why don't you contribute 3? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. 3? I alone had to contribute 3 and the 5 of you only contribute 7? One of the court disciples angrily stared at him. What, are you not convinced? Kid, make sure you know your place here. If it wasn't for Elder Wujian, a mere outer disciple like you wouldn't be qualified to join the mission. Now we're asking you to contribute 3 pills. If you run into trouble in the future, we could help you a little, otherwise. Furthermore, don't think that I didn't know you could get a lot more resources than us core disciples because of Elder Wujian, even though you're an outer disciple. It's just 3 pills, you don't even need it for the chaotic realm. So, take it out already. The core disciples including Xiaoheng spoke in a forceful tone. Jian Wushuang's lips curved upwards after listening to what they had said and taken out 3 golden spirit elixir pills with the flip of his wrist. It's just 3 pills, here it is. At least you know your place, kid. Xiaoheng and the rest sneered. However, they did not know that Jian Wushuang was quietly sneering too. As soon as he received the mission, he had a feeling that it would not be a regular mission. There were no guarantees that they would not run into some big troubles. At this time, he was actually observing their attitude towards him to decide how to reciprocate. Now, all 5 core disciples were obviously treating him like dirt, even taking advantage of his resources. Therefore, if they really were in danger, he would not care about the sentiments of being under the same sect and would not be very gentlemanlike when he made his move. We have 10 golden spirit elixirs now. How should we send the visitation request? Xiaoheng once again summoned the waiter. You can just write down the things you want to say in a token, seal it, and give it to me. I will have someone pass it to Miss Xiao unscathed, said the waiter in black. Sure. Xiaoheng nodded, took out a token right away, wrote a word on it before sealing it, and passed it to the waiter together with 10 golden spirit elixirs. Please wait, gentlemen. You'll now submit your visitation request. The waiter in black went up to the 2nd floor with the request. Senior brother Xiaoheng, what did you write in the token? Asked one of the core disciples curiously. Just a very simple moo, said Xiaoheng. Moo? The core disciples paused before understanding right away. If Miss Xiao really was the Mu clan's second miss which they were looking for, she would then understand their visitation reasons and will probably meet them upon seeing the word Mu. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. 100 Flowers Tower was still extremely lively. Like Xiaoheng, a lot of practitioners had submitted their visitation requests with 10 golden spirit elixir pills as its price and were all waiting for her answer. Everybody was hoping the content of their visitation requests could move Miss Xiao into meeting them. At that moment, the waiter in black who submitted the visitation request for Xiaoheng came back to them. Gentlemen, Miss Xiao invites you to gather upstairs, said the smiling waiter. Oh? Xiaoheng's eyes lit up. The other 4 core disciples immediately became excited as well. They were excited not because they were finally meeting the target of their mission, but like everybody else in 100 Flowers Tower, they genuinely yearned to meet Miss Xiao alone or to watch her dance in close proximity. In fact, they were all conquered by Miss Xiao's dancing. Gentlemen, this way! The waiter in black led them upstairs. When the rest of the patrons saw them, they were all very disappointed. They all wished that Miss Xiao could meet them, but she obviously accepted some other people now. Sigh, let's go. Till next time! I've already submitted 9 times, but couldn't get through once. 9 times is nothing, I've submitted 13 times. The practitioners all left while cursing under their breaths. Everybody knew of Miss Xiao's rules as she would only accept 1 visitation each time. Now that Miss Xiao had chosen to meet Xiaoheng, they had no business staying back any longer. The 2nd floor, in a private room. The waiter in black led Xiaoheng and his group to the door of her room before signaling them to go in by themselves. Xiaoheng and his company, including Jian Wushuang, did not hesitate and stepped inside. The room was delicately decorated. There was a round table in the middle and a partition screen next to the table. Miss Xiao was sitting behind it at that moment. When Jian Wushuang and the rest entered the room. Xiaoli, you can go downstairs, instructed Xiao. Yes. The obedient maid next to her left immediately as well. There was no one else in the room other than the 6 people from Narcissus Island and Xiao. Xiao stood up slowly and walked out from the partition screen. Greetings, young masters. She bowed slightly. Miss Xiao, you don't need to be too courteous, said Xiao Heng immediately, clearly trying very hard to suppress his passion. Although that was their first meeting, Xiao Heng had already been completely conquered by this heavenly beauty. Miss Xiao has seen the visitation request that we've sent and even invited us here. I take that you've understood the reason we're here, said Xiao Heng humbly while acting as a sophisticated gentleman. Gentlemen, are you from my Mu clan family? Miss Xiao raised her head with her beautiful and attractive eyes. No, but we were sent by the Mu clan to bring Miss Xiao back, said Xiao Heng directly. So I guess the Mu clan has finally found me? Miss Xiao's body trembled as luminous tears discreetly gliding out of her eyes. Finally! Miss Xiao was trembling with excitement, giving the rest an impression of her gentleness and tenderness. Chapter 2378. The Formidable One. Seeing the changes in Miss Xiao's expression, Xiao Heng was touched as his affection for her rose from the bottom of his heart. Such feelings were understandable. According to the information they had received, Miss Xiao was abducted a long time ago. Approximately more than 10 years ago. No one knew how much a weak woman like her had suffered in the past 10 years, but they knew it must be no common suffering for her to make it to the preeminent spot that she was at the 100 Flowers Tower without a family. Miss Xiao, we will take you back to the Mu clan, said Xiao Heng. Miss Xiao shook her head repeatedly. And no, I can't go back. I can't go back. Masters, this might be the first time all of you came to the Qishao city or even to the Luogu territory, so you don't know how terrifying the 100 Flowers Tower is. Now that I am very useful to them, they'll never let me go. They'll never be able to leave. Humph, we don't need their consent to take you away. Xiao Heng sneered. The 4 core disciples that were seated next to him all had a cold and fearsome look. The 100 Flowers Tower might have an intimidating presence in the Luogu territory, as the hearsay was that they were backed by some powerhouse above the divine demon realm. However, Xiao Heng and his people were from Narcissus Island and were notably arrogant and imperious as they relied on their unshakable sect. The 100 Flowers Tower was just a nobody in their eyes. Miss Xiao, you can just come with us without worries. We'll definitely guarantee your safety and no one will be able to hurt you again, said Xiao Heng solemnly, and the fire in his eyes could no longer be hidden. The 4 core disciples next to him had the same thoughts, as they had been so enthralled by Miss Xiao that they were no longer bound by the sect's mission. Jian Wushuang noticed that, and his pupils shrank slightly. Although she didn't use any means, this woman's emanating subtle charm from within her is enough to mess up people's minds. No ordinary chaotic divine demon could withstand this kind of temptation, murmured Jian Wushuang. At least, people like Xiao Heng and his disciples were unable to resist her temptations. At times like these, let alone the 100 Flowers Tower, even if they were to face the Great Compassion sect, Xiao Heng and his people would have gone all out to help Miss Xiao to escape. Xiao is touched from the kindness shown by all of you masters, but the 100 Flowers Tower isn't to be taken lightly. There were people who wanted to rescue me. Some were even powerful and capable, but they were all trampled and killed by the 100 Flowers Tower's powerhouses in the end. Although all of you are skillful masters, I'm afraid it's still not enough to fight against the 100 Flowers Tower, said Miss Xiao. Xiao Heng and his people frowned. Miss Xiao pondered for a moment, and lifted her head again. If you really want to save me, there may be a chance. Miss Xiao, quickly tell us about it. Xiao Heng immediately looked over. It's as such. I've heard from the employees of 100 Flowers Tower that there will be a huge auction in Qishao City 10 days later. This large-scale auction will attract many powerful people. The powerful people in Qishao City will be attending the auction, including those from the divine demon realm of 100 Flowers Tower. Of all times, 100 Flowers Tower should be weakly guarded, and if masters act on that day, there might be a chance for success. Besides, I've lived here for so many years and I've made some friends. I can find a way to remove some of the strong guards. We'll have a greater chance of success if we work in collusion from both the inside and outside, said Miss Xiao. Both Xiaohing and the court disciples' eyes lit up. All right, that sounds like a plan. We'll do it 10 days later when the auction begins. We'll work in tandem with Miss Xiao to carry out the plan, said Xiaoheng before clasped both of his hands together. The 4 court disciples also nodded their heads in agreement. They all thought that the plan was feasible. In that case, Xiao will be here waiting for all of you masters to arrive after 10 days, said Miss Xiao softly with her soft and melodious voice, putting them in a trance. Miss Xiao, don't worry. It'll definitely take you away from here in 10 days' time, Xiaoheng promised. They went through the details. Xiaoheng and his people then left after getting some information about the guards of the 100 Flowers Tower from Miss Xiao. During their departure, Miss Xiao glanced at Jian Wushuang half-heartedly, and Jian Wushuang also returned her gaze. Both eyes met momentarily. The corner of Jian Wushuang's lips raised into a faint smile, and Miss Xiao caught the trace of banter in his smile. After Jian Wushuang, Xiaoheng, and the others left, Little Li, the maid who left, had returned to the room and walked up to Miss Xiao. Have you found out the identities of these people? Asked Miss Xiao casually, still looking so beautiful. I've found out that these 6 people are all from Narcissus Island. Among them, the 5 divine demon realms are all core disciples of Narcissus Island. The leader, Xiaoheng, is a genius, but still falls short compared with the 12 minor kings. Their strengths are just average. As for the last person, he is just an outer disciple of Narcissus Island and hasn't been long since he joined Narcissus Island. I haven't got any detailed information about him as he is just a chaotic realm. There's nothing you should worry about, said Little Li. Miss Xiao's gaze turned as she gave Little Li a sidelong glance. The gentleness in her eyes was long gone and chilliness took its place. No need to worry? I've told you to never underestimate the opponent, even if the other party is just a mortal, or even a baby. Once you take them lightly, it's very likely that you will be doomed in their hands. You'll remember your teachings, miss. Little Li shuddered and immediately lowered her head. Miss Xiao's gaze softened gradually. Let me tell you this, among the 6 people just now, the 5 core disciples of Narcissus Island, including Xiaoheng, are indeed just a bunch of fools. The chaotic realm that you overlooked is the most terrifying person. His mind is steady and has attained imperturbability. Other people, including some extremely powerful divine demon realms, even if they are first-class divine demons or peak divine demons, their minds will be affected to a certain extent as long as they stand before me. But he didn't, even for the slightest bit. I was secretly observing him. His mind was as calm as water since the beginning, and he was not shaken by the slightest. Such a person is scarce in the entire Wuxia wilderness. I even suspected that he is an old monster that has lived for hundreds of thousands of years in disguise, hiding his aura. Moreover, he gave away a dangerous kind of feeling when he stood in front of me, making me subconsciously think not to provoke him. How can I not be wary of such a person? Chapter 2379. Not an easy one. A cold sweat broke out profusely from Little Li as she stood aside, listening. She never thought that among the few people she met just now, the most inconspicuous person, someone that she said to ignore, turned out to be the most terrifying among all. He was so appalling that even Miss Xiao was fearful of him. She knew very well of Miss Xiao's capabilities. She could not fathom how abominably a person could be to leave a trace of fear in Miss Xiao, yet she almost dismissed his presence. 10 days later, these people from Narcissus Island will break into 100 Flowers Tower, and at that time, we will fully cooperate with them. I assume that you should know what to do, said Miss Xiao. I know what to do. Little Li nodded slightly. Go and prepare for it. You have to be more careful this time, Miss Xiao reminded. Yes. Little Li nodded again and immediately went away. Soon Miss Xiao was the only person left in the room. Her face was still covered with a veil, while her expression had somewhat returned to its calm and relaxed state. She casually sat down, looking charming and mesmerizing as usual with her every move. Interesting. It's been a long time since I met such an interesting person. After leaving Hundred Flowers Tower, Jian Wushuang and the others returned to the inn where they had stayed. In the room, Senior Brother Xiaoheng, I have already checked it out. It's exactly like what Miss Xiao said. There will indeed be a large auction at Qishao City in 10 days. It's estimated that more than 90% of the powerhouse in Qishao City will gather there, and Hundred Flower Tower will be much more empty and quiet than ever. A court disciple reported after walking in. Just as Miss Xiao said, our best time to act is 10 days later. Xiaoheng clasped his hands tightly. The other court disciples were also beaming in excitement. They had obviously made up their minds to act in 10 days' time. At that moment, Jian Wushuang's voice suddenly rang in their ears. Senior brothers, I have something to say. Jian Wushuang remained humble. He was just an outer disciple, which Xiaoheng and the others thought very little of him. They had never considered and bothered to ask about his opinions. They had never gotten Jian Wushuang's consent over the plan to barge into the Hundred Flowers Tower after 10 days. They had completely ignored the presence of Jian Wushuang since a long time ago, so it was normal. After all, in their eyes, Jian Wushuang was merely in the middle stage chaotic realm. He had a good relationship with Elder Wu Jian and was given a chance to participate in the mission. They never thought that he would be able to contribute much, more like someone that would drag their feet. Jian Wushuang, what do you want to say? Xiaoheng gave Jian Wushuang a contemptuous glance with an elevated and haughty posture. Jian Wushuang was not annoyed, but said instead, I would like to advise senior brothers about Miss Xiao. I think it is better to consider the rescue plan again, because Miss Xiao, she is not as innocent and simple as she seems to like. Xiaoheng yelled, Nonsense. Of course, Miss Xiao is not someone average. She is one of a kind in this world. I have never seen such a person throughout my years of cultivation journey thus far. Speaking of that, Xiaoheng's gazes became extremely enthusiastic, and so were the 4 disciples next to him. Miss Xiao had completely held them spellbound that all they wanted to do was to bring Miss Xiao out and away from the Hundred Flowers Tower. They were fearless, even if their lives were threatened. Moreover, all of them had a trace of desire in them, including Xiaoheng. They longed to possess Miss Xiao. They were willing to give their all and even to go through fire for that. Jian Wushuang, you don't have to take action in the mission 10 days later if you are cowardly and afraid. All you have to do is to help us with the movements lookout around the area from within the Hundred Flowers Tower. The 5 of us will handle the rest, said Xiaoheng. Yes, a chaotic realm like you can't help much. Stay in Hundred Flowers Tower and keep an eye on the surroundings for us. Don't you drag us down. The other 4 core disciples agreed. Jian Wushuang could only shake his head and helplessly smiled. All right, I've said what should be said and given my advice. If you insist on doing this, I can't stop you. Jian Wushuang murmured lightly. He gave his advice because Xiaoheng and the disciples were pupils from the same master like him, but they never took him seriously and kept looking down at him. So Jian Wushuang did not bother to say any more. Besides, Jian Wushuang didn't think highly of those 5 people and couldn't be bothered about their life and death. Go and get ready. 10 days later, we will leave here for the mission. You are allowed to move around freely during these 10 days, but be mindful not to stir up any trouble, said Xiaoheng. Yes. The core disciples nodded and then they were dismissed. We will only take action 10 days later, so I could go to that place in these 10 idle days. Qishao City was one of the 9 cities in Luogu territory, a place where many experts gathered. Not only there were many experts within the mansion of the city's governor, but they were also scattered elsewhere around the city. The magnificent mansion was suspended in the void, towering, grandiose, and daunting. There were only 3 to 4 mansions in the entire Qishao City that could float in the void, and all their owners were outstanding figures. Jian Wushuang arrived at the mansion whose owner's name was known only by a single word, Kun. People addressed him as Master Kun. He was recognized as the finest craft master in Luogu territory. His refinery skill was ranked at the top 3 even in the entire Wuxia wilderness. Is this the place? Jian Wushuang was dressed in a black robe and he wore a bamboo hat to hide his face while his aura was completely enshrouded. He walked right up to the entrance of the mansion, but he was stopped by someone immediately before he could enter. It was two mansion guards who stopped Jian Wushuang. Although they were only guards, their strength and skill had reached the level of a half-step divine demon realm. Merely a guard could achieve the level of half-step divine demon realm. It was not hard to imagine the skill of the experts in the mansion. Stop where you are. The two half-step divine demon realm guards stared hostilely at Jian Wushuang. Please bring a message that Jian you would like to see Master Kun. Jian Wushuang used the pseudonym of the previous sword slave Jian Yi. Jian Yi? The two guards ran the name quickly through their minds, but they had never heard of the name Jian Yi. Your Excellency, I don't know which force or family you belong to. In addition, please show your divine power, so we can bring the message to our master. Both half-step divine demon realm guards could not see through Jian Wushuang's technique, hence they were rather polite at the beginning. I don't belong to any force or family. I am just a lone ranger. As for my divine power, Jian Wushuang did not intend to hide it. He released his middle-stage chaotic realm divine power. And as soon as the guards noticed Jian Wushuang's divine power, their expressions instantly changed. Chapter 2380, A Formal Visit. Chaotic Realm? How dare a fellow Chaotic Realm come to see Master Kun? The eyes of both half-step divine demon realm guards were ablaze with fury. What a joke! Who does he think Master Kun is? He was the best craft master in Luogu territory. Even a governor of 9 cities was humbled before Master Kun. Even super experts who lived like mysteries hidden in the darkness and had surpassed the divine demon realm were happy to communicate with Master Kun on an equal footing. How could anyone meet someone like Master Kun as they wish? Under normal circumstances, even second-class divine demons or first-class divine demons had to wait a long time to see him. At times, Master Kun would refuse to meet any of them. That was how second-class and first-class divine demons were treated. How could a chaotic realm come over so bluntly and ask to see Master Kun? How could he be so confident? Leave! Get out of here or you will be killed! The two guards shouted angrily, and their strong god power was released towards Jian Wushuang. Indeed, Jian Wushuang, who was hiding under the bamboo hat, gave a weird smile. He had guessed that it would not be so easy for him to meet Master Kun, so he came prepared. At the mansion's entrance, the two half-step divine demon realm guards stood like two mountains, blocking Jian Wushuang's path. They would kill Jian Wushuang without hesitation if he dared to take a step forward. Jian Wushuang slowly stretched out a finger as his figure shook. Before the two half-step divine demon realm could react, Jian Wushuang was already back to his original place and state. Now, can you go and bring my message? Jian Wushuang's faint laughter came from under the bamboo hat. Both half-step divine demon realms were just about to get angry when they felt a tingling sensation on their cheeks. They stretched out their hands to touch their cheeks and felt blood. In an instant, the two half-step divine demon realm guards were terrified and cold sweat was dripping down their bodies. There was a small sword mark on each of their cheeks. The sword pierced through their skin and blood was dripping out from their wound. The crux was that they did not notice when it happened at all. Had Jian Wushuang not been merciful just then, are we dead now? Master! The two half-step divine demon realm guards became respectful towards Jian Wushuang immediately. There was a deep sense of horror in their eyes. Go tell Master Kun that I would like him to craft something extraordinary. If he refuses to see me, he would miss a big deal, said Jian Wushuang with a smile. Yes, Master. Please wait a moment, I will bring your message immediately. One of the black-armored guards immediately went into the mansion to deliver the message. The other person stood there trembling, and did not dare to look straight at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly while standing there quietly and waiting patiently. At the wide hall in the mansion, a bald elder in a black robe sat casually. Next to the bald elder was also a purple-robed middle-aged man. The purple-robed middle-aged man had an extremely powerful aura. He was a first-class divine demon. However, Even with his high status, he was somewhat careful with his behavior before the bald elder. Master Kun was only a second-class divine demon himself, but he had a reputable social status. Hence, first-class divine demons were inferior when facing him. "Master Kun, please help me out with this matter," said the purple-robed middle-aged man with a smile. "Mr. Su can rest assured. Since this matter was personally ordered by the governor of 8th Gene City, he'll go all out to work on it. I believe we can see results within 20 years, said the bald elder who was Master Kun with a smile. "Pleased to hear that, Master Kun. Raise half of the deposit, and the remaining half will be paid personally by the governor when it is done." The middle-aged man in purple robe handed over an interspatial ring. Master Kun took it and simply tapped it as the grin on his face grew wider. Well, Mr. Su. This is the first time we've met each other. Let's have a drink today." Master Kun was chatting happily with the purple-robed middle-aged man when the black-armored half-step divine demon realm guard walked in. "Master." The black-armored guard spoke respectfully. "What's the matter?" Master Kun looked down. "A Lone Ranger expert named Jianyi came and asked to see you. He also said that he would like you to craft something extraordinary. If you refused to see him, you would miss out on a big deal," said the black-armored guard. "Jianyi?" Master Kun frowned upon hearing the name. He had never come across an expert by the name of Jianyi all those years that he lived in Luogu territory. "I have never heard of Jianyi, not only within Luogu territory but also the entire Wushao wilderness. It seems like this person never existed. Master, Jianyi's cultivation level is only at middle stage chaotic realm," the black-armored guard explained. "Chaotic realm?" Master Kun's face turned cold suddenly and he scolded. "You came all the way to deliver a message for a chaotic realm just because he asked to see me? Do you think I have a lot of free time?" The black-armored guard was taken aback at the sudden change of atmosphere, but he continued immediately. "Master, I wasn't going to deliver the message at the beginning, but this person is indeed someone unusual. Although he is only a middle-stage chaotic realm, he managed to defeat me and another guard effortlessly. I believe he could have killed me and the other guard had he wanted to, yet we didn't even realize what he did to us. This person is terrorizing." "Oh?" Master Kun's face changed. The purple-robed middle-aged man also looked surprised. A chaotic realm that defeated or could even kill two half-step divine demon realms in an instant before both two half-step divine demon realms could even respond to the attack? That chaotic realm. "Are you sure that he is only a middle-stage chaotic realm?" asked Master Kun with a frown. "I'm sure. His divine power is indeed only at middle-stage chaotic realm, and he had never shown a power stronger than that since the beginning, but his swordsmanship and his command of laws were exceptional. It was a skill beyond the chaotic realm, and even surpassed the divine demon realm. Therefore, I don't think that he is someone ordinary, so I came in and told you," answered the black-armored guard solemnly. "Is that so?" Master Kun slightly nodded as his anger disappeared. "Master Kun, if this guard is telling the truth, I am 80% certain that person out there must be a top genius. Although he claims to be a Lone Ranger, he may be a super genius from some top sex, or he could have an old monster master. It's worth meeting a person like him," said the purple-robed middle-aged man. Master Kun nodded as he thought so too. "Go and get him." Chapter 2381 4th Grade Craft Master Soon, Jian Wushuang led by the black-armored guard came before Master Kun and the purple-robed middle-aged man. "Jianyi is pleased to meet Master Kun. I've heard of Master Kun's name for a long time." Jian Wushuang gave a slight bow and spoke politely. In fact, he had only heard of Master Kun after he arrived at Qishao City. "You're so humble. Please have a seat." Master Kun waved his hand. Jian Wushuang sat down on a chair nearby. Both Master Kun and the purple-robed middle-aged man had noticed Jian Wushuang's true cultivation the moment he stepped into the hall. Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was indeed outstanding, but his realm was too weak. He could disguise himself well before a half-step divine demon realm, but he fell short before a real, full-fledged divine demon realm, especially someone at a second-class divine demon realm. They could see clearly that Jian Wushuang indeed only possessed the cultivation level of middle-stage chaotic realm. Can a middle-stage chaotic realm really kill a half-step divine demon realm? Both Master Kun and the middle-aged man were thinking in their heads. I've never heard of your name. Who is your master? Asked Master Kun. Neither do I belong to any school nor any master, answered Jian Wushuang with a smile. He then stood up and said, Master Kun, truth to be told, I am here to ask for Master Kun's help in crafting a piece of treasure. Master Kun exchanged looks with the purple-robed middle-aged man before asking, What treasure is it? It's a life armor. Master Kun should know about it, said Jian Wushuang. Both Master Kun and the purple-robed middle-aged man were instantly moved when they heard of the life armor. It was a piece of treasure that represented a cultivator's life and effort. It could also grow together with the cultivator, unleashing his unlimited potentials. It required a large number of precious treasures and an exceptional craft master to make it. Wuxia Wilderness was just an unremarkable small place within the ancient god domain. It was an arduous task to craft a life armor here. Therefore, Master Kun was startled after knowing that Jian Wushuang was going to craft a life armor. I see. Do you want to craft the life armor for yourself or? Master Kun was curious. I want it for myself, Jian Wushuang replied straightforwardly. He was telling the truth. Among the 5 most powerful secret skills of the 7-star Black Sect, the 9 Sparkle Star Armor was an extremely powerful secret skill. Unfortunately, to cultivate this secret skill, one would need a life armor of his own. That was why Jian Wushuang was unable to get started with the secret skill until then. Back then in Anzhou Commandery, it was almost impossible for him to craft his life armor due to the limited resources available. After arriving at Narcissus Island, he took the opportunity to ask Elder Wujian if craft masters in Narcissus Island had the ability to craft a life armor, but he was again disappointed. He could only continue looking for other opportunities. In Qishao City within Luogu territory, he came to visit Master Kun right after hearing about his name. Do you know how hard it is to craft a life armor? Master Kun looked at Jian Wushuang. To craft a life armor, it does not only require a lot of rare and precious treasures. It also needs a cultivator's strong essence and blood, and an exceptional craft master. These 3 are indispensable. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. His expression was unperturbed. That is exactly why I come to you, Master Kun, today. I don't know if you have the ability to craft a life armor. Do you? Master Kun frowned. He pondered for a moment before saying, My little friend, truth to be told, you will need a minimum of a 4th-grade craft master to craft a life armor. Such a highly skilled craft master might be common in the entire ancient god domain. However, I believe there are not more than 3 in Wuxia Wilderness. Someone such as this is definitely a rare existence. There were a total of 9 grades of craft master in the ancient god domain. Yet a 4th-grade craft master was scarce in Wuxia Wilderness. My friend, Jian Yi, there are indeed no more than 3 craft masters who have reached the 4th grade in the entire Wuxia Wilderness, but Master Kun, who is standing in front of you now, happens to be one of them, said the purple-robed middle-aged man suddenly. Master Kun also gave a confident smile. In that case, Master Kun, will you craft this life armor? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. He was there to try his luck because he knew very well that it was an uphill task. Fortunately, he did not make the trip in vain. Although I have not been at the 4th grade for long, I am indeed a 4th-grade craft master. I have never tried making the life armor, so there is a high possibility to fail on the very first try. If you would like me to make the life armor, I am afraid that you will need to prepare more materials for me to work with, said Master Kun. I understand. What are the treasures needed for making a life armor? Asked Jian Wushuang. Master Kun thought in silence momentarily before speaking slowly. 4 portions of red sun secret essences, 5 red blood fruits, 2 drops of purple shimmer, 100 pieces of spectacular beast scales, and finally 10,000 caddies of celestial iron ore. Collect all these materials, and if your own essence and blood can meet the requirements, I promise to craft a life armor for you. Jian Wushuang was indifferent even after hearing what Master Kun said, but the purple-robed middle-aged man was completely astounded. He was shocked to hear the long list of materials listed down by Master Kun. Red sun secret essence, red blood fruit, purple shimmer, spectacular beast scales are all extremely rare treasures in Wuxia Wilderness, especially purple shimmer. There are perhaps only a total of 5 drops to be found in the entire Wuxia Wilderness, yet 3 drops were needed to make the life armor. As for celestial iron ore, some ordinary sects will keep some in storage. It was nothing too precious, but to gather 10,000 caddies was unheard of. Even if top sects such as the Great Compassionate sect tried to collect it, they might need a long time to gather up to 10,000 caddies. Is that all? Jian Wushuang raised his head and glanced at Master Kun. These are the only items needed, but these items are not easy to find. Well, it is difficult to find them in Wuxia Wilderness, my friend. Master Kun had not finished his sentence when he was disrupted. This is my message token. I will send you all the materials within 3 years. I will also prepare a generous gift for you as a reward, and I hope that I will have a life armor of my own. Jian Wushuang handed his message token to Master Kun. Then, he took a deep gaze at Master Kun before he turned and left. Chapter 2382. Got it. After Jian Wushuang left, Master Kun and the purple-robed middle-aged man in the hall had a strange look on their faces. Master Kun, do you think the young man was teasing you? Asked the purple-robed middle-aged man curiously. Any single item on the long list of precious treasures mentioned by Master Kun was enough to cause an uproar within the Wuxia Wilderness. But when Jian Wushuang heard about them, he remained a straight face as if they were nothing special. Master Kun shook his head. No. Someone from the middle stage chaotic realm wouldn't have the courage to tease me like that. Even if he dared to do so, I would be able to discover his flaws. I've lived for so many years and dare say that I'm rather accurate in judging someone. Despite his young age, the man gave me an ambiguous feeling when he stood before me just now. It was impossible for me to read him. Moreover, he was too calm just now, or I should say he was overconfident. That kind of confidence made me believe that it's possible for him to bring me those precious treasures within 3 years. Then again, those items are extremely rare. It might be possible to gather 1 or 2 of them. However, to collect all of them in such huge quantities. The purple-robed middle-aged man frowned. I don't have to worry about that. If he could bring me all those precious treasures, it'll help him make his life armor. I've nothing to lose if he fails. Master Kun smiled. That's true. The purple-robed middle-aged man understood it. Jian Wushuang's heart was heavy after leaving Master Kun's mansion. Red sun secret essence, red blood fruit, purple shimmer, spectacular beast scales, and celestial iron ore. Among all these items, I've only heard of the celestial iron ore, which is something extremely valuable. I can see from the expressions of the purple-robed middle-aged man that the other 4 items are also a rare find. I am afraid that it will not be easy for me to get all these items. Jian Wushuang mumbled under his breath. He knew very well that the life armor was not something easy to make. In his eternal chaotic world's previous life, Emperor Bai was able to make a life armor because the eternal chaotic world had many valuables that were left behind since the ancient times. Many precious treasures could be found from the ancient battlefields, so it was possible for Emperor Bai to gather those treasures. As for the craft master, Jian Wushuang was guessing that Emperor Bai might have asked Master Xuanyi to do it. Nonetheless, it was really difficult to find those treasures in Wuxia Wilderness. Not to worry. I might not be able to find them now, but as long as my power is restored to its peak, I could do as I wish in Wuxia Wilderness. It should be a lot easier to find those treasures at that time, Jian Wushuang murmured. The reason he told Master Kun that he would bring those treasures in 3 years' time was that he knew that his power would be restored to its peak after 3 years. Once his power was restored, and if he could not get his hands on those treasures, he would leave Wuxia Wilderness, never having to deal with Master Kun ever again. Once I have the life armor, I can cultivate the 9 sparkle star armor. At that time, my power will level up. Unfortunately, you'll have to wait. After that day, Jian Wuxuang spent his time in the inn where he lived. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, it was the day when the large auction in Qishao City was held. Countless experts in Qishao City had made their ways to the auction. As for the 100-flower tower, it was a little deserted as compared to its merry atmosphere on usual days. Xiao Hing and his people were ready to carry out their plan. Suspended in the void outside 100-flower tower, Xiao Hing and his people, including Jian Wuxuang, carefully converged their auras. According to what is expected, the 100 Flowers Tower is weakly guarded today. The second-class divine demons who usually guard 100 Flowers Tower have gone to the auction. Ms. Xiao had lured the first-class divine demon that was hidden in 100 Flowers Tower away. In other words, 100 Flowers Tower was left with only some ordinary third-class divine demons and chaotic realms. Xiao Heng stared at the 100 Flowers Tower in the distance, and his eyes could not contain his excitement. I suppose Miss Xiao is ready for us now. Let's do this. Xiao Heng reached an agreement with the 4 core disciples. Xiao Heng turned to look at Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang, your task is to stay here and be on the lookout for us. If something happens or some experts come our way, you will have to alert me immediately. Understood. Jian Wuxuang smiled faintly. Xiao Heng and the disciples thought very little of him, hence only made him a watchman, which so happened that he was not keen to participate in their activities. Let's go. Xiao Heng waved his hand and the 5 core disciples from Narcissus Island advanced towards 100 Flowers Tower, whereas Jian Wuxuang stood in the void quietly watching. He shook his head when he saw that Xiao Heng and others cautiously snuck into 100 Flowers Tower. These core disciples of Narcissus Island are still too young after all. How can this task be as simple as they thought? Although he was cognizant, he chose not to say much and just do what he was told. It did not take long for 100 Flowers Tower to be in a ruckus, and at the same time a surge of divine power effluxed from within. It seems like the fight has begun. Jian Wuxuang was watching with interest. There were constant roars and tumultuous coming from the 100 Flowers Tower. Although the tower was left with no first-class and second-class divine demons, it never lacked ordinary third-class divine demons which were enough to bring great resistance against Xiao Heng and his people. Besides that, experts that scattered all over Qishao City would soon be aware of the scuffle in 100 Flowers Tower and made their way back to the tower, hence Xiao Heng and the other disciples were left with a short window of time to act. However simple-minded Xiao Heng and the other disciples were, they were competent core disciples of Narcissus Island and were skillful in combat despite being only in third-class divine demons. They were top-tier third-class divine demons, especially Xiao Heng. When Xiao Heng went all out with his powers, he was comparable to an ordinary second-class divine demons. Not long after, the 5 of them worked hand in hand. Swoosh! 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 The 5 figures came dashing out from 100 Flowers Tower and frantically headed towards the outer city. Jian Wuxuang, hurry up! Xiao Heng sent a message to Jian Wuxuang. Looks like they've made it. Not too bad after all. Jian Wuxuang grinned while his figure floated away to the outer city. Shortly after Xiao Heng and others left 100 Flowers Tower, a large group of figures emerged behind them from the tower. How dare these people abduct someone from my 100 Flowers Tower? Go after and kill them all. Be careful. Miss Xiao is still in their hands. A swarm of figures frantically went after Xiao Heng and the others. Chapter 2383, Mu Clan. It was late at night, the moonlight dimmed. In a jungle far away from Qishao City, Xiao Heng and the 4 core disciples of Narcissus Island sat on the ground, convalescing their divine power after the fight. They all looked tired. It was nothing to break into 100 Flowers Tower, fight against the experts, and save Miss Xiao, then escaping from the tower. However, they were chased after by a huge group of pursuant who wanted their lives. They fled from Qishao City all the way to where they were while having gone through several obstacles and hard battles along the way. They even fought against second-class divine demons, but fortunately, they managed to escape. Finally, we have dumped those people. There was a glimmer of hope on Xiao Heng's face as he instinctively darted a look at the veiled woman beside him. Miss Xiao was wearing an ordinary tight-fitting robe that accentuated her perfect figure. The moonlight created a mysterious effect on her which made her appear even more attractive. She stood there quietly, not saying a word. Xiao Heng involuntarily swallowed a gulp of saliva and at the same time was relieved. Although they encountered a lot of troubles today, they succeeded in rescuing the beauty. Suddenly, a slight cracking sound emerged. Who was that? All 5 of the Xiao Heng's party abruptly stood up in vigilance. Brothers, it's me. Jian Wushuang's figure appeared in front of the 5 along with his laughter. Jian Wushuang? Xiao Heng glanced over at Jian Wushuang. Back at Qishao City, the 5 of them took Miss Xiao and fled the scene. They had sent a message to Jian Wushuang and told him to leave quickly, but did not travel together. Little had they expected that Jian Wushuang would catch up with them. Miss Xiao. Jian Wushuang peeked at Miss Xiao. That is very polite of you. Miss Xiao was being lovely as usual. Well, now that we have rescued Miss Xiao and escaped from the charging parties, let us all get some rest and recuperate before returning to Narcissus Island, said Xiao Heng. The 4 core disciples became relaxed. However, Jian Wushuang shook his head in disagreement. Brothers, I'm afraid that things aren't as simple as what you think. What do you mean? Xiao Heng questioned in a deep voice that was seemingly unhappy. Don't you think that things were progressing too smoothly? Asked Jian Wushuang while still smiling. Xiao Heng sneered. Too smooth? You weren't with us and had no idea how dangerous the situations were just then. Of course, you thought that it went on smoothly. That's right. It was easy for you to say. If you were with us just now, I'm afraid you would have died. A core disciple next to him jeered. Jian Wushuang raised his brows. In fact, he was close behind Xiao Heng and the others and saw what they had been through. They were in a fair bit of trouble, but it was a far cry from real danger, as things were going rather smoothly. Then again, he had done his part to remind them. He could not be bothered if Xiao Heng and the rest took his words lightly. Someone is coming, Jian Wushuang suddenly announced. Huh! Xiao Heng and the others were on their toes. At the same time, their soul powers had allowed them to sense the massive aura appearing in the void near them. There are a lot of people and they're here for us. Xiao Heng's expression changed almost instantly. Just as he wanted to retreat, the opponents were already moving at top speeds and appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! 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 There were more than a dozen figures appeared before them. Those people's auras and powers were intimidating. Among the dozen people, there were powerhouses beyond the divine demon realm, with 4 being second-class divine demons. Damn it! We're in deep sh*T. How could this be? Haven't we dumped those pursuing troops from 100 Flowers Tower? Xiao Heng and the 4 core disciples' faces became extremely ugly. The 5 of them were powerful nonetheless, but they had no chance against the strong lineup of 4 second-class divine demons and a dozen of third-class divine demons. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes as he studied the group of experts surrounding them. These people are not from the 100 Flowers Tower. Jian Wushuang was tailing the Xiao Heng's group. He knew for sure that they had escaped the pursuing troops from 100 Flowers Tower. The ones that appeared before them. Fellow friends from Narcissus Island, don't worry. We're from the Mu clan. A clear and crisp voice came from the mouth of a second-class divine demon. He was an elder with white hair. The old man had a rattled look with seemingly cloudy eyes and a gentle smile. Mu clan? Xiao Heng was relieved and was soon overcome with joy. We came with orders from the Mu clan head to bring the second miss home. This is a token from the Mu clan. You can have a look at it. The white-haired old man threw a token toward their direction. Xiao Heng took it and examined it carefully before nodding. It's indeed a token from the Mu clan. Why do you need Narcissus Island to carry out the rescue mission if the Mu clan had sent such a strong party over? I'm unable to explain the reasons to you. In short, now that we are here, we'll be responsible for the safety of the second Mississippi. All of you can return to Narcissus Island, said the white-haired old man. Xiao Heng and the other core disciples exchanged looks of hesitation. If they had rescued an ordinary person, they would happily hand that person to the Mu clan and return to Narcissus Island. However, the one that they had just rescued was none other than the beautiful Miss Xiao, who had completely captured the hearts of Xiao Heng and the 4 core disciples. The group of 5 were reluctant to leave Miss Xiao. Your Excellency, how about this? Let us join your group to the Mu's residence. My brothers and I'll leave as soon as we see that Miss Xiao had safely stepped into the Mu's residence, Xiao Heng suggested. That might not be feasible. I think you should just return to Narcissus Island. The white-haired old man kept a smile on his face. Xiao Heng could sense that something was wrong. Not only did those people from the Mu clan appear strangely out of nowhere, they even insisted on escorting Miss Xiao and refused the company of Xiao Heng's group, hence raising his suspicions. You are not from the Mu clan! Xiao Heng roared. The 4 core disciples immediately took out their weapons and stood ready. Jian Wushuang shook his head when he heard Xiao Heng. I think you are wrong. These people are indeed from the Mu clan. However, if I'm not wrong, they aren't here to bring Miss Xiao home. Instead, they're here to make sure Miss Xiao will never return to the Mu's residence. What? Xiao Heng's face changed. Are they here to kill Miss Xiao? Jian Wushuang glanced at Miss Xiao, who was next to him, and was certain that he got it right when he noticed the chilliness in her eyes. Chapter 2384 Huge Changes. How could this be right? Isn't Miss Xiao the second Miss of the Mu clan? Xiao Heng and the 4 core disciples were in disbelief. This world isn't as simple as you think. Jian Wushuang chuckled. He had lived for nearly 100,000 years in his previous life and had been through the thick and thin of life. He had experienced all kinds of conspiracies, overt and covert fights. He was not surprised to see what was going on with the Mu clan. The space-time is sealed. It seems that you came well prepared. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. The space-time was sealed? Xiao Heng and other disciples were shocked. They took out their message tokens immediately to transmit a message to their high-ups in Narcissus Island and realized their message could not be sent out. The space-time was sealed. In his previous life, eternal chaotic world space-time was so weak that some chaotic realms could easily seal time-space. The same could not be said in ancient God domain. Under the Heavenway's will, space-time was strictly controlled. One must either be an expert of space-time law or apply a formation skill to seal space-time. The Mu clan was obviously using the latter, which was the power of a formation skill. What a pity! If you make a move just now, there would not be any trouble at all. However, you've made the wrong decision and chose to remain here. The gentle smile on the white-haired old man's face had completely receded and was replaced by endless iciness. Initially, we thought of merely using the forces of Narcissus Island to our advantage. We had never planned to go against you people, but things have changed now. The white-haired old man was murmuring to himself. Even a stupid person would have known their intentions by now. So, the Mu clan was merely using Narcissus Island to save Miss Xiao? Your real intention is to put her to death. Xiao Heng's voice was cold. The white-haired old man snorted coldly. Humph! A lowly servant gave birth to her. How dare she think she could have a place in the Mu clan? Dream on! She should have died more than 10 years ago. For some reason, she was lucky. The people in the 100 Flowers Tower didn't kill her. Instead, they kept her, and she gradually rose to fame. It wasn't until recently that the Mu clan learned that she is still alive. Since we have received such news, we have to find a way to completely wipe her out. After all, she is the second Miss of the Mu clan, and we can't overtly get rid of her. We had to pretend to want to rescue her, and get help from Narcissus Island. She only has one final ending, which is of course death. It's just a pity that you, fellow core disciples from Narcissus Island, are going with her. Xiao Heng and his group of people were furious to hear about that. They had finally understood the conspiracies. The Mu clan never intended to rescue the second Mississippi. They wanted to secretly get rid of her. The rescue mission was just a facade. Miss Xiao, don't worry. We will not allow the Mu clan to hurt you one bit. Xiao Heng placed himself in front of Miss Xiao with his face flushed in anger. The 4 core disciples followed suit. You're looking for trouble. The white-haired old man smiled wryly. He ordered as he waved his hand. Kill them! Boom! A dozen tyrannical auras simultaneously erupted. Besides the white-haired old man, the rest of the dozen experts from Mu clan had started fighting. A gush of divine power oppressed Xiao Heng and his people, rendering them unable to catch a breath. Protect Miss Xiao! Xiao Heng roared. His strength and power completely exploded, and he immediately wielded it against the Mu clan's expert in front of him. The 4 core disciples had also gone crazy. With space-time being sealed, their messages could not be transmitted at all, hence it was almost impossible to escape. They could only fight with all their might for a survival chance. Go! GOL! Go! Even if I had to die, I won't let you hurt Miss Xiao! Xiao Heng and the other disciples were completely crazy and desperate. Brothers, take the goo blood elixir! Xiao Heng yelled while being engrossed in the fight before a pill appeared in his hand and he swallowed it. The 4 core disciples looked determined. They also took out the same pill and swallowed it. The goo blood elixir was a kind of pill that could boost one's divine power in a short period of time. The downside was that it carried a severe side effect. As soon as the pill's effect wore out, one would fall into a period of weakness and needed a month or 2 to recuperate. The pill was given to the core disciples of Narcissus Island to save their lives. Each core disciple was given one such pill and they could use it at a critical juncture. The group of 5 had taken the goo blood elixir. Even though they were only third-class divine demons, their combat power became terrifying as the elixir's effect kicked in. The 4 core disciples almost reached the level of second-class divine demons. The strongest of them, Xiao Heng, had spectacular swordsmanship. With the elixir's help, he was at an advantage even when fighting single-handedly against 2 second-class divine demons. The other 4 core disciples also used various skills to set up obstacles for the Mu clan's expert, stopping them from approaching. Jian Wushuang, take Miss Xiao away while we fight these Mu clan's experts. Xiao Heng barked out the order. He had no other choice but to place his hope on Jian Wushuang. After all, he and the 4 core disciples had given their best to parry off the attacks from Mu clan's experts. Only Jian Wushuang was able to freely move around and was the only hope in taking Miss Xiao away. Jian Wushuang, take Miss Xiao away now! The 4 core disciples were also screaming on top of their lungs. Hearing those distraught voices, Jian Wushuang shook his head but did not move at all. How stupid! This woman has bewitched them such that they are willing to sacrifice everything for her, even their own lives. Is it really worth it? Jian Wushuang sneered as he peered at Miss Xiao who was next to him. Miss Xiao was still covered with a veil, but she was shaking in fear. She looked all frightened and in trepidation, causing many to want to protect her at the sight of her fearfulness. Miss Xiao, what do you think after seeing all my senior brothers who had fallen head over heels for you to the point of will to sacrifice their lives to protect you? Asked Jian Wushuang with a smile. Master, what do you mean? Miss Xiao met his gaze with a hint of mockery in her eyes. It was a different emotion from the fear she displayed a while ago. Chapter 2385. Have mercy! The battle persisted with incredible intensity. Xiao Heng and the 4 core disciples were in a craze, trying all they could to keep away Mu clan's experts. They did their best to buy time for Jian Wushuang and Miss Xiao. However, neither Jian Wushuang nor Miss Xiao made a move under such a situation. In fact, they were still interacting casually. Miss Xiao, you should be able to tell by now that Narcissus Island has no special relationship with Mu clan. It was purely Mu Chan's plan to use us. Now they even want to make all of us stay, said Jian Wushuang. Young master, what exactly are you trying to say? Said Miss Xiao calmly. What I want to say is that Narcissus Island and Mu clan have nothing to do with each other, So I beg you to have mercy later, said Jian Wushuang, having a deeper meaning behind his words. Ms. Xiao's beautiful eyes were shining with surprise after hearing his words. Ms. Xiao said slowly only after a while, For me to show mercy isn't out of the question, but I'll have to see if you're worthy. What would you like to have in return? Asked Jian Wushuang calmly. These Mu clan members really annoy me, said Miss Xiao with sheer lightness. Understood, Miss Xiao. Just watch, said Jian Wushuang. They did not hide their conversation, since even if people heard them, nobody would understand what they talked about. However, Xiao Hing and his company were already furious. Jian Wushuang, what the hell are you waiting for? Move it! Those words came from Xiao Hing as a roar. He and the four-cord disciples took Gu blood elixir, but the efficacy would not last long. They were thinking of trying their best to buy some time for Jian Wushuang and Miss Xiao, but not only had Jian Wushuang not made a move, he even started casually chatting with her. They were naturally furious about that, so mad that they felt like vomiting blood. However, right at that moment, Jian Wushuang slowly turned around and took a glance at those Mu clan experts. Blood Mountain sword had already appeared in his hand with a flip of his wrist. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang moved. He moved in a flash like a phantom, almost like a wind blowing by, not leaving a trace in the void. Xiao Heng and his company were staring at Jian Wushuang and Miss Xiao, thus naturally saw that. That speed! Xiao Heng and the four-cord disciples were all stunned. Too fast, that speed was way too fast. It was unimaginable. Was a speed like that initiated by Jian Wushuang, whom they scorned? How was that possible? Before they could react, ripples formed in the void with a deep ringing sound. Coming directly after that was the shadow of a sword. It seemed regular and calm, almost strengthless. However, it was that sword shadow which attracted everyone in the battlefield as soon as it appeared, including the white-haired old man and Miss Xiao. Everybody stared straight at the sword shadow. It was too beautiful. So beautiful it was intoxicating. Whoosh! The sword shadow slashed across the void, only gradually dissolving after a while. When it landed on the ground, a figure appeared with it. That figure was Jian Wushuang. It's him! That kid, what's he doing? The sword shadow just now was his doing? Xiao Heng and the four-cord disciples were quite dumbfounded, unable to snap out of it. The faces of Mu clan's experts were showing amazement too. That one move from Jian Wushuang was truly beautiful and magnificent. It was hard to imagine someone in the chaotic realm performed such a move. However, what was the use if the swordplay was merely visually beautiful? Just as everyone was wondering. Chop! 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 A total of 6 heads flew. Their owners were none other than the 6 divine demon experts of Mu clan. Although their heads flew off, their eyes were still puzzled by the sight they witnessed. While their consciousness was fading, up to the moment they died, they still could not figure out how it all happened. At the same time, the frozen headless torsos directly fell downwards. The surroundings became silent at that moment. Both parties which were fighting just moments ago collectively stopped battling, and multiple pairs of stunned eyes looked over at Jian Wushuang. This. Xiao Heng's lips trembled when he spoke. The other four-cord disciples were also dumbfounded. Just one strike. It was just one perfectly gorgeous and magnificent strike. They thought it was only visually stunning, but the result was the fall of 6 divine demons from Mu clan. How is this possible? A scream finally exploded. Not only the experts of Mu clan but Xiao Heng and the four-cord disciples were also completely blown away. Jian Wushuang was only a middle-stage chaotic realm and outer disciple of Narcissus Island. Just because of his special relationship with Elder Wujian, was just slightly special, that none in Xiao Heng's group thought much about him. In the current mission, Jian Wushuang had expressed his slightly different views and opinions, but nobody ever paid any attention to what he said. They made decisions on their own without running them by Jian Wushuang because, in their minds, he was a good-for-nothing. However, Jian Wushuang then made his move. With just one strike of his sword, he slaughtered 6 third-class divine demons. What level of ability was that? Not bad. Miss Xiao, who was standing in the middle of the battlefield while being protected by Xiao Heng and his men in a circle, had her eyes shining in amazement. After killing 6 third-class divine demons with Cutting Snow's first form, Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up as his figure moved, showing his insights towards space-time law. 2 space-time shadows appeared in the void, made a weird jump, and Jian Wushuang was already next to the second-class divine demon of Mu clan. This speed? No! The second-class divine demon of Mu clan was startled but immediately adjusted himself. Second-class divine demon isn't as easy to kill as first-class. Jian Wushuang smiled in his mind. However, the stellar strength that had already merged into his entire body rose in a split second. 7 Stars Secret Skills Scroll 1, Activate. Ring! Blood Mountain Sword stabbed forward. It was a straightforward strike, but carrying tremendous samsara strength. This form was called Samsara Empty Strike. The sword shadow was blurry and stabbed directly at the second-class divine demon right in front of him. Chapter 2386. Kill them all. The second-class divine demon, who held a large hammer, immediately counterattacked with a backhand. Seeing the hammer almost hitting the sword shadow, the second-class divine demon's expression suddenly froze. How is that possible? I clearly blocked him. With a face full of puzzlement, his eyes grew dimmer. A second-class divine demon was killed with 1 strike as well. Continue! Jian Wushuang smiled plainly and continued attacking the Mu clan experts around him. His frightening sword skills and speed were in full bloom. No! Watch out! Watch his sword! The Mu clan experts all looked fearful, even for second-class divine demons. Jian Wushuang's sword skills were too terrifying. The white-haired old man who was standing nearby could no longer stay still. Stop, kid! He roared as his energy expanded, and white hair was blown midair. The white-haired old man was also a second-class divine demon, but the energy projected from his body was more powerful than the rest. He was probably at the peak of second-class divine demon, only a short step away from first-class divine demon. Under the explosion of his energy, he dashed at Jian Wushuang like a giant prehistoric creature. This guy's pretty strong. Jian Wushuang took 1 glance at the white-haired old man. A surging divine power started to concentrate behind his body in the next moment. In the blink of an eye, a 300-meter divine god's shadow formed out of thin air. The first of 7-star Black Sex 5 secret skills, Divine God of Punishment, had been displayed. The 7-star secret skill Divine God of Punishment had been fully activated and Jian Wushuang attacked using his maximum strength. Die, kid! Like an infuriated lion, the white-haired old man looked absolutely ferocious with his pair of fiery red fighting gloves appearing as if his hands were burning. I'm afraid you would be the one to die. Jian Wushuang sneered and with a few dashes, suddenly appeared in front of the old man. They immediately made their moves at the same time. Jian Wushuang was holding the Blood Mountain sword engulfed in formless sword intent while using the Xian Luo's sword principle. The white-haired old man was extremely vicious with his pair of huge fists, smashing down. Bam! 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 Continuous collision sounds bursting out with divine power sweeping outwards with every hit. Both of them had used their maximum strength. In the blink of an eye, they had already clashed head-to-head more than 10 times. Finally, there was a snapping noise. Unable to withstand the impacts, the white-haired old man's fiery red fighting gloves exploded after clashing with Blood Mountain sword over and over again. What? The old man was stunned. However, Jian Wushuang did not give him any room to breathe. A blurry sword shadow swept outwards, forming ripples within the void wherever it passed by. The whole environment froze. The white-haired old man seemed lost, while the blurry sword shadow had already sliced through his throat. A large head flew off. First-class divine demon strength? The white-haired old man still could not believe it before he died. It was true that a few months before, when he was in Anzhou Commandery, Jian Wushuang was still merely at the early stage chaotic realm. However, when he gave his all, his battle strength had already reached the level of second-class divine demon, and even the top among its kind. At that time, he confronted Xiang Yi and Qian Yuan, two powerful second-class divine demon, and came to a tie. He even had a slight advantage. Now that a few months had passed, he had been promoted from early stage to middle stage chaotic realm. His law insights and understanding of the sword had also improved a bit. His battle strength was much stronger than before. He truly possessed the battle strength of a first-class divine demon. Hence, he was able to slaughter those third-class divine demons and kill the second-class divine demon with one strike using his own sword form. Even when fighting the white-haired old man, as soon as they fought head-to-head, Jian Wushuang could still cut him down with his sword form. When the old man died, the rest of the Mu clan experts were shaken to the core. "Run! Let's get out of here! Even Elder Mu Chiu was so easily killed by him, and looks like none of us are capable of confronting him. Let's run!" The experts from Mu clan started to disperse in a frenzy. However, although they wanted to escape, Jian Wushuang did not let them. "All of these people should just die!" Jian Wushuang's intention to kill was surging. He had not much enmity towards Mu clan, hence from a personal standpoint, there was no need to kill all the Mu clan experts. However, the situation did not allow him to have mercy because Miss Xiao wanted these Mu clan men to die. Swoop! Jian Wushuang's insight on space-time law had completely exploded. Space-time shadows kept flashing in the void as his speed had gone up to an extreme as well. Xiaoheng and the four core disciples from Narcissus Island were at a loss standing there. They could see Jian Wushuang's figure in the void flashing, shifting, and appearing non-stop. Every time he appeared, he was at a different place followed by his sword striking down. Every strike guaranteed the death of a Mu clan expert. There were 2 second-class and 8 third-class divine demons from Mu clan left. However, they were no different from ants in Jian Wushuang's hands. After a stream of continuous flashes, within 2 breaths' time, Jian Wushuang finally stopped. At that moment, what Xiaoheng and the rest could see were corpses all over the ground with blood splattered everywhere. Mu clan's experts had all turned into lifeless bodies, laying on the ground, while Jian Wushuang was standing tall without a scratch. "Dead? Mu clan's experts are all dead!" Xiaoheng and the core disciples exclaimed before becoming completely speechless. Their eyes were locked on Jian Wushuang with an indescribable shock in it. It was like looking at Death himself, who slaughtered second-class and third-class divine demons like farm animals. They wondered if he was really the same person who came to carry out the mission with them. The one that they did not particularly care for and was merely an outer disciple on Narcissus Island, Jian Wushuang? Was he really only at Chaotic Realm? Jian Wushuang. Xiaoheng trembled. He wanted to say something but paused when the words were on the tip of his tongue. He simply did not know what he should be saying. However, Jian Wushuang did not pay attention to him either. After slaughtering the Mu clan experts, he shifted his figure and went back to Miss Xiao. "Miss Xiao, I'm wondering if you're satisfied with the sight before you?" Jian Wushuang smiles. "Not too shabby." Miss Xiao nodded slightly while looking at Jian Wushuang strangely. "I've cleaned up those people from Mu clan, but I can't do anything about the few left," said Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2387, by Tao of 9 Stars Palace. "I have cleaned up the people from Mu clan, but I can't do anything about the few left." Jian Wushuang clearly sounded a little helpless. As for Xiaoheng and the core disciples, they were simply lost. They had no idea what Jian Wushuang and Miss Xiao were talking about. Jian Wushuang asked Miss Xiao if she was satisfied? Why ask such a question? And what about the few left that Jian Wushuang mentioned? Who else was there at that moment other than them? Just as Xiaoheng and his group were puzzled. Whoosh! 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 3 figures suddenly appeared next to them without any premonition. They were 2 men and a woman. The leader was a handsome young man with black hair. "This is..." Xiaoheng and his group looked over. Their faces changed as soon as they saw them. Although there were only 3 of them, the divine power they emitted was so strong and overpowering. Apparently, they were the 3 big first-class divine demons. The black-haired young man who was leading them stood there like a big mountain. His overpowering energy made Xiaoheng and the core disciples struggle to breathe. This is... Xiaoheng stared at the black-haired young man and a name came to mind. Bai Tao! This is Bai Tao of 9 Stars Palace! Even Xiaoheng's voice slightly trembled. Bai Tao of 9 Stars Palace? The 4 core disciples paused for a second and then their faces changed. 12 minor kings! He is one of the 12 minor kings, Bai Tao! The Wuxia wilderness was not quite comparable to the ancient god domain, but there were quite a number of prodigies. The widely renowned top prodigies in Wuxia wilderness were none other than the 12 minor kings. The 12 minor kings were all incredibly talented. Some were from powerful sects, some from certain clans, and there were 2 lone wolves. Bai Tao was one of them. Although he was in the lower ranks of the 12, merely placed 11th, he was still an extraordinary prodigy. Xiaoheng knew that he was quite talented himself, but if he were to be compared to Bai Tao, he was nothing. What's happening? Why is Bai Tao of the 12 minor kings showing up here? And it seems like Jian Wushuang had already known of their presence before this. Xiaoheng and the 4 core disciples were filled with questions. Following the appearance of the 3 first-class divine demons, the atmosphere had changed into a delicate one. The black-haired young man, Bai Tao, had a pair of dark eyes like black diamonds and was full of energy. At that moment, he was staring straight at Jian Wushuang. A mere middle-stage chaotic realm could match his battle strength with first-class divine demon? In addition, his senses were so sharp that though we hit extremely well, he could still detect us. The 3 of them had noticed Miss Xiao long ago. Since Xiaoheng and his company brought Miss Xiao out of Qishao City, they were just following them from behind and never showed themselves. What just happened there was clearly witnessed by them. They definitely saw Jian Wushuang defeating the Mu clan experts like tearing down rotten trees with his middle-stage chaotic realm abilities. The abilities that Jian Wushuang had shown which does not correspond with the realm he was in, even surprised prodigies such as Bai Tao. When Bai Tao himself was in the middle-stage chaotic realm, the most he could do was to defeat a peak-stage chaotic realm. However, Jian Wushuang was apparently way stronger than him. What kind of monster is this? Why haven't I heard of him? Bai Tao mumbled to himself. Seeing the 3's appearance, Jian Wushuang gave a mild smile and stepped to the side. He was only helping Miss Xiao clean up the Mu clan experts. As for Bai Tao and his companions, he had no obligations to deal with them. Miss Xiao, it's up to you now. Jian Wushuang intriguingly looked at Miss Xiao. Miss Xiao came off as incredibly dangerous and enigmatic to him. Now that the 3 big first-class divine demons were there, he could take this opportunity to see what her real capabilities were. Miss Xiao took a glance at Jian Wushuang without saying a word, then leisurely gazed over at Bai Tao and his companions. Sir, may I ask, what is the reason for you to be here? Miss Xiao maintained a very attractive look. Her every move was unforgettable. Xiaoheng and his companions fluttered inside, their eyes still betrayed their craze. You lowly maid, don't use your tricks on me. I'm only here today to ask you a question. Bai Tao started at Miss Xiao as her seductive qualities had no effect on him. Miss Xiao maintained her expression, but there was a trace of frostiness deep in her eyes. I wonder what would the question be, sir? Half a year ago, there were a few 9 Stars Palace disciples who came to Luogu territory for some adventures and came to Qishao City. However, not long after their arrival in Qishao City, all 6 of them, including junior brother Luozhen, disappeared without a trace. Do you know anything about this? Asked Bai Tao coldly. Hearing the story, Xiaoheng and the core disciples felt slightly surprised. Luozhen. It was not an unfamiliar name to them. Although he was not one of the 12 minor kings and his reputation was not as prestigious as Bai Tao, Luozhen was absolutely one of the most outstanding disciples from 9 Stars Palace. Furthermore, just like Bai Tao, Luozhen was also the palace master's personal disciple. How did a prodigal disciple like that disappear in Qishao City? Seeing that Miss Xiao did not react to the question, Bai Tao continued to speak. After realizing that junior brother Luo Jin and his group disappeared, we did everything we could to investigate this matter. After investigating half a year, we finally found out that the 100 Flowers Tower was the last place they visited and the last person they met was you. Would you deny that the disappearance of junior brother Luo Jin and his group had nothing to do with you? Bai Tao and the two first-class divine demons next to him stared straight at Miss Xiao. The fact that they dared to confront her personally meant that what they said had fairly solid grounds. Even though they could not prove that Luo Jin and the rest died in Miss Xiao's hands, they could at least be certain that their disappearance was deeply related to Miss Xiao. Miss Xiao laughed hearing Bai Tao's words. Looks like the Nine Stars sect has pretty good intelligence sources, huh? You could actually trace this far. So it is you! Bai Tao's expression turned grim, and his massive god power began its oppression against Miss Xiao. The god power of a first-class divine demon could even make third-class and second-class divine demons shudder. However, Miss Xiao did not budge at all. You lowly maid, where are junior brother Luo Jin and his group right now? Growled Bai Tao. Oh, them? Let me think. Miss Xiao pretended to think deeply and after a long while acted as if she just recalled. Oh, I remember. They are all dead. Chapter 2388, Suicide. All dead? Bai Tao and his companions' hearts skipped a beat. Even though they had guessed as much, they still felt incredibly hard to accept when it was a confirmed fact. They did not feel too strongly about the other disciples in the group, but the crucial one was Luo Jin. He was the most outstanding disciple from Nine Stars Palace aside from Bai Tao. He was also Nine Stars Palace Master's personal disciple, guaranteed to become a peak stage divine demon in the future, and even had a high possibility to surpass divine demon realm into a higher level. The premature death of such a genius was truly a great loss to Nine Stars Palace. You lowly maid, be honest with me. How did junior brother Luo Jin and the rest die? Who killed them? Bai Tao stared at Miss Xiao. No, I think you've misunderstood. They weren't killed, they committed suicide. Miss Xiao shook her head relentlessly. Suicide? Bai Tao pondered for a second and immediately became extremely angry. You lowly maid, are you tricking me? Suicide? Why would a respectable first-class divine demon commit suicide? What a joke. I surely wasn't tricking you, it's the truth. You may not believe me now, but very soon you will. Miss Xiao smiled devilishly. As she was smiling, her eyes started glowing with a faint red light. It was so faint that if one did not look closely, it would not be seen. However, the red light had special magic power. Almost in an instant, Bai Tao, who was standing right in front of Miss Xiao and both first-class divine demons behind him changed their expressions. Bai Tao was slightly better than the other two, whose eyes became hollow and idle. I've already said that people do kill themselves. Even first-class divine demons are like that. Don't you agree? Said Miss Xiao nonchalantly, but her tone was extremely cold. Yes. The ones who answered were the two first-class divine demons behind Bai Tao. Their expressions became completely dull as Xiao Heng and everyone else watched in disbelief. They each took out a dagger before stabbing their hearts without hesitation. The dagger's power also broke all their internal organs into pieces while penetrating their hearts. However, these two first-class divine demons did not make a sound. They remained expressionless as they slowly pulled the daggers out from their hearts and collapsed together onto the ground. Xiao Heng and the rest of them shuddering. In the blink of an eye, the two first-class divine demons who were still ready to seek revenge from Miss Xiao a moment ago had turned into two corpses. Most importantly, what killed them was not anyone else but themselves. They took out the daggers and stabbed themselves in the heart. They really committed suicide. That. Even Bai Tao was dumbfounded. Even though he was the most outstanding genius from Nine Stars Palace, as one of the 12 minor kings and a true cream of the crop, he had not seen such a sight. That was a horrible sight. You demon, what have you done? Bai Tao sounded hysterical. He wanted to cut down Miss Xiao, who was right in front of him, but realized to his horror that he could even move a step. He was overtaken by a mysterious power under her stare. That power rose directly from his own heart, gradually took over his mind, consciousness, and everything. Fortunately, he was quite strong and mentally grounded. Therefore, he could somewhat pull himself together, but only after putting in a forceful effort. Ms. Xiao smiled mildly. What have I done? I've already said, your junior brother Luo Jin committed suicide. Since you didn't believe me, I had to prove it to you. But don't you worry, you will also kill yourself just like they did. What? Bai Tao was stunned. Right then, he saw a shade of red. The shade of red was projected from Miss Xiao's eyes. The very faint red light from before became extremely bright at this moment. Against the red light, Miss Xiao began to look bewitching. The powers that were eating up Bai Tao in his own body suddenly surged more than 10 folds. It only took a blink of an eye by force to break down his mind's defensive line. Standing on the ground, Bai Tao's eyes started becoming hollow as well, and his expression became dull. A brief moment later, he flipped his wrist and took out his dagger just like the other 2 first-class divine demons before stabbing his own heart. Without hesitation or mercy. In just a short instance, Bai Tao, one of Wuxia Wilderness' 12 minor kings, had followed his companion's footsteps of finishing himself by committing suicide. The empty field surrounded by the woods was completely silent. Dead silent. Xiaoheng and the 4 core disciples from Narcissus Island were completely dumbfounded. They were scared to that point that even their bodies were frenziedly shaking. The 3 big first-class divine demons, including Bai Tao, one of the 12 minor kings, died before them in the most senseless way. From the beginning to the end, Miss Xiao did not raise a finger. A glance from her was all it took. She killed 3 first-class divine demons just like that. What method was that? Xiaoheng could not help but take another glance at Miss Xiao. The passion and craze in his eyes had completely vanished and been replaced with tremendous fear. He could not think otherwise towards Miss Xiao anymore. Now that he finally understood that this woman was not what he thought she was at all. She was not a seductive beauty, but a terrifying femme fatale. Next, he thought of what Jian Wushuang told them, that woman was not so simple. They finally understood why Jian Wushuang would say that. How simple could a person be, when she could easily make the 3 big first-class divine demons commit suicide with just her glance? Why would she require a few mere third-class divine demons to rescue her? Not only Xiaoheng and the core disciples, but even Jian Wushuang was also secretly stunned by the method Miss Xiao utilized to kill off Bai Tao and his companions. Was that soul manipulation? No, if it's really soul manipulation, Bai Tao and his companions' expressions wouldn't look like that and Xiao wouldn't have to kill them. From appearances, it seemed like some sort of bewitchment. That's right, it was bewitchment. Jian Wushuang raised his head and took a glance at Miss Xiao with fear in his eyes. Right at that moment, Miss Xiao glanced over at him as well. The red light in her eyes was still there. Chapter 2389, Jian Wushuang and Miss Xiao 1. No! Jian Wushuang looked terrified. Almost at the same moment when Miss Xiao looked at him, a mysterious power started to rise from his body. The source of the power was the inner demons. It wanted to eat up his mind and his everything. The crucial aspect was that while it was eating him up, Jian Wushuang felt an incomparable satisfaction and comfort. It was such an amazing feeling that he could not help but let himself sink in. Jian Wushuang finally understood how the 3 first-class divine demons could not even fight it off. Not only first-class divine demons, even peak-stage divine demons or those above divine demon realm could easily be conquered by that mysterious power from the inner demons should they so much as slightly lose their concentration. Only a grounded mind could withstand an attack method such as that. Humph! Jian Wushuang let out a cold harumph, while still standing at the same place with frosty eyes. The rising power of the inner demons was completely suppressed by him. Your bewitching tactic which comes from inner demons is truly impressive. Regretfully, it doesn't work on me, said Jian Wushuang with a deep tone. He had lived for 100,000 years in his past life, which he had been through so many trials and tribulations, especially the 3 inverse cultivation tests. They were all tremendous tests for his mind and will. After going through that many challenges, his mind had become as indestructible as iron cubes. The bewitchment method that Miss Shao used was truly powerful, but it would be a joke if she wanted to control him with it. "Ha, you're truly something, huh?" Miss Shao smiled plainly, gradually dimming the red light in her eyes. She then looked towards Jian Wushuang again and said, "Compared to that rubbish before, you're truly not just a level higher. However, if I really want to kill you, I have many ways to do it." As soon as she was done speaking, a dark shadow flashed by and a phantom-like figure appeared next to Miss Shao. That phantom figure was a young woman in black. Jian Wushuang, Xiaoheng, and the rest immediately recognized her. She was Li, the maid who was serving Miss Shao in 100 Flowers Tower. The impression that she gave off before was also one of gentle and weak. However, Li's face was now as frosty as ice. What was especially surprising was the aura of divine power she was projecting. That divine power aura was even stronger than the late Bai Tao's, and not by just one level. Peak stage divine demon! She is a peak stage divine demon? Xiaoheng and the core disciples were startled. Peak stage divine demon was above first-class divine demon. That stage could only be achieved by governors of the old cities in Luogu territory. Even for top-tier sects like Narcissus Island, there were only a few peak stage divine demons which could be counted with 10 fingers. But, a maid next to Miss Shao was actually a peak stage divine demon. Peak stage divine demon, huh? Your aura concealing technique is quite impressive that you even fooled me, Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. Miss, would you like me to kill them? As soon as Li appeared, she inquired. A peak stage divine demon. If an expert like that made a move, even Jian Wushuang, who used vicious methods to kill off every man from Mu clan a moment ago, would not have much chance to fight back. Furthermore, there was an even more terrifying person, Miss Shao. Hearing Li's inquiry, Miss Shao raised her eyebrows and looked at Jian Wushuang with a half-smile. Your name is Jian Wushuang, correct? Now that Li has asked, tell me, should I kill all of you off right here? Jian Wushuang was still incredibly calm. Miss Shao. I've said just now, Narcissus Island has no relationship with the Mu clan. They were even using us. Moreover, I've killed off all the men from Mu clan. Shouldn't you be satisfied by now? Xiaoheng and the 4 core disciples finally understood why Jian Wushuang annihilated all the Mu clan experts. It turned out that he already knew their lives were all within Miss Shao's palm. He did it just to make her happy, hoping that she would let them live. Furthermore, Jian Wushuang had told Miss Shao since the beginning and asked her to show mercy. Jian Wushuang had always been with us and interacted with Miss Shao. We had not realized anything fishy, but he realized so many things. What kind of a monster is he? Xiaoheng exclaimed in his mind. However, it was not the time to think about those things. He only hoped that Miss Shao could show them some mercy. Your performance was truly quite impressive. If those 3 from 9 Stars Palace didn't show up, I could have let you live based on your merit of killing all the Mu clan's men. However, now that all of you have witnessed me killing the 9 Stars Palace people, which includes their most outstanding prodigy Bai Tao, who was one of the 12 minor kings. If words went to the 9 Stars Palace, it could bring me quite a bit of trouble. Therefore, the best way is to kill all those who know about this. That way, word wouldn't get out. Don't you agree? Miss Shao playfully looked at Jian Wushuang. Certainly, I would have done that if it was me, said Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. Xiaoheng and the rest started to panic when they heard him saying that. Isn't it? Since even you think so, tell me, is there an excuse for me not to kill you all? Said Miss Shao playfully. Of course there are plenty of excuses. For example, if you've killed us, not only you aren't able to hide the murder of Bai Tao, Luozhen, and their lot. You will also deeply offend Narcissus Island. Jian Wushuang smiled. Oh? Miss Shao's expression changed and immediately laughed. You are joking, aren't you? This part of space-time has already been completely sealed. Who would know if I killed you? I regret to say, Miss Xiao, you probably didn't notice that the surrounding space-time seal had gone through some changes, or should I say, there are some flaws? Jian Wuxuang gave a big smile. What? Miss Xiao startled. Little Li, who stood next to her, immediately reached out her senses to feel the space-time around them. It was true that the time-space seal set up by the Mu clan experts had already shown some flaws. It was you? Miss Xiao glanced at Jian Wuxuang. Haha, it's a space-time seal which involves space-time force. It just so happens that I'm one who studies space-time law and has learned a few tricks. When I was killing the Mu clan experts, I had already started working on unsealing it, to leave a backdoor for myself, of course. Jian Wuxuang smiled. You actually had additional energy to shake up the space-time seal around you while slaughtering the Mu clan people? Miss Xiao was feeling surprised. Chapter 2390. Jian Wuxuang and Miss Xiao. 2. Xiao Hing and his companions stared at Jian Wuxuang as if he was some sort of monster. They could not imagine that he could have already predicted what would happen since the very beginning, and because of that, he had prepared an escape plan for himself. Moreover, the escape plan was laid out simultaneously when he was busy slaughtering the Mu clan experts. A method such as that was truly shocking. Miss Xiao, there are already gaps in the space-time seal around us, and I'm in control of them. As long as I wish to, every single thing that happened here will be reported to Elder Wujian of Narcissus Island. At that point in time, you would not only deeply offend Nine Stars Palace, you would also profoundly offend Narcissus Island. Of course, if you have the skills to kill me before I could even transmit the message, then by all means please make your move. I'm not trying to be arrogant, but just by using your bewitchment technique and your peak stage divine demon maid, even with enough time it would still be hard for you to kill me right here, let alone stopping me from transmitting the message. Jian Wuxuang, while wearing a confident smile on his face. When it came to battle strength, he was comparable to first-class divine demon, but still a far cry from Little Li's peak stage divine demon. However, it was not easy for a peak stage divine demon to kill him either. The crucial point was that he was a perfect chaotic creature, not to mention that he had fairly deep insights on space-time law that would allow him to escape based on his own speed. The second perfect chaotic creature born in the world would not be someone who could get killed so easily. Miss Xiao's eyes calmly looked at Jian Wuxuang. Little Li on the side had her eyebrows locked tightly. They both could feel Jian Wuxuang's absolute confidence, and had to admit that they probably would not be able to kill him within a short time, even if they attacked him together. Jian Wuxuang, you're brilliant, but you truly look down on me. Narcissus Island? Nine Stars Palace? What are they? You really think that I would worry about them? Miss Xiao burst out laughing. You wouldn't, but you don't like trouble, especially now. If my guess is right, you deliberately exposed your whereabouts to Mu clan with full preparation beforehand, and you're probably going to attack them in the near future. At this juncture, you want to avoid provoking large sects like Narcissus Island and Nine Stars Palace, said Jian Wuxuang with a smile. Miss Xiao squinted immediately. She did prepare to make a move on Mu clan, and she did deliberately expose her whereabouts to the Mu clan. However, how did Jian Wuxuang predict all of that? Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Miss Xiao's tone had a shade of playfulness while she was speaking, and the red light in her eyes started to reappear. She was looking towards Xiao Hing and the 4 core disciples this time. Xiao Hing and the core disciples could not react at all before their eyes started turning into a daze before immediately collapsing to the ground. Jian Wuxuang took a short glance behind at 5 of them and knew that Miss Xiao did not kill them but merely made them faint. With the 5 of them blacked out, the only ones still standing were Jian Wuxuang, Miss Xiao, and the chambermaid, Little Li. Miss Xiao smiled. Jian Wuxuang, you do have superior eyes and could see behind everything, but I could also see quite many of your matters. When you were cutting down the Mu clan's men a while ago, you had utilized 2 secret skills. The first secret skill was using a mysterious power that had already merged with your divine power, blood, and essence. This kind of power is really potent as it's able to push your realm level from the middle stage chaotic realm all the way up to the peak of it, and even extremely close to peak stage divine realm, directly promoting you by half a realm. Secret skills that could directly level up your realm while not presenting any side effects are rare, even in the ancient god domain. If I'm not mistaken, what you used was the 7 stars secret skill of 7 stars Black Sect. Jian Wushuang was shocked but did not show it on his face. As for the second secret skill, which formed a 300 feet hologram behind you and pushed your battle strength even higher, I know it as well. It's Divine God of Punishment from the 7 stars Black Sect. Rumor has it that 7 stars Black Sect possesses 5 of the strongest secret skills. 7 stars secret skills and the Divine God of Punishment were among them. The 7 stars Black Sect regards secret skills like this as something extremely precious to them. They almost never pass it to outsiders. If an outsider had unusually good luck and was able to use one of the secret skills, he would be considered very impressive. However, to possess 2 of the secret skills from 7 stars Black Sect, it's absolutely impossible. However, to be at middle stage chaotic realm and possessing 2 secret skills from 7 stars Black Sect? Haha, your relationship with the now perished 7 stars Black Sect must be quite unusual. Miss Xiao stared at Jian Wushuang with a half-smile. Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked at her deeply, but smiled right away. Miss Xiao also has very good eyes. The process of destroying the Mu clan experts was very short, and I only used the secret skills for an even shorter time, yet you could still recognize them. However, just because you were able to identify these 2 secret skills, you have also exposed yourself at the same time. Neither 7 stars secret skills nor Divine God of Punishment was the most important secret skills in the 7 stars Black Sect. It's not easy for someone to recognize these skills. It wasn't even easy for someone who had fought against these 2 skills to identify them through my battle just now. The only people who've gotten extremely familiar with them through deep studies, been in contact with them physically, and practiced them could recognize the 2 secret skills at first sight. Miss Xiao, you're the second Miss of Mu Clan and was born in Wuxia Wilderness. Up until now, you probably had less than 20 years of practice, so how could you've known about 7 stars Black Sect? How could you be familiar with these 2 secret skills? I'm afraid there is only one explanation to this, Miss Xiao. You arrived at Wuxia Wilderness only after going through samsara, am I right? Jian Wushuang stared dead at Miss Xiao. Miss Xiao also looked at Jian Wushuang at the same time. There was an absolute coldness in her eyes. Within the coldness, there was a bit of fear hidden. Yes, it was fear. Miss Xiao did not care much about Jian Wushuang in the beginning, but she really felt a little fear at that moment. However, the fact is that Jian Wushuang had an even bigger fear towards her. Both of them had extremely powerful minds and vision. Miss Xiao identified the 2 secret skills that Jian Wushuang practiced and his unusual relationship with 7 stars Black Sect simply by observing his short battle. While, precisely because of that, Jian Wushuang could identify Miss Xiao as someone like himself who have been through the reincarnation passage and ended up in Wuxia Wilderness using samsara. Chapter 2391, Jian Wushuang and Miss Xiao 3. Samsara! Jian Wushuang sighed secretly in his mind. Samsara was an incredible method. Even within ancient god domain, there were only a mere few who could send a person into the reincarnation passage and rebirth with spiritual energy. That was the reason why there was hardly anybody who was reincarnated in the ancient god domain. However, there were 2 such people within the tiny Wuxia territory at the same time. One was Jian Wushuang himself, the other was Miss Xiao who stood before him. The difference was that Jian Wushuang came from the eternal chaotic world, a completely sealed-off world. However, Miss Xiao, someone who could achieve samsara, must be one with an incredible origin. Miss Xiao understands the secret skills of 7 stars Black Sect so well, plus your method of bewitchment is so unique and outstanding. You must have been a major figure in the ancient god domain, but you were forced to enter samsara because of some special circumstances. In situations such as this, if I were to expose your history, it would most probably put you at a great disadvantage. Yes? Jian Wushuang smiled. He knew that any reincarnated person always had a specific reason to enter the reincarnation passage. Furthermore, the reasons must be compelling enough for her to choose to be reborn into the next life. Hence, before she could completely restore her strength, Miss Xiao certainly would not want to expose her true identity. Are you threatening me, Jian Wushuang? Miss Xiao took a cold glance at Jian Wushuang. Humph, I do have some major origin, but your origin is probably even bigger than mine. The Seven Stars Black Sect had already perished completely, this is common knowledge. However, there is now a person who possesses 2 secret skills from the sect and had a deep relationship with it. I'm sure a lot of people from the ancient god domain would be very interested in you, correct? I'm afraid the 3 divine realms, 4 god tribes, and 8 heavenly sects would find you. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Indeed. Hence, we both have things to worry about, or should I say, we've both got the goods on each other. Why do we have to try to destroy each other? It wouldn't do either of us any good. Why don't we each take a step back and keep the secret for each other? What do you think? Sure. Miss Xiao did not hesitate and nodded right away. She had a demonic mind and could tell what Jian Wushuang said was true. Both of them had huge origins and possessed massive secrets. Most importantly, they had no enmity toward each other, to begin with. All the same, Miss Xiao had no enmity towards Seven Stars Black Sect. On the contrary, they had some friendship. Since that was the case, why would they need to fight each other to death? I can let you live today. When we walk away, we each have to keep the other's secrets and never to tell anyone. Otherwise, we'll fight each other to death, said Miss Xiao frostily. Jian Wushuang nodded and smiled. Of course. Oh yes, how about my senior brothers here? Miss Xiao took a quick look at Xiaohing and his group who had fainted earlier. You're saying those 5? They're fools and didn't get to know much. However, they also saw me killing Bai Tao and his companions. If I leave them here, it wouldn't be good for me. Miss Xiao, these 5 people came here with me on a mission. If they're all dead and I return as the sole survivor, it would be hard for me to explain when I get back to Narcissus Island. Therefore, I would like to ask for Miss Xiao's mercy again. After this, I'll warn them not to speak a word about what happened today with anyone, said Jian Wushuang. In fact, he did not care if Xiaohing and the rest were dead or alive. The important crux was, if they really died, he would not know how to explain when he got back to Narcissus Island. Who would believe that 5 core disciples died in the process of carrying out a mission, while a mere outer disciple survived and returned unscathed? Can you guarantee that they won't speak about it? Asked Miss Xiao. Well, Jian Wushuang smiled wryly. He really could not guarantee. After all, it was up to Xiaoheng and the rest of the group if they wanted to talk about it. Furthermore, he did not know them well enough. More so, he could forget about ordering them to do anything. Forget it, even if the word got out, it would just be 9 Stars Palace that I have to face. A bit of extra trouble but nothing too serious. Seeing that you're doing me a favor, I'll let them live, but you have to agree on one condition, said Miss Xiao. What is it? Asked Jian Wushuang. It's simple, you owe me a favor. Although I have no use for it right now, it's a guarantee that I'll need it in the future. When that opportunity comes and I need your help, you cannot decline, said Miss Xiao. Jian Wushuang shook his head hearing that. Miss Xiao, you've probably overestimated the value of these 5 senior brothers of mine. I'm not friends with them, I truly don't care whether they live or die, I just don't want to put myself in a difficult position when I go back. If you want to exchange a favor from me with their lives, it isn't enough. After all, returning a favor could cost much. Though, I do have a suggestion that might interest you. And what is it? Miss Xiao looked over. We can forge an alliance now. If you run into any troubles in the future, I will do everything I can to help. But if I need your help one day, you'll have to help me with all your ability as well, said Jian Wushuang solemnly. He knew that Miss Xiao probably had no hatred against the Seven Stars Black Sect, but might even have a rather close friendship. In addition, it was worthwhile forging an alliance with someone who had such a huge background. After all, his own identity was too sensitive, and he had too many enemies. 3 divine realms, 4 god tribes, and 8 heavenly sects were something that he had to face eventually. At that moment, he certainly needed some powerful friends. This Miss Xiao was definitely a rather good choice for a friend. Alliance, huh? Miss Xiao pondered for a moment, and slowly nodded her head. Sure, I will forge an alliance with you. Ha ha! Then, I wish us a happy alliance. Jian Wushuang laughed heartily. Don't get so happy too soon. I know quite a bit about 7 Stars Black Sect and I know what you have to face from here on. I wouldn't be able to do much myself when the time comes. Miss Xiao froze his enthusiasm right then. Oh, I know. But it's always better than me facing them alone. Besides, this is just the beginning. From now on, I will find ways to make stronger and reliable friends. Jian Wushuang smiled. This is my message token. We can communicate through this token. Miss Xiao passed the token to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang accepted it. Jian Wushuang, I will leave Wushao Wilderness rather soon. You better catch up. Your current ability is still a far cry from being my ally. Little Li, let's go. After she spoke, Miss Xiao turned around and left with Little Li. Chapter 2392. Admonishment. Jian Wushuang stood there watching Miss Xiao and Little Li leave while wearing a wry smile. He could see that his new ally had a sense of dislike towards him. Surely it was because of his abilities. Abilities! Looks like I need to restore my peak condition as soon as I can and improve my abilities. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be qualified to become her ally. Jian Wushuang sighed but very soon calmed himself down. On the other hand, Miss Xiao and Little Li were on their way back to 100 Flowers Tower. Along the way, Miss, do we really want to forge an alliance with that Jian Wushuang character? Asked a puzzled Little Li. Miss Xiao took a glance at Little Li. Or else? Because of his relationship with 7 Stars Black Sect, I can't possibly kill him. Other than that, his mind was really sharp, being able to see so many things within such a short time. His ability was still a little weak, but one has to know that everybody starts from being weak before reaching the peak. Even the high and mighty Master of Divine Realms is also the same. You have also witnessed his gift. Being a middle-stage chaotic realm, he could cut down second-class divine demons. Although assisted by 2 secret skills of 7 Stars Black Sect, the mere fact that he could achieve that proves he is unusual. He may not be of any use to us currently, but who knows if we might really be able to use him. Little Li said. Understood. After we get back, I'll send someone to watch him closely. Miss Xiao waved her hand. No need. No need to pay attention to him, just let him be. Our target right now is Mu Clan. The clan has been around for so long, it's time for them to disappear. In the empty field half a day later, Xiaoheng and the 4 core disciples who fainted gradually regained their consciousness. What happened? What happened to me? They were all puzzled. Looking around them, the corpses were all cleaned up and Jian Wushuang was just casually sitting on the side. As for Miss Xiao and her maid, they were long gone. Senior brothers, you're awake. Jian Wushuang looked over. Junior brother Jian Wushuang, what actually happened? Xiaoheng's attitude towards Jian Wushuang had changed completely. Before that, either he nor the 4 core disciples treated Jian Wushuang seriously, and never addressed him as junior brother Jian Wushuang. They had always directly called his name. However, when they faced him, they felt a sense of respect. Respect. Although they had fainted, they could still clearly remember everything that happened previously. They were completely floored by both Jian Wushuang's abilities and mind. In their eyes, Jian Wushuang should be categorized as a monster. However, they did not understand why was a monster only an outer disciple of Narcissus Island. Nothing, there were just some things that she didn't want you to know, so Miss Xiao temporarily made you lose consciousness, said Jian Wushuang. Xiaoheng finally understood. Is that so? Where is Miss Xiao then? Gone, back to 100 Flowers Tower. Why, do you actually still want to bring her back to Narcissus Island? Or would you rather make her stay beside you and possess her completely? Jian Wushuang ridiculed. Xiao Heng and the four core disciples shuddered when they heard what he said. Possessing Miss Xiao? If it was earlier on, they truly had that thought, but now, the idea had vanished into thin air. They also lost a little bit of craze towards Miss Xiao. In replacement was fear, an incredible fear. Miss Xiao was absolutely the scariest woman they had ever met. They would even call her an absolute demon. Without raising a finger, she manipulated Bai Tao's group and made them kill themselves. What kind of method was that? They shivered just at the thought of that. Senior brothers, even though Miss Xiao has left and did not kill you, but there are some things that I have to clarify with you. Jian Wushuang's tone suddenly became solemn. First, you must forget everything you saw today, including the Mu clan experts and Bai Tao's group. You must forget all of it. I did not kill the Mu clan experts and you've never even seen Bai Tao's group, understand? Xiao Heng and the four core disciples' hearts skipped. Even though they were not very smart, they were definitely not stupid. They all understood what Jian Wushuang meant. Don't worry, junior brother. The five of us will not say a word about what happened here today, said Xiao Heng. That would be best, otherwise, nobody can save you. Even Narcissus Island wouldn't be able to, said Jian Wushuang. Xiao Heng and the rest were shocked, but when they thought of Miss Xiao's method of killing, they understood what he meant. Secondly, we have failed our mission. When we return to Narcissus Island, let's tell the Divine Mystery Pavilion of our opinion on the mission is too dangerous and couldn't find an opportunity to take action, so we gave up. Divine Mystery Pavilion probably wouldn't ask further. Even if they would ask, you can find some excuses and deceive them, said Jian Wushuang. HM. Xiao Heng and the four core disciples all nodded. The Divine Mystery Pavilion on Narcissus Island was only responsible for assigning missions. They would give rewards for accomplished missions. It was not a big issue either if the mission was not accomplished. The most serious scenario would be punishment, and was of little consequences. Divine Mystery Pavilion would not usually ask about the mission's process, Jian Wushuang said. Thirdly, Miss Xiao actually wanted to slaughter all five of you. But I did all I could, even sacrificing something to convince her to let you live. Due to that, I'm at a great loss, so the five of you will have to think of a way to repay me. Naturally. Xiao Heng nodded without hesitation. If it wasn't for you, junior brother Wushuang, the five of us would probably have died many times. Of course, we wouldn't let you go through a bigger loss, said one of the core disciples. Jian Wushuang laughed inside. He did not quite fancy the five of them. Of course, he would take some advantage out of them given the opportunity. Well, the actual price wasn't something big, just some elixirs that helped raise divine power. The only thing is that it's quite a lot. Jian Wushuang began to tell his story. After a round of discussion, Xiao Heng and the four core disciples finally decided to give Jian Wushuang 90% of the elixir that they had. While in the next 3 years, they would also give him all the resources that they could get as core disciples on Narcissus Island. This was as good as severe bleeding to the five of them, but they had no complaints. After all, between precious resources and their lives, it was obvious that the latter was more important. Jian Wushuang took a huge advantage from the five of them, in addition to the interspatial rings that he obtained from all the Mu clan experts that he killed. Only the interspatial rings of Bai Tao and his companions were taken by Miss Xiao. It was safe to say that he had a massive gain from this trip. Chapter 2393, The Only Possibility Narcissus Island, Pavilion of Divine Mystery. Jian Wushuang and his group who returned from Luogu territory were reporting the results of their task in the Pavilion of Divine Mystery. They failed to complete the given task. Although disciplinary elders were surprised by the outcome, they did not question any further. After that, Jian Wushuang went his separate ways with Xiao Heng and others at the Divine Mystery Pavilion. Jian Wushuang had explicitly requested them not to spread the news of his strength, as he did not want to be noticed. He preferred to be just an outer disciple in Narcissus Island while taking his time to slowly recover his strength. Xiao Heng and his group agreed without hesitation. However, Elder Wujian was not about to allow Jian Wushuang to enjoy the calm and tranquil life that he anticipated. On the night that Jian Wushuang returned to Narcissus Island, Elder Wujian went to the outer court himself and found Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, what's the matter? I've heard about the task at Luogu territory. Although it was a little difficult, it should be easy with your abilities. How could you all fail? Elder Wujian frowned and sat down. He had received news from the Divine Mystery Pavilion that Jian Wushuang had failed in his mission. Elder Wujian paid particular interest in the mission as he had handpicked that for Jian Wushuang. However, the outcome was out of his expectations. Elder Wujian, you have had too high hopes for me. Even senior brother Xiao Heng and the others couldn't handle it. How could I be of much help? Jian Wushuang derided himself. You kid, don't pretend in front of me. The others might not know you, but I do. Let's be frank about it. What's going on? Asked Elder Wujian. Jian Wushuang paused as Elder Wujian knew about his strength. It was not going to be easy for him to play dumb. Jian Wushuang replied instantly. Elder Wujian, let me tell you this. This mission is not as simple as you imagined. The second Miss Mu, which we were supposed to rescue, was not an easy one. The mission was not something that could be done effortlessly by me, senior brother Xiao Heng, and the rest. Even if I tried my best, I'm still unable to do it. As for the specific reasons, it's not convenient for me to say anymore, but it will not take long before you find out. Elder Wujian frowned. Oh? A task which you can't solve even with your full effort. This is interesting. Did you say that the second Miss Mu is not as easy one? Now, that's interesting. Do you want me to find out more about the second Miss Mu? Jian Wushuang waved his hand. No. Elder Wujian, this mission has nothing to do with Narcissus Island, so I advise you not to get involved. Otherwise, I'm afraid that neither you nor Narcissus Island could afford to pay the consequences. Elder Wujian's complexion changed slightly. Even Narcissus Island could not handle the consequences? Was it that severe and terrorizing? Elder Wujian smiled slightly. Fine. I'm not someone who purposely snoops around for trouble. Since you have said so, I will just put the matter at rest. I'll arrange a new task for you in a few days since you have failed to complete this one. Jian Wushuang shook his head again. There is no need for it. Elder Wujian, I know what I need most at this point, so please don't burden me with any task. If you mean well for me, you can help me find these materials, which I need for crafting something. Materials for crafting? All right, what do you need? I'll get the people to immediately send it to you, said Elder Wujian with a smile. He did not take those crafting materials seriously because he had known Jian Wushuang was a middle-stage chaotic realm. He had never thought that a middle-stage chaotic realm would request for anything extraordinary. Narcissus Island was one of the top 10 sects among the many sects in the Wuxia wilderness. He could quickly come up with any common refining materials. Elder Wujian, you'd better take a look before you promise me. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly and took out a list. Elder Wujian took it and briefly glanced through it. His hands were trembling as he went wide-eyed. Jian Wushuang, are these the materials you are looking for? Elder Wujian's surprised expression was rather entertaining to look at. That was the list of materials needed to craft a life armor. Red Sun Secret Essence, Red Blood Fruit, Purple Shimmer, Spectacular Beast Scales, and Celestial Iron Oregon. Among them, it required 4 portions of Red Sun's Secret Essence, 5 Red Blood Fruit, 2 drops of Purple Shimmer, 100 pieces of the Spectacular Beast Scales, 10,000 caddies of Celestial Iron Ore. Elder Wujian, is there a problem? Asked Jian Wushuang with a smile. Elder Wujian roared. Is there a problem? Of course, there is a problem. Jian Wushuang, do you know the value of these crafting materials that you are looking for? Red Sun Secret Essence, Red Blood Fruit, Purple Shimmer, and Spectacular Beast Scales. Which one of these were not nearly extinct in the Wuxia wilderness? Celestial iron ore is the only common material I see from the list, but you need a whopping 10,000 caddies of it. How on earth do I get hold of so many? Let's not talk about if we have all these in Narcissus Island. Even if they are available, I can't possibly single-handedly give them away. Elder Wujian was speechless. He had thought of using his authority as an elder to grant Jian Wushuang's wishes of getting any crafting materials that he needed. However, he was perplexed to see the list of materials that Jian Wushuang was looking for. So, you really don't have them? Jian Wushuang raised his brows. He did not look surprised. Elder Wujian, I really need these things. Forget about it if you don't have them in Narcissus Island. I hope that Elder Wujian will look around for me. If these things appear in Wuxia Wilderness in the future, please tell me, said Jian Wushuang humbly. Elder Wujian nodded. Yes. My advice for you is not to have much hope, as for these things are not easily available even to a strong expert who is beyond the divine demon realm. An expert like that might be able to locate a thing or two out of the list with his influence. Still, it's almost impossible for you to get so many of them within the Wuxia Wilderness unless you can get the Great Compassionate Sect to come forward. The Great Compassion Sect is the #1 sect in the Wuxia Wilderness, and has the deepest and strongest foundation. I think the Great Compassion Sect might have some of the materials you need. If you could make use of its influence to collect the rest of it, you may stand a chance to find them all. Is that so? Jian Wushuang nodded slightly as an idea sprouted in his heart. Nonetheless, Elder Wujian never thought that Jian Wushuang could do it. All right, Jian Wushuang, if you intend to be just an outer disciple, then you can carry on with your cultivation here. It'll make a move. Elder Wujian left. Jian Wushuang was lost in thought. The Great Compassion Sect. Only the Great Compassion Sect in the entire Wuxia Wilderness could collect these crafting materials? Thought Jian Wushuang. If I had known this, I should have accepted the invitation from the county of Anzhou Commandery to join the Great Compassion Sect. Perhaps I could easily get hold of these materials, murmured Jian Wushuang. He was just toying with the idea of joining the Great Compassion Sect, as the fact remains that he was reluctant to do so. Chapter 2394. The Fall of Mu Clan. Jian Wushuang spent his remaining time as an outer disciple on Narcissus Island. With the support of many elixir pills and nature treasures, Jian Wushuang managed to very quickly recover his strength. Half a year passed in a blink of an eye. Narcissus Island was as calm as ever, but a major event happened in the Wuxia Wilderness within the 6 months. The Mu clan was one of the strongest families in the Wuxia Wilderness. Although it was only a family, in terms of background and strength it was no weaker than some second-tier sect. It might even be stronger. Such a family was relentlessly destroyed by someone. The interesting fact was that person who destroyed the Mu clan was none other than their second Miss Mu, Mu Xiaoxiao, who was taken away more than 10 years ago. The entire Wuxia Wilderness was shaken up when the news was released, creating an uproar. Everyone was shocked by the action of this Miss Xiao. She was only 7 to 8 years old when she was taken away more than 10 years ago. She was not even 20 years old when she took the action against her own family. The naive little girl had attained such a terrifying power in just over 10 years and even destroyed the Mu clan in one blow. Besides, there was news that in the battle to destroy the Mu clan, there were more than 50 first-class divine demons backing Miss Xiao alone. There were also 8 peak-stage divine demons, and most importantly, there was also an ultimate god who took action for her. Ultimate gods were above the divine demon realm. Someone at that level was not a powerhouse in the vast ancient god domain, but that person was definitely at the world's top in the Wuxia Wilderness. Ultimate gods were supreme experts of top sects in the Wuxia Wilderness. The Lord of Narcissus Island, for one, was an ultimate god. The Great Compassion Sect was the top sect in the Wuxia Wilderness, and they had 3 ultimate gods, which was why they were extremely powerful. In the battle where the Mu clan was destroyed, there were a total of 3 ultimate gods who were part of it. 3 ultimate gods, 8 peak-stage divine demons, more than 50 first-class divine demons, some second-class divine demons, and countless third-class divine demons were the force that destroyed the Mu clan. The power was so overwhelming that it was no wonder the Mu clan was smashed without any trace of resistance. However, such a terrifying force, which includes 3 ultimate gods, were completely subservient to one person, which was Miss Xiao. That was incredible. No one knew what Miss Xiao did to have so many supreme experts obey her. The only certainty was that the power in her hands was enough to stir up a storm in the entire Wushao wilderness. Even the Great Compassion sect dared not underestimate the young lattice's power. Many sects and supreme experts began collecting information about Miss Xiao. They sent people to watch over Miss Xiao's movements. Those sects were all worried about what possible acts Miss Xiao would do after destroying the Mu clan, such as annexing 1 or 2 sects and creating a new force to contend with the Great Compassion sect. In the eyes of many sects, that was completely possible, as the probability of occurrence was rather high. It was a pity that they had looked down on this Miss Xiao. Miss Xiao had an extraordinary background, and her vision was no longer on the small Wushao wilderness. She had decided to destroy the Mu clan only because they had offended her. She could not be bothered to go against the other sections. Miss Xiao immediately left after smashing the Mu clan. She sent a message to Jian Wushuang when she left. Jian Wushuang, I'll make a move first. You can stay in Wushao wilderness and slowly regain your strength. If you can't keep up with my pace in the future, then never look for me again. Upon receiving the message, Jian Wushuang shook his head and chuckled. Miss Xiao is clever, as she is a reincarnate with great power. It's only natural that her strength could recover very quickly, but I'm different. Jian Wushuang knew very well that even when he was at his previous live's peak, he was in the Divine Demon Realm. He was only able to break through the Divine Demon Realm using the reincarnation passage at the last moment. Besides, he was a perfect chaotic creature, and this identity made it difficult for him to accumulate divine power as compared to ordinary cultivators. Under those circumstances, it would naturally take a longer period of time for him to restore his power back to its peak. Even if his power was restored to its peak, he would probably be unable to quickly make progress in his realm. A perfect chaotic creature had terrifying combat power with the capabilities to contend against people of a much higher level. It is not an ability for cultivating power or progressing realms. What I want to do is to steadily fight step by step to the peak and not just blindly pursue the realm with speed, muttered Jian Wushuang. Of course, that only mattered after he returned to Divine Demon Realm. The main objective now was for him to focus on improving his realm. In the past 6 months, Jian Wushuang had recovered his power at top speed with cultivation resources and elixir pills to enhance his divine power. Just 5 days ago, he broke through again and achieved Peak Stage Chaotic Realm. The Peak Stage Chaotic Realm was equivalent to the Great Emperor Realm of the Eternal Chaotic World. It was safe to say that Jian Wushuang had reached his previous live's peak power, or even stronger than that. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had long understood the laws. Hence, he could be considered a half-step Divine Demon Realm, only half a step away from being the chaotic Divine Demon. At the same time, after Jian Wushuang broke through and reached the Peak Stage Chaotic Realm, he could start cultivating the second level of Primordial Void Celestial Body. With his previous live's cultivation experience, it would be an easy task, and as his divine body improved, his divine power would become more pure and refined. Half a year ago, I was only in the middle stage chaotic realm with the first level of Primordial Void Celestial Body, but my combat power was comparable to the first-class divine demons. In terms of overall power, I am afraid that only a few first-class divine demons could be my opponents. Jian Wushuang smiled. His divine power had reached a whole new level in just 6 months. Although his improvement was not small, it was not at a terrifying speed. Jian Wushuang was clear that in order for him to make unprecedented improvements was to cross over from the chaotic realm to Divine Demon Realm. Firstly, the gap between the Divine Demon Realm and the chaotic realm was huge. Secondly, which was also the most important part, once he reached the Divine Demon Realm, his perfect chaotic creature would be truly complete. The advantages of being a perfect chaotic creature would be revealed to him one by one. That would be the real transformation. It's coming. It won't take long before I can truly reach the Divine Demon Realm. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands together tightly as his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Chapter 2395 Nomination. While Jian Wushuang was still secretly recovering his strength, something had happened in a towering palace at Narcissus Island. Almost all Narcissus Island's circle of elders were gathered in the palace, except for a few elders who had retired and rarely showed interest in what was going on. In the center of the palace seated a plainly dressed middle-aged man. He had stubbles on his face, and was dressed in an ordinary shade of green. He was an elegant-looking man and seemed to be an affable person. The many elders who had gathered around, including the 3 peak stage divine demon elders, looked at the middle-aged man with awe and respect. The middle-aged man was the lord of Narcissus Island, and his name was Ling Gong. He was also the only ultimate god known to Narcissus Island. Then again, that was the public's common knowledge. It was unknown as to whether there secretly were other ultimate gods in Narcissus Island. Dear elders, you must have guessed the purpose of this meeting? Ling Gong's voice echoed gently. Lord, it's regarding the saint's tomb that's about to open, asked the 7th elder. Ling Gong nodded. Indeed, it's regarding the saint's tomb. After 1,000 years, it's time for a saint's tomb to open again. This is not only a major event for Narcissus Island, but also for all the sects of the Wuxia Wilderness. We are gathered here to meet and discuss which candidates to enter the saint's tomb. Like all previous events, Narcissus Island gets to send 10 candidates into the saint's tomb. In addition, there are 3 safety tokens available. Now, the crux is which 10 disciples shall we send into the tomb and which 3 disciples will be given the safety tokens. Fellow elders, you may voice out. The elders around started discussions immediately. Lord, there are known to be many opportunities in the saint's tomb, hence countless Narcissus Island's disciples are eager to enter it. However, don't forget there are also great dangers in the tomb. Many disciples from many sects had been sacrificed in every single trip into the tomb. 3,000 years ago, Narcissus Island had also suffered a great loss of disciples. Therefore, we have to be cautious in selecting the best candidates. Those 10 disciples must not only have a certain level of talent and strength to gain benefits from the many opportunities in the tomb, but also possess the abilities to keep themselves alive, said an elder. Ling Gong and other elders agreed in unison. The saint's tomb was a place with many possibilities, yet it posed a great risk for the conquerors. Not any Tom, Dick and Harry could get in there. The candidates would be carefully selected and their strengths from many aspects would be considered in the process. Currently, Zhongyi and Su Tong are the best among my core disciples in Narcissus Island. They are already first-class divine demons and also very talented. They must go into the tomb and should also each be given a safety token, said 7th elder. Zhongyi and Su Tong? The elders nodded. The 2 disciples with the strongest power and talent would have to enter the saint's tomb, and there was no need to worry about their lives being endangered as they would be given the safety token. My personal disciple is rather good. I want him to have experience and learn a thing or 2 in the saint's tomb. Is it feasible? A white-haired old woman suddenly spoke. Everyone turned around immediately to look at the old woman. The old woman was the 2nd elder of the circle of elders. She was a peak stage divine demon and had high seniority. Her words carried a certain degree of weight and authority. Moreover, she was nominating her personal disciple, which was indeed not a bad choice. Her personal disciple was equipped with the conditions to enter the saint's tomb. Everyone agreed to it almost immediately after a short discussion. Among the core disciples, Xiaoheng seems to be performing well and has made rapid progress. He has just made a breakthrough some time ago and reached the 2nd-class divine demons. He should be given a chance at the saint's tomb, said another elder. The other elders went into discussion again. Xiaoheng was indeed remarkable among the many core disciples of Narcissus Island. Besides, he had broken through and reached the 2nd-class divine demons. Hence, the elders agreed after a brief discussion. Thereafter, some elders began to mention names. Those that were proposed and accepted by the elders as a candidate were core disciples. Without an exception, they were 2nd-class divine demons with outstanding combat power. Soon, 7 places were filled while many elders were still in a heated discussion on who should take up the final 3 places. Let me nominate someone. Elder Wujian, who was seated aside, finally spoke. Elder Wujian was one of the elders among the circle of elders. Although he had not taken up the elder's position for long, he had a right to speak. The other elders anticipated quietly for who he was about to nominate. I want to nominate Jian Wushuang. I think he is qualified to enter the saint's tomb, said Elder Wujian. However, many elders around were doubtful after hearing him out. They were doubtful of the name, Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. Who is that? The name sounds unfamiliar. I don't seem to have heard of it. Is there someone by the name of Jian Wushuang among the core disciples of Narcissus Island? The elders were actively discussing. The elders of the circle of elders held very high status in Narcissus Island. They did not need to be bothered by many issues on Narcissus Island, nor did they pay attention to the many disciples on Narcissus Island. Occasionally, when those exceptional core disciples caught their attention, they would offer to recruit those suitable ones under their wings as their personal disciples. In other words, only the core disciples would pique their interest. They had never heard of Jian Wushuang. Apart from Elder Wujian, someone else also happened to know Jian Wushuang. The person was the 7th elder. When Jian Wushuang had just arrived on Narcissus Island, the 7th elder discovered that Elder Wujian had handed his elder's token to Jian Wushuang, an outer disciple. He was very angry, so he went to Elder Wujian and rebuked him. It was a pity that Elder Wujian turned a deaf ear to his advice. There was nothing he could do. Things were no longer the same. Elder Wujian, will you stop fooling around? The 7th elder's expression was cold as he expressed his sharp disapproval. The other elders were flabbergasted, including Lord Linggong. 7th elder, you said that Elder Wujian was fooling around. What was going on? Asked Linggong while looking down from his seat. Lord and fellow elders, I'm afraid that you have never heard of Jian Wushuang. However, this is perfectly normal because Jian Wushuang is not one of the core disciples of the inner court. He's merely an outer disciple from the outer court, said the 7th elder. What? An outer disciple? The faces of the many elders turned ugly. Even Linggong frowned after hearing that. Chapter 2396, Special Quota. Elder Wujian, is Jian Wushuang an outer disciple? Linggong looked over to his direction. Yes, Elder Wujian admitted. Linggong frowned deeper. Although that young man is only an outer disciple, he is much more talented than many core disciples. It's no exaggeration to say that he is the most remarkable genius I've ever seen. Elder Wujian added. The 7th elder sneered. What a joke! If he really has such a phenomenal talent as you said, then why is he just an outer disciple? The assessment for core disciples is always open in Narcissus Island. As long as he is capable, he could become a core disciple at any time. Yet he still stays as an outer disciple, doesn't he? Elder Wujian's expression changed slightly. The 7th elder was speaking the truth. As long as he passed the harsh test, Jian Wushuang could be promoted as the core disciple of Narcissus Island, and he could attempt the test at any time. Jian Wushuang had never attempted the test. Many people would assume that Jian Wushuang did not attempt the test because he knew he had not achieved the ability to pass the test. In fact, Elder Wujian knew very well that Jian Wushuang did not want to be a core disciple. However, he could not say it out loud. All I want to say is that this young man is very talented. If he goes to the saint's tomb, he will definitely gain a lot, said Elder Wujian with a serious face. Huh! Gain a lot? Elder Wujian, I'm curious to know how you are related to the young man. I wonder if he is your illegitimate son, as the rumor which spread among the disciples? How could a dignified elder speak nonsense for the young man? The 7th elder snorted coldly. Are you crazy, Jean? Do you even hear yourself? Anger was burning in Elder Wujian's eyes. What? Was I wrong? The 7th elder stared down at Elder Wujian with sarcasm. You! Elder Wujian was furious. All right, shut up! Ling Gong finally spoke. His tone was gentle but firm. Elder Wujian and the seventh elder instantly stopped arguing. Seventh elder, you said that Elder Wujian was talking nonsense. What made you say so? Ling Gong glanced at the seventh elder. Lord and fellow elders, we all knew how dangerous the saint's tomb is. That's the reason we nominated core disciples who are from the second-class divine demons or even higher rank than second-class divine demons. Do you know what Jian Wushuang rank is? Elder Wujian, I'll let you tell everyone the answer. The seventh elder smiled coldly. The other elders all had their eyes on Elder Wujian. Elder Wujian's expression sank, but he did not keep quiet. Lord and fellow elders, Jian Wushuang's realm is indeed lower. He probably has just broken through and reached the peak stage chaotic realm, but his combat power is exceptional. I dare say that his ability is by no means weaker than a second-class divine demon. The seventh elder sneered. Haha, you all heard him. Elder Wujian had the cheek to say that Jian Wushuang, a young man who just broke through the peak of chaotic realm, actually possesses the power of a second-class divine demon. Do you all believe him? I wouldn't trust a word he said. The other elders furrowed their brows slightly. The chaotic realm and the divine demon realm were too far apart. A peak stage chaotic realm and one who had just broken through was barely able to compete against an ordinary third-class divine demon. However, to be comparable to the power of a second-class divine demon was indeed impossible. Even if there was such a genius, it was not possible to happen in the small Wuxia wilderness. Elder Wujian, what is going on? Ling Gong looked over. Lord and fellow elders, I know that you may not believe it. Jian Wushuang would also never make a move to prove his abilities, but he truly possesses the power of a second-class divine demon or even stronger than that. I'll definitely let him into the saint's tomb, said Wujian in a somber voice. Definitely let him in. The expressions of the people around turned grave, and they seemed to have been reminded of something. Elder Wujian, are you planning to use your special quota? The seventh elder squinted slightly and studied Elder Wujian's face. Elder Wujian nodded. Yes. According to the rules of Narcissus Island. As one the elder of the Circle of Elders, not only do I have an elder's token, but I also have a special quota to nominate someone to enter the saint's tomb. Although I only have one chance to use the special quota and will no longer have it in the future after using it, I'll use the special quota for the young man now. The special quota was the same as an elder's tokens, and each elder had only one chance to exercise his right. It can be used to allow a disciple to enter the saint's tomb, regardless of the disciple's rank and strength. Once the quota was used, it would be gone forever. The saint's tomb would open up again and again, but the elder would no longer be able to nominate someone with the special quota. That was why the elders saw that as something absolutely important, and would never use it without careful considerations. Yet, Elder Wujian was giving his quota away to Jian Wushuang. The seventh elder roared. Crazy! You must be crazy! Elder Wujian, do you know the importance of this special quota? You have just become an elder not long ago, and there will be countless geniuses in the future, but you are giving both your elder's token and special quota away to the young man. Do you have so much confidence in him? Yes, I would put my trust in him. What can you do about it? Elder Wujian was not willing to submit to the pressure. He directed his gaze at Ling Gong again and announced solemnly, Lord, I recommend Jian Wushuang to the saint's tomb with my special quota. Could this be done? Ling Gong looked hard at Elder Wujian and then nodded. No one could object to you using your special quota to nominate him as a candidate. Not even me. Elder Wujian's eyes suddenly lit up. All right, now 8 places have been confirmed. Only the last 2 are left. Let's continue the discussion, said Ling Gong. The elders continued discussing, and soon, the last 2 slots have been determined. 10 candidates were identified and Jian Wushuang was one of them. Although Jian Wushuang had the qualifications to enter the saint's tomb, he could not get the safety token. Nothing could be done about it as there were only 3 safety tokens. Zhongyi and Su Tong, who was recognized as the top 2 in talent and strength, each received 1. The last one was given to a core disciple with stronger power but weaker life-saving abilities. Of course, there was nothing left for Jian Wushuang. After the candidates were determined, the elders left one after another. When they were leaving, they all gave Elder Wujian a strange look. The seventh elder could not help but ridicule Elder Wujian at every chance he got. Elder Wujian did not bother to pay attention to them. He went straight to the outer court to look for Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2397, Saint's Tomb Outer Court, inside the courtyard where Jian Wushuang lived. Jian Wushuang. Elder Wujian appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Elder Wujian, it's rare for you to visit me. What's going on? Have you got news of those materials that I asked for your help to look out for? Jian Wushuang smiled and looked at Elder Wujian. The materials that you are looking for are extremely rare. How could I possibly locate them in such a short time? I came to see you today for something else. Jian Wushuang, have you heard of the Saint's Tomb? Elder Wujian had a straight face. Saint's Tomb? Jian Wushuang's heart shook. He stayed in the Blazing Moon City as a teenager in his current life and liked reading biographies which mentioned many special places in the Wuxia wilderness, dangerous places, and so on. At the same time, those biographies also recorded some peak experts. The Saint's Tomb was one of the places Jian Wushuang came across in a biography. I've heard of the Saint's Tomb. It seems to be a place where a Wuxia wilderness peak expert left behind a long time ago, said Jian Wushuang. Yes, but it's not a long time. It was only 300,000 to 400,000 years ago. At that time, Wuxia wilderness situation was almost the same as now. The major sects were presented with the Great Compassion sect was still recognized as the top sect at that time. The only difference was that although the Great Compassion sect was extremely tyrannical, there was someone else with an even more terrifying existence in the Wuxia wilderness. That person's existence was so overbearing that even the Great Compassion sect was respectful of him and didn't dare to provoke the person. That person was the Crimson Stone Saint, said Elder Wujian. Jian Wushuang knew everything in his heart. He had read some legends about the Saint's Tomb and knew a little of the Crimson Stone Saint. Crimson Stone Saint. In order to obtain the saint title, he was naturally an undying saint. During the ancient god domain days, a cultivator first became a god, then a transformed god, pure yang, chaotic, and above the chaotic was the divine demon. Above the divine demon realm was the ultimate god. The undying saint was beyond the ultimate gods. Such an expert was regarded as someone prominent even in the entire ancient god domain. A real expert was highly regarded no matter where he was. An undying saint would naturally be the absolute powerhouse in the small Wuxia wilderness. Although the Great Compassion sect was great, an undying saint could easily destroy anything with a flip of his hand. Therefore, the Great Compassion sect naturally would be respectful of the Crimson Stone Saint. The Crimson Stone Saint was born in the Wuxia wilderness, but when he became a first-class divine demon, he left the Wuxia wilderness and went to roam the outside world. When he returned again, he was already a lofty undying saint and probably was the only undying saint born in the Wuxia wilderness in these hundreds of thousands of years, commented Elder Wujian admiringly. Undying saint had an immortal body, and such cultivation level was hard to attain. There were countless cultivators in the Wuxia wilderness, but it was already considered good to be able to produce an undying saint in the hundreds of thousands of years. For some small territories, there might not even be one undying saint in millions of years. After the Crimson Stone Saint returned to the Wuxia wilderness, he stayed in the Wuxia wilderness for a long time, but his condition did not seem well. He was in a weakened state. At that time, many experts in the Wuxia wilderness thought that the Crimson Stone Saint must have sustained serious injuries or been poisoned to the point of beyond salvation. He had only stayed in the Wuxia wilderness for a few thousand years. After a few thousand years, there was news that the Crimson Stone Saint had fallen. At that time, all the sects and countless experts in the Wuxia wilderness felt sorry for the Crimson Stone Saint. However, 300,000 years after the Crimson Stone Saint died, which was approximately tens of thousands of years ago, someone accidentally found the saint's tomb that he left behind. This saint's tomb was the cemetery of Crimson Stone Saint. He knew that he wouldn't live long, so he created it during the time he stayed in the Wishaw wilderness. He had accumulated many treasures and countless opportunities in his life and buried them within the tomb. After the saint's tomb was discovered, various sects of Wishaw wilderness and countless experts had gone crazy. Everyone was eager to enter the tomb and obtain the many treasures left behind. Unfortunately, the saint's tomb was specially prepared for the younger cultivators. There are restrictions in the tomb, and those above ultimate gods couldn't enter at all. Even peak stage divine demons had to suffer quite a lot once they entered the tomb. Therefore, the only ones who could enter the saint's tomb were those below the peak stage divine demons level. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes strangely flashed. The Crimson Stone Saint knew that he was about to die, but before he died, he left behind a saint's tomb? It's also specially prepared for the younger generation. The purpose of him doing this was perhaps not merely for the benefit of the cultivator in his hometown. I'm guessing he was probably also looking for a suitable heir, mumbled Jian Wushuang under his breath. He had experienced many of those caves and tombs that were left behind by experts in his previous life. They usually had their personal agendas for leaving those caves or tombs behind. In many cases, they wanted to find a suitable heir. The Crimson Stone Saint was probably not an exception. Jian Wushuang even guessed that the saint had probably left part of his consciousness behind in the tomb. Elder Wujin, you came to me today and talked about the saint's tomb. Is the saint's tomb about to open? Asked Jian Wushuang. Elder Wujin nodded. Yes. The saint's tomb opens every 1,000 years, and it has been exactly 1,000 years since the last time it was opened. It will be opened again in a month's time. There have been discussions among the sects that each sect has some quotas on the number of candidates that could be sent to enter the tombs according to their strengths. Narcissus Island has 10 quotas. The Lord and Elders had a discussion of who would enter the tomb. You are among one of the 10. Am I? Jian Wushuang looked weird. He knew his identity of being only an outer disciple of Narcissus Island, and he had hardly shown his strength in front of people. There were not many people who knew of his strengths, and they would never spread the news. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly be nominated? Jian Wushuang knew that Elder Wujian probably fought for his place. Elder Wujian. Although you are one of the elders of the Circle of Elders, the seats to enter the saint's tomb wouldn't come easy. It must have been a tough fight for me to be one of the conquerors. Asked Jian Wushuang in a straightforward manner. It's not easy, but the effort pays off. Anyway, the candidates are now decided. 1 month later, you can go to the saint's tomb with the other 9 core disciples, said Elder Wujian. Chapter 2398. 4 Opportunities. Although Elder Wujian did not say much, a sense of gratitude rose in Jian Wushuang's heart. Elder Wujian was indeed very good to him. Elder Wujian, although I've heard of the saint's tomb, I don't know much about it. I don't know what are the opportunities that lie within the tomb. Can you tell me about it? Asked Jian Wushuang. The saint's tomb was specially left behind by the Crimson Stone Saint before his death. There are countless treasures and opportunities, and they are roughly divided into 4 kinds. Elder Wujian began to narrate. Firstly, there are many nature treasures collected by the Crimson Stone Saint in his lifetime. There are various elixir pills, cultivation manuals, and secret skills that are scattered in every corner of the tomb. Although many of these treasures are extremely precious and rare, the saint's tomb has been opened many times since it was discovered. Many of those treasures have been collected, and there are only very few left in the tomb. It all depends on your luck to get whatever you could. Like the kinds of crafting materials that you wanted me to look out for you, there might be 1 or 2 of them in the saint's tomb, but they are well hidden and might be difficult to find. Jian Wushuang raised his brows. He understood that those treasures were scattered in random corners of the tomb, and since the tomb had been opened so many times, those easily found treasures would have been taken away. The remaining treasures that had not been found were hard to find. The second opportunity was the Divine Power Ocean. Elder Wujian continued. There is an incomparably huge ocean in the saint's tomb, and the Divine Power Ocean contains incomparably pure ancient gods' divine powers. A cultivator could get into the ocean and take up the divine powers within to level up his divine powers. As for his power improvement speed, it depends on the cultivator's divine power absorption speed. In short, being able to cultivate in the divine power ocean is better than slowly accumulating divine powers by yourself or to swallow some elixir pills. The effect is faster by many folds. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang looked interested. Ancient gods' divine powers? He recalled that in his past life, he went to the ancient god divine pond to accumulate divine powers. The ancient god divine pond was transformed from a drop of an ancient god's divine power with the help of the formation skill. The pond was a great help to him. The ancient god divine pond that was merely transformed from a drop of an ancient god's divine power was already extremely helpful. It was not hard to imagine what the divine power ocean that was transformed from an ancient god's divine power in the saint's tomb could bring for him. I need to level up my divine power to restore my strength to its peak, the divine power ocean. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes as his strong desire was written all over his face. Elder Wujian continued. In the saint's tomb, there is a condition if you want to enter the divine power ocean. The condition is the purple amulet. The purple amulet is something unique in the tomb, and most of them are scattered among the outer area of the saint's tomb. There are quite a number of them in the outer area of the tomb, about hundreds of them at each time. One purple amulet could earn you a month in the divine power ocean. Therefore, any cultivator who entered the tomb would stay in the tomb's outer area for a period to accumulate as many purple amulets as possible. How many a person could collect depends on his luck. Usually, one could get about a dozen purple amulets, which allows the person to stay in the divine power ocean for a year. Even if one has extremely bad luck, it was still possible to get 1 or 2 purple amulets. The divine power accumulated from the ocean in the 2 months' time would be far better than cultivating it for years through blood and sweat. Jian Wushuang got all the information he needed. He was at the peak stage chaotic realm and was only 1 step away from the divine demon realm. He lacked the accumulation of divine power. Even with the aid of many elixir pills, it was estimated to take a year or 2, maybe even longer had he cultivated on his own using his usual way. If he could get to the divine power ocean, he could save a lot of time. The third opportunity in the saint's tomb is the inner area's 9 major tests. Continued Elder Wujian. The 9 major tests were specially designed by the Crimson Stone Saint. Each test is challenging, and not many could pass it through. However, if one could pass it, one would get the many opportunities that come along with those tough tests. The opportunities are some precious things such as weapons, secret skills, insights, and even inheritance. Inheritance? Jian Wushuang was surprised to hear that. You heard me right, inheritance. It's the Crimson Stone Saint's inheritance. He left his inheritance in one of the tests. As long as one passes the test, one would be able to gain several powerful secret skills that he cultivated during his lifetime, including the combat skills which he invented, some important treasures, and more. This is the biggest opportunity one could gain in the tomb. It's a pity that the saint's tomb has been opened so many times. I don't know how many geniuses have tried to overcome those tests, but they all failed miserably. The inheritance was still intact, but the other tests. Initially, there were 16 tests in the tomb. However, as the tomb has been opened, again and again, some people have managed to pass 7 of the tests, and collected the opportunities within. There are only 9 tests left, said Elder Wujian. Jian Wushuang secretly let out a sigh. After all, the Crimson Stone Saint was a super expert at the level of an undying saint. How could an ordinary person get his inheritance? The conditions of those tests must be extremely harsh. In recent years, there were not many geniuses produced in the Wuxia wilderness. That was probably why none had successfully attained the inheritance. Elder Wujian, you said that there are 4 opportunities in the saint's tomb, but you have only told me 3 of them. What is the last one? Asked Jian Wushuang. The last opportunity. Elder Wujian paused before saying, It's Fengtian Scroll. Jian Wushuang frowned. Fengtian Scroll? What's that? Elder Wujian said, I don't exactly know what it is, but it must be very valuable as the scroll is hidden in the deepest part of the inner area. It will only appear at the last moment. It contains everything about cosmic mysteries and could bring a lot of benefits to cultivators. Every time the saint's tomb is opened, there will be 6 seats up for grabs to have a look at the Fontian scroll. The 6 seats will appear one after another in the inner area. The genius disciples of all the sects in the Wuxia wilderness will frantically fight for the 6 seats. Fight? Do all genius disciples of the sects desire a seat? Asked Jian Wushuang solemnly. Yes, the Fontian scroll is extremely useful for cultivators, but I'm not sure how. After all, I've never personally gone to have a look. The only certainty was whoever gets a seat to look at the scroll will greatly improve in their perception of the laws, understanding of the rules, and so on, explained Elder Wujian seriously. Chapter 2399, a month later. The perception of the laws, understanding of rules, and so on will be greatly improved? Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang was a little excited. Most opportunities in the saint's tomb were merely an accumulation of divine power, which was just a matter of time to him. He did not care too much about them. The 9-step test of the inner area accompanied by the 9 great opportunities might sound appealing. However, it came with harsh conditions and there might not be things that Jian Wushuang wanted, so he was not very keen either. On the other hand, the Fenchen scroll was a different ball game. Perception of laws and the understanding of rules were completely different from the accumulation of divine power. They were skills that needed oneself to slowly cultivate. It was heavily dependent on one's ability, and might take up a lot of time. This Fontian scroll could significantly improve the perception of laws and understanding of rules, which was an excellent opportunity for any cultivator. Jian Wushuang was no exception. It's such a great help. No wonder geniuses from various sects try their best to fight for a seat. Unfortunately, only 6 seats are available every time the tomb is opened. There are so many sects in the Wuxia wilderness, and the total number of genius disciples entering the tomb is probably a lot. With so many people competing for 6 seats, the competition will be extremely tough, said Jian Wushuang. Elder Wujian nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's tough. Every time the tomb is opened, genius disciples of various sects can gain a lot from it. At the same time, there are a lot of risks, hence many genius disciples will also die in the tomb. Their deaths were not only from the crisis they faced in the tomb but also from the 6 seats competition. It was a bloody fight every single time. Hence, the safety token is particularly important. The safety token which came from within the saint's tomb could only be used in the tomb itself. Once the cultivator crushes the safety token, that person who crushes it will be immediately teleported out from the tomb regardless of the situation. It's a life-saving tool when facing a life or death situation. Unfortunately, there are only 3 such safety tokens in Narcissus Island. Although I tried my best to get you a place to enter the saint's tomb, I can't get you a safety token. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. I'm grateful that Elder Wujian was able to get me a place. How can I expect more from you? Besides, the safety token is of no use to me. He was telling the truth. It also came from the confidence of him being a perfect chaotic creature which was not so easy to kill. At the same time, he had cultivated 2 secret skills: Primordial Void Celestial Body and Exquisite Pagoda. He also had a robust life-saving ability that was not to be taken lightly in addition to his recent breakthrough of Peak Stage Chaotic Realm, and cultivated the 2nd stage of Primordial Void Celestial Body, hence very few first-class divine demons were his match. Under such circumstances, all he had to watch out for in the saint's tomb were the possible dangers and risks within. The genius disciples from various sects who could enter the saint's tomb were first-class divine demons. Even the most outstanding disciples, 12 minor kings, were not his match, hence Jian Wushuang had nothing to worry about. He probably would not have any use for the safety token. Jian Wushuang, I've already told you what I knew. Here's the detailed information about the saint's tomb. You can read more to find out the remaining bits and pieces. Elder Wujian handed a jade slip to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took it, glanced at it, and nodded slightly. All right, take your time to study it yourself. It'll make a move. Elder Wujian left right away. Jian Wushuang began to browse the detailed information of the saint's tomb given to him. There was still a month before the saint's tomb opened. Within the month, not only Narcissus Island but the other sects in the Wusha wilderness had also begun preparing for conquering the saint's tomb. A large number of genius disciples were looking forward to entering the tomb. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Narcissus Island. There were rows of figures standing on a piece of land. Those people were core disciples nominated to enter the saint's tomb from Narcissus Island. Zhong Yi and Su Tong were the leaders. Zhong Yi, a young man with a black robe, black hair, and a somewhat evil complexion, carried a sword on his back while standing there proudly. The other core disciples around him looked at him in awe. In terms of strength and power, Zhong Yi was the best among the many disciples of Narcissus Island in this era. Although he was not listed as one of the 12 minor kings, he was infinitely close to the 12 minor kings in terms of strength and power. Standing beside Zhong Yi was a fair-skinned girl in a white robe who looked a little weak. The girl had long hair hanging down to her waist and very delicate facial features. She could be called a rare beauty. Su Tong, the only genius in Narcissus Island that was comparable with Zhong Yi in the era, might be slightly weaker than Zhong Yi in terms of strength and power. However, she had tremendous potential in terms of talent. Junior Sister Tong, among the many disciples who are going into the saint's tomb from Narcissus Island this time, you and I are leaders. When we get to the tomb, we have to work together, said Zhong Yi. That's for sure. I don't have much experience, and am not mature in dealing with matters, so it's best for you to make the decisions when we are in the tomb, said Su Tong bluntly. She was aware of her abilities and knew that the tomb was filled with dangers. Her safety was guaranteed with the safety token. However, most of the other disciples who went along with them were not given a safety token. Junior sister, don't worry. Although the saint's tomb is dangerous, we should be fine if we are careful. Zhong Yi smiled. The other core disciples were also casually chatting with each other. Our people are all here, right? Who else is not here? The 9 core disciples have arrived. The one that has not arrived in the outer disciple called Jian Wushuang. Outer disciple? Indeed, he is only an outer disciple and merely at the chaotic realm. I heard that Elder Wujian used his special quota as an elder to fight for his opportunity to enter the saint's tomb. Many disciples in Narcissus Island were saying that Jian Wushuang has an extraordinary relationship with Elder Wujian. Is that so? Will we be burdened to enter the saint's tomb with someone at the chaotic realm? Perhaps, but we have to go along with it. Elder Wujian used his special quota on him, and he didn't violate the rules of Narcissus Island. Even the Lord couldn't oppose it. Chapter 2400. The geniuses gathered. None of those core disciples attempted to lower their voices, so their conversations were loud and clear to everyone that was present, including the second elder and the 7th elder who led the team. The second elder's eyes were cloudy, and her expression did not change at all. On the contrary, the 7th elder was seen sneering. However, there was one person who thought completely different from the others. All the core disciples, even the 2 elders, thought that Jian Wushuang was a burden. On the other hand, the only one among the core disciples who had faith in Jian Wushuang was Xiaoheng. These guys. Xiaoheng swept his gaze over at the core disciples who were talking and laughing before shaking his head. He could understand those core disciples because when he went for a mission with Jian Wushuang, he used to look down upon Jian Wushuang like the other core disciples. It was after that mission that outer disciple Jian Wushuang had become a monster to Xiaoheng. At that very moment, 2 figures came from the void with a swoosh. They were the duo Elder Wujian and Jian Wushuang. It seems we are the last to arrive. Elder Wujian appeared on the land and muttered to himself. Glad that you know. The 7th elder glared at Elder Wujian. Elder Wujian did not bother to talk to him. Instead, he ordered, Jian Wushuang, go on. Jian Wushuang nodded and emerged in front of the core disciples. I, Jian Wushuang, pay my respect to all you senior brothers. Am sorry to have kept you all waiting. Jian Wushuang was humble and polite. Well, glad that you are not oblivious. Indeed, he belongs to the chaotic realm. The core disciples all stared at Jian Wushuang with a weird smile. None of them were willing to respond positively to him. Xiaoheng was the only one who stepped forward and said humbly, Junior brother Wushuang, this time you and I are together again. I hope that junior brother can take care of me when we are in the saint's tomb later. Oh? Senior brother Xiaoheng? Jian Wushuang raised his brows but did not say much. Xiaoheng did not mind either. The core disciples next to Xiaoheng all looked over at their direction in surprise. Xiaoheng, when did you become so talkative? It's just an outer disciple. Does he even deserve your humility? Xiaoheng, this is so not you. The core disciples were teasing Xiaoheng. The core disciples who were nominated to the tomb were all among the best core disciples of Narcissus Island. Each of them was excellent no matter in terms of talent or ranking. They were not inferior to Xiaoheng and some were even better than Xiaoheng, hence they were communicating on an equal footing and did not refer to each other by seniority. They called each other by name instead. Upon hearing those ridicules, Xiaoheng was a little annoyed and said, What do you know? Though junior brother Wushuang is only an outer disciple, he is different from the average outer disciples and has strong abilities. Did you just say a chaotic realm is very powerful? Xiaoheng, are you sure you aren't dreaming? The core disciples continued teasing Xiaoheng without taking his words to heart. Anyway, I've already said what I have to say. It's your business whether you believe it or not, and you will soon realize the truth after entering the saint's tomb. Xiaoheng curled his lips and did not bother talking to them anymore. Well, it's time. Let's set off. The second elder, who was resting with her eyes closed, suddenly announced. Yes. Even the seventh elder and Elder Wujian could not refute her orders. Fix up the formation, ordered the seventh elder. At the sound of his voice, countless secret patterns appeared in the center of the land. A gush of majestic divine power emanated, and a huge spatial passage appeared at the land's center in just a few moments. It was difficult to create a huge spatial passage as heaven and earth were stable. Some powerful sects in the Wuxia wasteland had the ability to create spatial passages, and Narcissus Island was one of them. Under the personal guidance of the three elders, 10 disciples, including Jian Wushuang, stepped into the spatial passage. With a flash of the dazzling light, when Jian Wushuang and the others reappeared again, they had already arrived in a large glade. When they arrived at the glade, there were already large numbers of figures there. They were the disciples from various sects of Wuxia Wilderness, and their elders who led the teams. They all instantly noticed Jian Wushuang and his group. Are they disciples from Narcissus Island? Yes, they are from Narcissus Island. There are 3 elders and 10 disciples. The 2 disciples in the center must be the famous duo, Zhongyi and Su Tong. Zhongyi and Su Tong seem to be very capable. Especially Zhongyi, which I heard was comparable to those from the lower rank of the 12 minor kings. Well, why is there a chaotic realm among the disciples of Narcissus Island? Is he also preparing to enter the saint's tomb? Haha, a chaotic realm entering the saint's tomb. How interesting! There were whispering sounds everywhere on the glade, and many people cast their eyes in the direction of the people from Narcissus Island. Most of the gazes were on Zhongyi and Su Tong, but some of them were on Jian Wushuang, making the other 7 core disciples less noticeable. However, they quickly shifted their gaze away. After all, there were many more geniuses on the glade beside Zhongyi and Su Tong. There are so many people around. Xiaoheng and the other core disciples were also checking around. There must be hundreds of people around here. Almost all of them are second-class divine demons. There are only a few third-class divine demons, Xiaoheng commented. Those that were preparing to enter Saint's tomb were mostly second-class divine demons, genius disciples. There were fewer first-class divine demons as compared to the second-class divine demons. However, the total number of first-class divine demons was around 40 to 50, and most of them were first-timers. As for the third-class divine demons, they were the least because they usually would not attempt to enter the saint's tomb. Jian Wushuang, who was a chaotic realm, was absolutely uncommon. He attracted so much attention due to his circumstances. Jian Wushuang, look in that direction. That red-haired man is the top genius of the Blood Mountain sect, Huiyang. He is also one of the 12 minor kings. He is ranked 10th among the 12 minor kings. Although his ranking is relatively low, he is very powerful. He once fought head-on with a peak-stage divine demon and lost a battle which lasted for a long time. Elder Wujian stood beside Jian Wushuang as he was introducing Jian Wushuang to the geniuses on the glade. Jian Wushuang looked at Huiyang. So, he is ranked 10th? Bai Tao seems to be ranked 11th. Since their rankings are close, I suppose their powers are of a similar level, murmured Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2401, Entering the Saint's Tomb. That one over there is Wu Ming, one of the 12 minor kings. He has some strange tricks up his sleeves. The little girl squatting on the ground looks very weak, but don't underestimate her. She is ranked 5th among the 12 minor kings, Hong Luo. And that one. Elder Wujian introduced the 12 minor kings that were present to Jian Wushuang one by one. He also did not leave out some famous geniuses who were not part of the 12 minor kings. Jian Wushuang paid attention to them. He had never walked around in the Wuxia wilderness and had little knowledge about the top geniuses of various sects in Wuxia wilderness. Take the 12 minor kings, for example. He had only met Bai Tao before. He knew nothing about the rest. He had now gained quite some information about them from Elder Wujian. At that very moment, a loud buzzing sound emerged. A large group of figures appeared on the glade with the help of spatial passages. The large group of figures appeared and instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Even the 12 minor kings looked at the group of people. Great Compassion Sect. People from the Great Compassion Sect are here. There are so many of them. There must be around 30 to 40 of them, right? The number of slots to the tomb given to each sect was based on the strength of their sections. The top sects have about 10 places. However, the Great Compassion Sect is the best of all, hence they have 30 slots. Many people started whispering on the glade, and they all enviously looked in the direction of the Great Compassion Sect. They were the best sect in the Wuxia wasteland. Most geniuses were eager to be part of them, but they were unable to find an opportunity, so they could only join the other sections. Wow! There are 30 genius disciples, but amongst them, 9 are first-class divine demons. Look at those 4 people. Someone was heard yelling in a deep voice. The genius disciples of various sects on the glade were all staring at the 4 lead disciples of the Great Compassion Sect. The 4 of them consisted of 3 men and 1 woman. The 4 of them stood side by side and attracted much attention. The other geniuses present seemed to have lost their footings before them. Those 4 people are the 12 minor kings of the Great Compassion Sect, right? Asked Jian Wushuang. When he was residing in the Anzhou Commandery, in an event by Anzhou Commandery Governor Baiyu, he heard that the Great Compassion Sect was a place where top geniuses of the Wuxia wilderness gathered. It was such that the Great Compassion Sect alone had 4 members in the 12 minor kings. Elder Wujian nodded. It's them. The Great Compassionate Sect's overall strength and genius disciples' ranks are better than other sections. 4 of the 12 minor kings belong to the Great Compassionate Sect. The 4 of them are ranked the 8th, 6th, 3rd, and 1st among the 12 minor kings. The other 3 are easier to handle, but Tu Qianqing, who is ranked 1st among the 12 minor kings, was an exceptional super genius. He's much better than the others and shines bright even among them. Among the younger generation of Wuxia wilderness, he was peerless. Even though the Wuxia wilderness is producing geniuses, those geniuses are nothing in front of him. Is he that remarkable? Jian Wushuang had his eyes fixed on the strong man with his hands folded and his eyes closed. That strong man was Tu Qianqing. At that moment, not only Jian Wushuang but many other geniuses were watching him intentionally or unintentionally. Although many of them had a sense of competitiveness shooting up in them, they quickly suppressed their thoughts after their reasonings kicked in. The top genius in Wuxia wilderness, Tu Qianqing, was not someone anybody could challenge. Not even the 12 minor kings were qualified. If I'm not mistaken, this Tu Qianqing has now reached peak stage divine demon, right? As such, he shouldn't be able to enter the saint's tomb, right? Said Jian Wuxuang suddenly. He had already noticed the aura on Tu Qianqing. Tu Qianqing, too, did not try to constrain his aura. He was indeed beyond the first-class divine demons. He probably has just broken through recently. Once he achieved the peak stage divine demon realm, he's no longer a younger generation disciple. He wouldn't be able to enter the saint's tomb. It's strange why he did not suppress his realm first and break through when the tomb opened? Elder Wujian frowned. Who knows, maybe he doesn't care about the opportunities in the tomb at all. Jian Wuxuang jeered. Perhaps. Before Tu Qianqing broke through, he used to kill a peak stage divine demon head-on with his first-class divine demon identity. Now that he has broken through the peak stage divine demon, I supposed he's now matchless among the peak divine demon of the Wuxia Wilderland, said Elder Wujian. Jian Wuxuang's face flickered. Can a first-class divine demon kill a peak stage divine demon head-on? No wonder he was called the top genius in the Wuxia wilderness. Jian Wuxuang, don't be discouraged. You are more talented than Tu Qianqing, said Elder Wujian again. He knew that Jian Wuxuang was comparable to the second-class divine demons in his early stages chaotic realm. His abilities were much higher against Tu Qianqing. Jian Wuxuang smiled at Elder Wujian's words. At the glade, the genius disciples of the various sects have gathered. It's almost time. Let's open the saint's tomb. A fellow elder from the Great Compassion sect spoke. The experts who led the other sects nodded in unison. Under the cooperation of many powerful experts, 8 huge spatial wormholes soon appeared in front of everyone. 8 wormholes? Jian Wuxuang was surprised. The saint's tomb is an independent space of its own. These 8 spatial wormholes are all going to the different areas of the tomb's outer area. This is good. After all, the purple amulets are scattered in the outer area. It works better if disciples of various sects are scattered all over the places, said Elder Wujian. Is that so? Jian Wuxuang nodded. With the emergence of 8 spatial wormholes, the genius disciples of the various sects were getting ready to enter the tomb. Over at the Great Compassion sect. As in previous sessions, the Great Compassion sect will be divided into 3 teams and enter the tomb through 3 spatial wormholes. Junior brothers, you 3 will each lead a team, said Tu Qianqing in a deep voice. Yes. 3 of the minor kings who stood by him respectfully nodded. Many disciples of the Great Compassion sect were the first to step into the spatial wormhole, while some of the remaining top sects followed closely behind. Let's go, said Zhong Yi, who led Narcissus Island. Hence, 10 disciples of Narcissus Island, including Jian Wuxuang, also stepped into one of the spatial wormholes. Chapter 2402, Purple Amulet. Inside the saint's tomb, there was a deep yellow, completely desolate land. There was a flash of light before 10 disciples of Narcissus Island appeared on the land. Is this the saint's tomb? Jian Wuxuang stood on the ground and looked around. He could feel the difference between where he was and the outside world. The area was lifeless and lacked vitality. We have just entered the tomb. This is the outer area of the tomb. The purple amulets that are required to enter the divine power ocean exist in every corner of the outer area, so we will stay in the outer area for a while to collect those purple amulets before going into the inner area for more opportunities, said Zhong Yi. Senior brother Zhong Yi, this outer layer is the largest area in this tomb. If we stay together all the time, chances of finding the purple amulets will be much smaller, and even if we find them, it will be difficult for us 10 disciples to share them all, so I think we should spread out for the time being, said Su Tong, who stood next to Zhong Yi. Zhong Yi nodded slightly. Well, I think so too. However, the outer layer is also very dangerous and disciples of the other sects could come close to us. If 10 of us are scattered out, we might be unable to face the dangers coming our way alone. It's better to go in pairs so that we can take care of each other. As for the purple amulets they found in pairs, they could share it among themselves. Yes. Su Tong nodded. The other 8 disciples also agreed, including Jian Wuxuang. In the outer area, it was wise for 10 disciples to go out in pairs. Let's start assigning the group now, Jian Wushuang. Zhong Yi looked at Jian Wushuang directly. You can come with me. Huh! Jian Wushuang was taken aback. The other core disciples all looked at Jian Wushuang. They immediately understood that Zhong Yi's move was to even out the strength of teams, and at the same time, he was also taking care of Jian Wushuang. Everyone knew that Jian Wushuang was only a chaotic realm. In the eyes of those core disciples, he was a burden. If he was paired with ordinary disciples of second-class divine demons, their combat power would be weakened. Zhong Yi was the strongest among them. If he was in the same team as Jian Wushuang, it's possible for them to handle any risks or dangers that were thrown their way. Senior brother Zhong Yi, I appreciate your kindness, but I think I should still be with another senior brother. Brother Xiaoheng, how about you and me together? Jian Wushuang smiled. Xiaoheng was startled, but he nodded without hesitation. Of course, it is my honor to be paired with you, junior brother Wushuang. Senior brother Zhong Yi, I have joined senior brother Xiaoheng, said Jian Wushuang. Xiaoheng, is it okay for you to be with him? Zhong Yi frowned. Senior brother, don't worry. I'm very confident that there will be no problems with junior brother Wushuang. Xiaoheng answered confidently. He was confident. He knew how capable Jian Wushuang was. It was indeed his honor to be in the same group as Jian Wushuang. In that case, all right. For the sake of safety, we shall still exchange our message tokens with each other, and keep a close distance between groups. If there is a danger, I will immediately send help to the group. Understand? Zhong Yi gave his advice. Yes. Those disciples nodded one by one. The 5 teams were sorted out quickly, and they all exchanged their message tokens. The 5 teams then moved in separate ways. Several core disciples gave Jian Wushuang and Xiaoheng a mocking glance before moving away. Jian Wushuang is really stupid. Senior brother Zhong Yi gave him a chance, but he just let it go. How funny that he went off with Xiaoheng. The same goes for Xiaoheng. He actually blindly agreed. He's a second-caste divine demon who has just broken through, yet he went along with a chaotic realm. If they were in danger, who among them could ward it off? Let them be. Anyway, they made their own choices. Even if they drop dead facing the dangers, it has nothing to do with us. Those core disciples were brothers of the same sect, but they were not very close to each other. If they could help, they would try their best. But if the other party was seeking death, they could not be bothered. Just like the team of Jian Wushuang and Xiaoheng, they were obviously seeking death. Little did they know that Xiaoheng was sneering after separating from them. These idiots, they still don't know how strong junior brother Wushuang is. They might regret it as soon as they found out. After everyone went their separate ways, Jian Wushuang and Xiaoheng chose one direction and went straight ahead. On the way, Xiaoheng glanced at Jian Wushuang and asked somewhat restrainedly, Junior brother Wushuang, your divine power seems to be much stronger than before, am I right? Well, I broke through to the peak stage chaotic realm, answered Jian Wushuang. Xiaoheng mumbled to himself. Sure enough. In the beginning, he was only in the middle stage chaotic realm, yet his combat power was enough to match first-class divine demons. Now that he has reached the peak chaotic realm, his combat power must have skyrocketed. How strong is his power now? I am afraid that even senior brother Zhong Yi might not stand a chance if he fights against him. I wonder if he can fight head-on with the 12 minor kings? Xiaoheng was speculating about Jian Wushuang's real level of power, but he did not dare to probe further. The two skimmed along the way and kept in touch with the other 4 groups. The distance between those 5 groups was not too far apart. Half an hour passed in just a blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang stopped dead in his tracks. What's wrong? Xiaoheng looked over immediately. I can feel 2 types of special auras right over there. Let's go. Jian Wushuang turned swiftly and headed towards the void. Xiaoheng followed closely behind. Soon, both of them arrived at a barren mountain. As soon as they were there, Xiaoheng had also noticed the 2 types of auras. At the same time, They also saw 2 streams of faint purple lights flashing from the top of the barren mountain. Haha, it seems like we are lucky. Jian Wushuang smiled heartily. Yes. Xiao Heng also showed a hint of joy. The two advanced to the top of the barren mountain where 2 purple amulets were floating around. Jian Wushuang sensed that those 2 purple amulets had a unique aura and went towards them. Purple amulets. There are 2 of them. Jian Wushuang smiled, and with a wave of his hand, the 2 purple amulets fell right into his palm. Here, this is yours. Jian Wushuang gave one of the purple amulets to Xiao Heng. Junior brother Wushuang, you discovered these 2 purple amulets. Xiao Heng hesitated. Chapter 2403, Joining Forces. Since we are a team, we should split the purple amulets evenly. Jian Wushuang smiled. Xiao Heng accepted the purple amulet without being hypocritical. It's only been an hour and we've already found 2 purple amulets. Looks like there are really quite many of them out here. Let's continue the search, said Jian Wushuang. They continued searching right away. Time flew and 3 days flashed by. In the past 3 days, disciples from various sects who entered Saint's tomb were mostly staying at the outer area, looking for purple amulets. After all, there was always plenty of time when the Saint's tomb opened up. Even the most important opportunity of all, the final 6 positions to study Fengtian's scroll that would only appear individually 1 month later. Hence, the disciples were not in a hurry, and in normal circumstances, those disciples would spend more than 10 days in the outer area. After finding all the purple amulets they could discover 10 days later, they would move towards the inner area. There were a total of 3 purple amulets floating above a vast and desolate field. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures suddenly appeared in the field. 3 purple amulets? Both who arrived were core disciples from Narcissus Island. Their eyes lit up when they saw the purple amulets, and kept the amulets in their interspatial rings without hesitation. We found 4 of them before this, and we now found 3 all in one go, which means we found a total of 7 in just 3 days' time. Seems like our luck isn't so bad. The 2 disciples were chatting, apparently feeling rather joyful. However, right then, somebody's here? One of the purple-robed disciples' eyes froze all of a sudden. The auras feel like 1 first-class and 2 second-class divine demons. Let's get out of here. They left immediately without thinking twice after noticing 3 individuals' auras. In the next moment, right after the 2 disciples left, 3 figures appeared where they were. We were slightly late as they were ahead of us, said the green-haired woman among the 3. Too bad, I just sensed the aura of purple amulets. They were all taken by those 2, exclaimed another blonde-haired strong man with a large axe on his back. So far, the last member of the group, a crimson-haired young man, had not said a word. The crimson-haired young man was the only first-class divine demon among the 3 of them. His incredibly evil and strange eyes with a shade of scarlet looked at the direction where those 2 disciples headed. If I didn't see wrongly, aren't those 2 disciples of Narcissus Island? Said the crimson-haired young man quietly. The green-haired woman nodded. Yes. Before we came here, I've gathered information on almost all the genius disciples from every sect. It's true that the 2 who were just here are from Narcissus Island, but they were only second-class divine demon, not the best ones from the island. The best ones are Zhongyi and Su Tong. They both entered Saint's tomb as well, so they're probably close by. Zhongyi? The crimson-haired young man's face froze as soon as he heard that name. More than 10 years ago, when I was wandering and gaining experience, I had a run-in with him. His ability was slightly higher than mine and he had an assistant with him. I was badly defeated then. I'm still holding that grudge. 10-odd years have passed. Finally, I get to fight him again. Senior brother, are you thinking of seeking revenge in Saint's tomb? The green-haired woman looked over. Of course. It's a rare coincidence to run into Zhongyi again, not to mention it's inside Saint's tomb. How could I miss a rare chance such as this? The crimson-haired young man sneered frostily. But Zhongyi's ability isn't weak, furthermore, There are a total of 10 genius disciples from Narcissus Island who entered Saint's Tomb. They're definitely not weaker than us Black Thunder Pavilion when it comes to numbers and general abilities. I'm afraid it's probably not so easy if we were to provoke them, said the green-haired lady. Humph, it's true that we from Black Thunder Pavilion can't deter them, but can't we look for some help? The crimson-haired young man's lips curved upwards. According to my knowledge, Nashiyu from Cold Blood Palace is also close by. In addition, they have beef with Narcissus Island. The last time Saint's Tomb was opened, 2 genius disciples from Cold Blood Palace were killed by men from Narcissus Island during the final fight for the 6 positions. The fight in Saint's Tomb was ability-based. It was hard to avoid losses of personnel in the process. Cold Blood Palace did not make any remarks afterward either, but they wouldn't feel good about it anyhow. Now that Saint's Tomb is open once again, Cold Blood Palace definitely wouldn't go soft on Narcissus Island if there's a chance. Other than that, Na Shiyu is a friend of mine. I have his message token. I'll try looking for him now. After saying so, the crimson-haired young man immediately took out a token and began establishing communication. Tang Xiao, you wish to touch Narcissus Island in the outer area? Replied Na Shiyu to him at the first moment. That's right, Narcissus Island's total strength is pretty strong. I'm afraid that Black Thunder Pavilion wouldn't be able to match them, hence I need you to give us a hand, said the crimson-haired young man, Tang Xiao. Na Shiyu fell silent for a moment, and then answered. Tang Xiao, I know you have some resentment against Zhong Yi from Narcissus Island. You've once lost to him big time, it's only normal to seek revenge. However, we're merely at the outer area of the Saint's Tomb. All the disciples are just looking for some purple amulets. Don't you think it's a bit too flagrant to take action right now? It was truly normal and understandable for all sects when there were casualties and injuries during fights for opportunities in the Saint's Tomb. For example, the competition for the final 6 positions. However, that was obviously a provocation if 2 sects joined forces against Narcissus Island in the outer area. After all, Narcissus Island was one of the top 10 sects in Wuxia Wilderness. In terms of foundation and abilities, Cold Blood Palace was nowhere near them. Na Shiyu naturally was a little worried about that. Moreover, Zhong Yi is the most outstanding genius disciple of Narcissus Island. He definitely has a safety token, and with it, it's impossible for you to kill him, said Na Shiyu. I understand everything you say. I don't plan to directly kill Zhong Yi. I merely want to give him a small lesson. For example, you and I, 2 great sects coming together and force Narcissus Island to give up some purple amulets. If possible, we could think of a way to force Zhong Yi into using his safety token, sending him out of Saint's Tomb, and that would be all. In this way, he would have wasted his trip and I could get my revenge. As for the other Narcissus Island disciples, we could go easy on them by just hurting them and not kill them. Isn't that easy? So long as we don't kill their disciples, even Narcissus Island can't say anything. It would just be a brawl between disciples from both sides. We won't do anything overboard, said Tang Xiao. Chapter 2404. Battle Trooper Na Shiyu was obviously slightly moved, but he was still a bit hesitant. At that moment, Tang Xiao spoke again. Na Shiyu, we've known each other for a while. I'll give you my word. Help me and I'll always remember this favor. Also, after we manage to force the purple amulets out of those Narcissus Island disciples' hands, Black Thunder Pavilion won't take any. The Cold Blood Palace disciples can have it all. Na Shiyu's hesitation was lifted after hearing that. All right then, I shall lend you a hand. Where are you now? They'll come right away. At this location. The disciples of Black Thunder Pavilion and Cold Blood Palace had started their secret alliance, going directly against Narcissus Island. However, the 10 disciples of Narcissus Island did not notice the slightest sign of it. On the 5th opening day of Saint's Tomb, everyone was still at the outer area, carefully searching for purple amulets. However, there were only that many purple amulets, which most of them had been discovered after a few days of searching, and not many were left. The chances of more being found were naturally much slimmer. Jian Wushuang and Xiao Heng were skimming side by side, fully releasing their soul power. Our first 3 days were considered quite fruitful. We had discovered 6 purple amulets, but the efficiency had dropped significantly these 2 days as we only found 2. That means we have a total of 8, 4 for each of us. The chances of discovering more purple amulets in the coming few days would be lower and lower. Looks like after 10 days, we would each have a total of 5 or 6 purple amulets, said Jian Wushuang. 5 or 6? That's actually not bad. Xiao Heng nodded slightly. That was true. It was considered quite decent if each person could get 5 or 6 purple amulets after searching for 10 days. Those who did not have such good luck might only find 1 or 2. Just then, Xiao Heng's expression suddenly changed. What is it? Jian Wushuang noticed immediately. It's a message from Wei Qing. His team has run into a big trouble, said Xiao Heng. Big trouble? Jian Wushuang was surprised. The core disciples of Narcissus Island had all formed teams of 2. Wei Qing was in a duo of second-class divine demons. Jian Wushuang knew about him. Among the 10 Narcissus Island disciples sent to Saint's Tomb, his ability was right after Zhong Yi and Su Tong. Although he was only a second-class divine demon, if he fought with a regular first-class divine demon, he could certainly persist for a while. There were 3 safety tokens from Narcissus Island, and the last piece was given to him. Partnering up with another second-class divine demon with his level meant they could resolve most crises they ran into. Now that they had run into a big trouble, it had got to be something severe. If I remember correctly, Senior Brother Wei Qing's team is located not far away from us, right? With our speed, if we rush over at full velocity, we should be able to get there in under an hour. Come, let's not waste time. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate either, and immediately left with Xiao Heng. They broke into their fastest speed possible and rushed towards Wei Qing's location. Within an hour's time, Jian Wushuang and Xiao Heng arrived at the void where Wei Qing's team was. As soon as they arrived, they witnessed a terrifying sight. A gigantic 2-meter-tall figure that looked as if it was constructed by purple marble was continuously swinging a huge mace in a frenzy. The mace that it swung was heavy and forceful with impressive momentum. Most importantly, it was incredibly fast. As one strike just went down, another strike arrived immediately. Absolutely barbarous. Right before this huge figure was Wei Qing and another core disciple from Narcissus Island. They were already giving the best of their abilities, especially Wei Qing. His body had grown a lot bigger. Blood and energy were rushing through his body as he swung his heavy sword to ward off the mace's attacks. However, it was obvious that he was at an absolute disadvantage every time he warded off an attack. With every blow of the mace, he got pushed back further and further. The horrifying recoils had made him bleed and his injury looked serious. Damn, it's a battle trooper and a purple battle trooper on top of that. Its ability was the equivalent of a first-class divine demon. No wonder even Wei Qing has trouble fighting it off. Xiao Heng could immediately recognize the gigantic figure as he arrived. A battle trooper? Jian Wushuang's eyes froze. He had heard of the existence of battle troopers from Elder Wujian's detailed information. There existed some dangers in Saint's Tomb, and the battle troopers were one of them. One could say that battle troopers were the guardians of Saint's Tomb, created by the Crimson Stone Saint to stop and destroy practitioners who forced their way into the tomb. There were 3 types of battle troopers: silver battle troopers, purple battle troopers, and crimson battle troopers. Among them, silver battle troopers were equivalent to second-class divine demons, purple battle troopers, first-class demons. The most terrifying of all were crimson battle troopers. They were comparable to peak stage divine demon. However, the number of those battle troopers were not large, and they were scattered in different corners of Saint's Tomb. It was usually rare to encounter them, especially the scariest crimson battle troopers. There were probably a total of 2 or 3 crimson battle troopers scattered in the tomb, and rarely made contact with practitioners. Even if they did, the practitioners would escape right away, almost never giving the crimson battle troopers a chance to start their mayhem. With the numerous times Saint's Tomb was opened, there were rarely genius disciples who died in the hands of crimson battle troopers. On the contrary, the purple battle troopers were much more feared. Purple battle troopers were not only comparable to first-class divine demon, their incredible speed was their most crucial quality. After Wei Qing and the other core disciple had been fighting with the purple battle trooper for such a long time, the desire to escape this situation did cross their minds. Unfortunately, it caught up with them. That was the reason Wei Qing's team had immediately called for help from the other core disciples. Fortunately, it's Wei Qing's team who ran into the purple battle troopers. If they were two regular second-class divine demons, they wouldn't be able to survive this long, exclaimed Xiaoheng. Senior brother Xiaoheng, don't just stand there. Go to help them. Jian Wushuang pushed. I help them? How about you? Xiaoheng stared at Jian Wushuang. I'm merely at the chaotic realm, I can't even take one strike from the purple battle trooper, so I'd better stay here like a good boy. Jian Wushuang smiled. Xiaoheng rolled his eyes upon hearing it but did not say more. His figure blurred and charged directly at the purple battle trooper. Wei Qing, I'm here to help. Xiaoheng attacked immediately, fighting the purple battle trooper together with Wei Qing. Wei Qing and the other core disciple had in fact noticed their arrival earlier on. However, they were not surprised at all when they saw Jian Wushuang standing there without making a move. In their opinion, Jian Wushuang was truly not suitable to participate in this battle based on his abilities. Chapter 2405. The purple battle trooper was incredibly overpowering throughout the battle while perpetually oppressing Wei Qing and the rest. However, the pressure that Wei Qing endured had greatly decreased due to Xiaoheng's help. All they needed to do now was to keep on battling until the rest of the Narcissus Island disciples arrived. The 5 teams of Narcissus Island were all in very close proximity. Jian Wushuang and Xiaoheng were the first ones who arrived, but the rest of them were not too far behind either. In only a short moment, another team arrived, though still a duo of second-class divine demons. However, they could finally have a fair fight with the purple battle trooper with 5 people working together after both of them joined in. A while later, Su Tong, who was among the 4th group, arrived. As soon as she arrived, Su Tong directly joined the battle, crossing hands with the purple battle trooper like a bolt of lightning with her first-class divine demon battle strength fully unleashed. She unleashed multiple silent stabs using a spear. The spear's sharp tip stabbed on the purple battle trooper's gigantic body while her body was moving like a ghost. The purple battle trooper's mace swinging speed was fast, but it could not fend off Su Tong's spear. Senior Sister Su Tong's spear skills are pretty impressive, and her understanding of the spear arts is also extremely high. Looks like she has arrived at profound achievement in spear arts. Jian Wushuang was quietly shocked. The purple battle trooper was equally a first-class divine demon, however it had no choice but to be manipulated by Su Tong when fighting her. Its mace could not even touch the corners of Su Tong's clothes while her spear hit its body time and again. After more than 10 hits, the purple marble on its surface had shown some cracks despite the purple battle trooper's body being extremely hard. The battle trooper had no intention to keep fighting as it turned away and escaped. Su Tong and the rest did not pursue any further. After all, it was only one of the few battle troopers that Crimson Stone's saint had left in the saint's tomb. Even if they shattered it, there was no other meaning besides being a waste of energy. It's finally defeated? Su Tong retracted her spear while feeling relieved when she looked at the direction of the purple battle trooper's escape. The battle trooper was really a personal creation of Crimson Stone's saint. Not only was its battle strength strong, but its body was also very solid too. After doing more than 10 of my spear blows on it, I could only inflict a little crack. I probably would have to hit it 100 times to break it apart. Plus, this is not the only battle trooper. The most terrifying ones in Saint's Tomb are the Crimson Battle Troopers. I heard that they are comparable to peak stage divine demons, Su Tong exclaimed. The other core disciples had already relaxed. Wei Qing and the core disciple in his team who fought the purple battle trooper since the beginning, directly sat on the floor while panting really hard. Are you alright? Su Tong walked up and asked. I'm doing quite alright, but senior brother Wei Qing. The core disciple frowned hard. Everyone immediately looked over at Wei Qing and realized that his face was incredibly pale, and his aura was also very weak. Su Tong went up right away to check on him. Not too bad. Although he's suffering some serious injuries and used up quite a bit of divine power, that would affect his battle strength for a short period of time. As long as he receives help from elixirs, he'll be able to recover to his peak level within 10 days, said Su Tong. Hearing her words, the core disciples around nodded quietly. Although it was difficult for Wei Qing to utilize his full abilities in the next 10 days, the battle for the final 6 positions was taking place more than 20 days later, so he still had time to recover. Senior Sister Su Tong, since senior brother Wei Qing is injured and his power has decreased, his team would definitely be weakened. If they run into another crisis like this, they probably wouldn't be able to hold on for this long. Should we perhaps rearrange the teams? One core disciple voiced out. Yes, it is necessary to rearrange, but no hurry. Let's wait for senior brother Zhongyi's team to arrive before we discuss, said Su Tong. They waited in the field while restoring their divine power. Not long after, Zhongyi's team, which was the last team, had also arrived. At the same time, Zhongyi understood the situation. Junior brother Wei Qing's injuries are not minor. Had better not fight in these coming days and focus on recovery, so he can be in the same team as me for the next few days in the outer area, said Zhongyi. Yes. Su Tong and the rest all agreed. It was safe to say that Zhongyi really lived up to the term senior brother, as the most outstanding Narcissus Island genius disciple of his generation, and leader of the 10 core disciples at the Saint's Tomb. Previously, he suggested Jian Wushuang to team up with him in order to balance out each group's ability while not neglecting Jian Wushuang, which Jian Wushuang unfortunately declined. Now that Wei Qing was injured and could not fight, he asked Wei Qing to join his team. The 5 teams were rearranged. As soon as their divine powers were restored, they could start moving again to look for more purple amulets. Suddenly, in the void not far away from them, black dot lines appeared out of the blue. The black dot lines were charging towards them at incredible speed. Zhongyi, Su Tong, and Jian Wushuang immediately noticed the black dot's presence as they simultaneously looked towards the same direction. That's... Zhongyi locked his eyebrows. Are they genius disciples from other sects? Su Tong squinted. In the blink of an eye, the black dots that were still on the edge of the sky had already appeared before them. A total of 10 figures floated before them. Leading the 10 people was a crimson-haired young man, Tang Xiao from Black Thunder Pavilion. I was still wondering who you were. Looks like it's people from Black Thunder Pavilion. Zhongyi sneered mildly when he made out who they were. He looked at the one moving towards him. Tang Xiao, it's been a while. Your injury recovered pretty fast and your arms have healed too? Tang Xiao's facial muscles were twitching slightly upon hearing his words. More than 10 years ago, he suffered a big defeat against Zhongyi. Not only was he severely injured by Zhongyi, both his arms were also chopped off by Zhongyi in front of everyone. If Zhongyi did not take his status as Black Thunder Pavilion's disciple into consideration, Tang Xiao would probably have been killed. That battle, although more than 10 years had passed, was the biggest humiliation Tang Xiao had ever suffered. He was there to take revenge, but before he could say anything, Zhongyi had already spread salt on his wound. His feeling of shame was burning his face, and the fires of rage started to build up inside. Chapter 2406, Chorus. Zhongyi, you're laughing now, but you won't be able to soon. Tang Xiao stared closely at Zhongyi. What, you're here looking for trouble with just you and your people from Black Thunder Pavilion? Zhongyi's eyes turned frosty. Haha, that surely wouldn't be enough, but do you think we're the only ones who have beef with you? Tang Xiao burst out laughing. Just as his voice faded, there were a few dark figures appearing in the void not far away and arrived in front of everyone in a blink of an eye. There were 5 of them, and the group leader was a bald man with a violent aura. Are you sure of Cold Blood Palace? Zhongyi's expression changed. Zhongyi, Su Tong, I've long been hearing your names. We finally met. The bald man Na Xiu cracked open his mouth and smiled. It was a cold smile. Na Xiu, what does Cold Blood Palace want? Do you want to become enemies with Narcissus Island? Said Zhongyi coldly. Back where Tang Xiao was from, Black Thunder Pavilion had a general strength that was not far behind Narcissus Island. Zhongyi could not use Narcissus Island to coerce him. However, Cold Blood Palace was far from comparable to Narcissus Island, which was evident through the fact that there were only 5 of their disciples who got into Saint's Tomb. Once Zhongyi saw the arrival of 5 Cold Blood Palace disciples, he mentioned Narcissus Island's name at the very first moment. Becoming enemies with Narcissus Island? This is nothing but competition between the disciples. We have no intention of antagonizing Narcissus Island. Besides, the last time Saint's Tomb was open, we had a few disciples who died in Narcissus Island disciples' hands, and it was due to a fair fight, thus we didn't say anything. Now that we just arrived, you're already accusing us of antagonizing Narcissus Island? Na Xiu gave Zhongyi an insulting look. Na Xiu, don't waste your breath talking to him. Let's do it, said Tang Xiao right after. All right then. Na Xiu nodded. The disciples from both sects immediately activated their attack. Oh no! All of Narcissus Island's disciples looked troubled. They could handle the attacks if they were only facing Black Thunder Pavilion, but now that there was also Cold Blood Palace, it was important to remember that there were 10 disciples from Black Thunder Pavilion. If the 5 disciples from Cold Blood Palace were added on, there were a total of 15 opponents, with the weakest ones all being second-class divine demons and a total of 3 first-class divine demons, with 2 first-class divine demons from Black Thunder Pavilion and Na Xiu, which was 1 more than Narcissus Island. That caused a huge total strength gap between Narcissus Island and its opponents. If they fought, careful! Block them! All disciples from Narcissus Island began to take action, establishing the battle against Black Thunder Pavilion and Cold Blood Palace within moments. An intense fight had immediately broken out. Zhongyi unsheathed his battle blade while Su Tong also joined in with her spear, and both their faces looked grim. This is the outer area, there is no obvious fight for opportunities. The men from Black Thunder Pavilion and Cold Blood Palace wouldn't dare to kill, said Zhongyi. Su Tong nodded. True. However, they could still heavily injure us even if they don't dare to kill us, making us lose our battle strength in the short time, so that we can't fight for the final 6 positions. Let's all be careful and try not to get hurt. I've sent a message to the second elder, requesting her to look for people from Black Thunder Pavilion and Cold Blood Palace, Zhongyi announced. Ha! Zhongyi, you better worry about yourself for now. With a hearty laugh, Tang Xiao had already appeared before Zhongyi with Na Xiu next to him. Na Xiu, well worked together. Let's teach Zhongyi a good lesson today, said Tang Xiao. No problem. Na Xiu smiled. Both of them simultaneously attacked, dashing at Zhongyi like flashes of lightning. 2 against 1. Su Tong was also entangled in a fight with another first-class divine demon from Black Thunder Pavilion. When it came to abilities, Zhongyi was the strongest individual amongst everyone in the battle. If it was a one-on-one fight, either Tang Xiao or Na Xiu could have the upper hand, though the difference was small. When it came to 2 against 1, he was totally overpowered. Tang Xiao, what are you 2 exactly up to? Flames of rage were burning in Zhongyi's eyes as he was crazily swinging his battle blade, already releasing his strongest battle strength. Even so, he could merely block their attacks and gradually lose his stand. Haha, what do we want to do? You still don't know? How did you treat me more than 10 years ago? I want to pay you back in full. Tang Xiao laughed hard, but his eyes were extremely cold. Funny, do you think I would be worried about you if we fought one-on-one? Zhongyi growled deeply and immediately looked over at Na Xiu. Na Xiu, what would make Cold Blood Palace willing to retreat? It's easy if you want me to retreat. Give me 30 purple amulets and we will leave right away, said Na Xiu. Zhongyi was shocked, hearing those words. Purple amulets were the most commonly seen items in Saint's Tomb. Almost every genius disciple could find a few if they made a detailed search in the outer area. Narcissus Island disciples had gained quite a harvest in the passing 5 days. However, there were only less than a total of 40 purple amulets pieces among the 10 Narcissus Island disciples, and Na Xiu was asking for 30 of them? That was a robbery. Na Xiu, you're asking for too much, shouted Zhongni. Too much? Na Xiu's face turned cold. Looks like you haven't yet understood the situation. Tang Xiao, let's go in harder. Sure. Tang Xiao was very excited. Both of them carried out a frenzied offense, and Zhongni was being pressured to the point that he lost all his temper. Not only Zhongni, but the rest of Narcissus Island's disciples were also completely on the passive side in the battles. They were all second-class divine demons, but Narcissus Island was clearly outnumbered. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang had also taken action. The one fighting against Jian Wushuang was a strong blonde man. He was incredibly vicious at waving his weighty and powerful giant axe. However, he noticed that Jian Wushuang was merely at chaotic realm, hence he did not dare to unleash his full strength, as he worried that he might kill him by accident. If someone from Narcissus Island died, the nature of their battle would completely alter. As long as the opponent did not get killed, it was not a problem to injure or cripple him. Boy, you have some guts coming to Saint's Tomb as a mere chaotic realm fighter. Are you seeking death? See how I teach you a lesson. The strong blonde man viciously grinned and swung his axe directly at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had a long sword in his hand, but not the Blood Mountain sword. It was only a regular sword. Facing the incoming axe, he raised his sword to block and easily ward off the attacks. 1 in the raw, the author wrote. Which was evident through the fact that there were only 5 Cold Blood Palace disciples who got into Cold Blood Palace. The team suspects that it was a mistake on the author's part, thus we have translated as such. Chapter 2407, The Ice Queen. Huh, he blocked it. The strong blonde man's face betrayed his surprise. Let's go again. That time, the strong blonde man added more strength to his hand. The big axe continuously swung out with the occasional heavy chops and sideways slices, charging like rolling waves at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was seemingly calm when facing the attacks and casually waved his sword. It was only a regular sword, but his movements were flawless with almost no weak points. Clang! 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 With every weapon clash, the strong blonde man's strength became stronger. However, no matter how he increased his strength, Jian Wushuang's sword could still head-to-head ward off his axe. After tens of clashes, the strong blonde man had pushed his strength to the extreme of third-class divine demon, but he still could not inflict any damage on Jian Wushuang. This kid! The strong blonde man began feeling mad, as the strength in his hands rose again. He was giving his all this time, and not holding back anymore. The battle strength of a second-class divine demon was fully unleashed. With another clang, his vicious axe strike was once again blocked by Jian Wushuang, who remained calm as usual. Bastard! Are you messing with me? The strong blonde man was finally outraged. At that point in the intense battle, even a fool could tell that Jian Wushuang had been playing around with him. In the beginning, Jian Wushuang could calmly ward off because he was holding back his strength by barely releasing the strength of third-class divine demon. Now that he had completely unleashed all the divine powers that he had as a second-class divine demon, Jian Wushuang could still calmly handle it. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang was also holding back for the entire time, and not calling his opponent out. He was clearly playing with the strong blonde man. Kid, you've pissed me off. Now drop dead. The strong blonde man let out a deep growl. His giant axe and body began to glow with a golden hue. The strong blonde man suddenly turned into a dash of lightning while his axe became a golden thunderbolt, hacking forward at Jian Wushuang. The power of his strike was incredibly terrifying that even a second-class divine demon would have to take it very seriously. However, Jian Wushuang was very calm when he saw the golden bolt of lightning. With the sword in his hand, he stabbed horizontally outwards without any fanciness. It was just a simple stab, but it went straight into the middle of the bolt. Crackles and sizzles ensued while the bolt of lightning dissolved with golden electric currents shooting outwards into every direction. The strong blond man's powerful hit was still warded off easily by Jian Wushuang. The blond strong man's expression turned from outrage to complete shock. He already gave his heaviest possible blow, and yet, the chaotic realm Jian Wushuang could still withstand it. Not to mention that he remained absolutely calm throughout. The strong blond man simply could not accept that. Jian Wushuang was infinitely indifferent, his facial expression did not change a bit. He could easily withstand even the most powerful hit from a first-class divine demon, let alone a second-class. The surrounding situations don't look very positive, huh? Jian Wushuang even had the capacity to keep a lookout at the battlefield during all that. He had only fended off a second-class divine demon, but the other second-class divine demon disciples from Black Thunder Pavilion and Cold Blood Palace were still fighting with Narcissus Island disciples. Due to their advantage in numbers, the Narcissus Island disciples were naturally at a clear disadvantage, as on Wei Qing's side. Wei Qing fought a purple battle trooper just moments ago and was severely injured. His ability had declined a great deal. He was thoroughly overpowered when fighting another extremely powerful second-class divine demon, and his injuries got more severe. It was very hard for him to keep enduring. None of the Narcissus Island disciples around could find a chance to help him, as they were all being overpowered, after all. Meanwhile, on the side of first-class divine demons, Su Tong was fighting neck and neck with the first-class divine demon from Black Thunder Pavilion, while Zhongyi had been completely suppressed by Tang Xiao and Na Xiu, without having a chance to help anybody else. If this continues, senior brother Wei Qing would have to use his safety token to retreat from Saint's Tomb, before the second elder at the Outer Realm could finish negotiations with Black Thunder Pavilion and Cold Blood Palace. Looks like he'll have to do something, Jian Wushuang said to himself. In fact, Jian Wushuang did not wish to prematurely show his true abilities. That way, he could have a big advantage during the fight for the 6 positions in the inner area with significantly higher chances of winning a position. However, if he took action at that moment, words about his abilities would naturally go around and genius disciples from every sect would know about it. By then everyone would be on guard against him, hence it would not be as easy to win a position. Previously, Jian Wushuang simply wanted to uneventfully reach the final stage with the Narcissus Island disciples and only made his move when the 6 positions appeared. However, he had no choice but to take action with the situation he was facing. After all, those were his senior and junior brothers from the same sect. He could not allow them to get bullied by those people from Black Thunder Pavilion and Cold Blood Palace. He took a deep breath and raised his head. His eyes were already giving a penetrating gaze. On the nearby battlefield, Xiaoheng was having an intense fight with an incredibly powerful second-class divine demon. However, he would often glance over at Jian Wushuang during the battle. Xiaoheng's eyes lit up when he saw the change in Jian Wushuang's facial expression. Finally making a move? Xiaoheng was well aware that Narcissus Island was at an absolute disadvantage in the battle. However, as long as Jian Wushuang was willing to give his all during a disadvantage like this, the tables would turn. Jian Wushuang was about to make his move, but he stopped. Is there a turnaround? Jian Wushuang glanced at the void on the side and noticed a few figures dash towards their direction at high speed. Whoosh! 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 4 figures appeared in the void surrounding the battlefield. Look what we have here! Quite a party, isn't it? Sarcastic laughter filled the air. Everyone on the battlefield could hear it. All those who were fighting, Narcissus Island, Black Thunder Pavilion, and Cold Blood Palace disciples, looked over. Among the 4 newcomers, 3 of them were only second-class divine demons, but their leader was a valiant and beautiful lady in green armor, a true first-class divine demon. Zhongyi, Tang Xiao, and Na Xiu were all surprised to see such a beauty. Looks like she's Zhuabing from Ancient Star Temple. Zhuabing? The Ice Queen. It's her. Knowing who had arrived, both Tang Xiao and Na Xiu had fear written on their faces. The Ice Queen enjoyed fairly substantial fame among the younger generation in Wuxia Wilderness, at least a lot more famous than both of them. Even Zhongyi was slightly weaker than the Ice Queen. Shuabing the Ice Queen? Jian Wuxuang froze when he heard that name. He immediately glanced over at the green-armored lady, and his expression became weird upon seeing her. Chapter 2408, Tough. Shuabing, what are you doing here? Tang Xiao said frostily. Oh, nothing much, just passing by. You guys go ahead. The green-armored lady, Shuabing, smiled mildly. Passing by? Tang Xiao and Na Xiu both frowned. Miss Shuabing, could you please give us a hand? Narcissus Island will show gratitude handsomely afterward, said Zhongyi right after. He did not have any friendship with Shuabing, and that could even be considered their first encounter. Furthermore, Narcissus Island and Ancient Star Temple usually did not have much interaction. However, they had no hatred for each other either, hence his desire to seek a helping hand from Shuabing. I'm sorry, I have no intention to be mixed up in your issues. Shuabing rejected straight away. Zhongyi could not do anything after she said so. On the other hand, Tang Xiao and Xiu felt relieved. Although Shuabing's group appeared unexpectedly, the outcome would still be the same as long as she did not take action. However, right at that moment, Big Sister! A resonant voice suddenly filled the entire battlefield. Even Shuabing, who was outside of the battlefield, could hear it. Big Sister? Shuabing was slightly surprised and looked over to the source of the voice, spotting Jian Wuxuang right away. However, she did not look surprised when she saw him. Big Sister, it's me. Jian Wuxuang, said Jian Wuxuang again. Shuabing's expression finally changed when Jian Wuxuang mentioned his own name. She looked surprised at him. Jian Wuxuang? Your little brother? Yes, yes. It's me. Jian Wuxuang nodded nonstop, wearing a smile on his face. He was born in the Zhua clan in his current life. His father, Shui Yufeng, had one daughter and two sons. The eldest daughter was Shuabing, the second was Shuaping, and Jian Wuxuang was the youngest child. Over 100 years ago, Jian Wuxuang's elder sister Shuabing joined a certain sect and had been cultivating in the sect, hence she seldom returned to Anjiu Commandery. Therefore, from the moment he was born into his current life, Jian Wuxuang had never really met this big sister. What he did not expect was he could actually meet his unknown big sister in the saint's tomb. After identifying Jian Wuxuang, Shuabing lifted her jesting spectator's expression and replaced it with a frosty face. Take out your weapons and follow me. Shuabing let out a low growl and a bright red staff appeared in her hands. Senior Sister Shuabing, which side are we helping? Asked a second-class divine demon. Nonsense, of course we're helping Narcissus Island, Shuabing said coldly as her body had already charged forward in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Shuabing was already on the battlefield, arriving at the side of the strong blonde man who was just fighting with Jian Wuxuang. Scram! Shuabing's shout resonated as her bright red staff viciously lashed out. What? The strong blonde man was startled but managed to react. His body once again glowed with surging golden electric currents, and hacked forward with his thunderbolt-turned giant axe. With a loud boom, the golden thunderbolt instantly fell apart. The strong blonde man's giant axe flew out of his hands due to the impact. Puke! The strong blonde man threw up a big gulp of blood and flew out like a cannonball. The sudden change of scenario brought the entire battlefield into a short, momentary silence. Little brother, are you hurt? After fighting off the strong blonde man, Shuabing's figure blurred and appeared next to Jian Wuxuang. No. Jian Wuxuang shook his head. Good then. Shuabing was relieved. Everyone on the battlefield looked over at Shuabing. Shuabing, what do you think you're doing? Tang Xiao shouted in anger. Miss Shuabing, I thought you said you wouldn't join the fight? Na Xiu frowned as well. The Narcissus Island disciples, however, all looked delighted. Humph, you dare bully my younger blood brother and expect me not to get involved? Shuabing's face turned very cold. Younger blood brother? Everybody was dumbfounded and looked over at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was the Ice Queen's younger brother? They did not even share the same surname, let alone their facial features. Xue Bing, perhaps there is some kind of misunderstanding, said Tang Xiao. Misunderstanding? None whatsoever. You have the guts to bully my young brother. If I don't beat your teeth out and make you look for them all over the floor, I don't deserve the Ice Queen title. Eat this. Xue Bing was not in the mood to explain anything to Tang Xiao. Her figure blurred, appearing in front of Tang Xiao after a flash. The staff in her hand suddenly turned bigger and formed a sky-scraping shadow staff in a split second, slamming down directly at Tang Xiao. Damn it! Tang Xiao was extremely angry and frightened. He had no time to suppress Zhongyi anymore and turned around to start battling Xue Bing. Xue Bing and he were both first-class divine demons, with both being geniuses as well. Theoretically, their abilities should have been similar, however. Boom! 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 Blow by blow, the vicious shadow staff perpetually slammed over without any fanciness. The power was frighteningly strong while its speed was extremely fast. The continuous frenzy and angry blows did not give Tang Xiao any opportunity to catch his breath. Almost immediately, Tang Xiao was being suppressed by the frightening shadow staff. That's so powerful! The surrounding disciples who witnessed it could not help but to exclaim. It was truly incredibly powerful. At least for those disciples, the shadow staff was too scary. Most importantly, the shadow staff perpetually attacked blow by blow. It was extremely terrifying. Even Jian Wushuang could not hide his shock as he watched Xue Bing's continuous staff shadows. This big sister of mine, she's this tough? Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. Tough. Exactly. At that moment, Xue Bing could really be described as tough. Her attack method was extremely simple, barbarous, and vicious. It could also be extended to the way she carried herself, extremely overbearing. No wonder she gained the nickname Ice Queen. However, what Jian Wushuang did not expect was that his big sister had such strong capabilities. Even Tang Xiao was instantly being suppressed to the point where he could not fight back. That kind of battle strength was even a bit stronger than Zhongyi. She was probably almost comparable to the last few 12 minor kings. However, according to what he knew, his big sister's abilities were not that strong. He remembered that his father, Zhui Yufeng, mentioned to him that his big sister did return home once not long before Jian Wushuang was born. According to Zhui Yunfeng's account, his big sister had already broken through to Chaotic Realm. If it took her 20 over years to reach the Chaotic Realm, then it was impossible that Xue Bing could become first-class divine demon within another 20-odd year, let alone possessing such a level of ability. After all, Xue Bing was not reincarnated, hence her cultivation speed should not be so fast. Obviously, Xue Bing had probably achieved divine demon realm a lot earlier. She probably had even been a first-class divine demon for a long time. Perhaps Shui Yunfeng's abilities were not strong enough to tell, thinking that she was only in the chaotic realm. Looks like this big sister of mine is a lot stronger than I had imagined. Jian Wushuang was secretly exclaiming in surprise. Chapter 2409, Big Sister. The situation on the battlefield changed due to the participation of Xue Bing and the others. Narcissus Island's second-class divine demons had gradually overcome the disadvantage with help from the 3 ancient Star Temple disciples. As for the first-class divine demons, they were at a huge advantage. Xue Bing suppressed Tang Xiao with an aggressive and precise combat skill, which also relieved Zhongyi's pressure. Previously, Zhongyi was struggling against 2 enemies, hence naturally he was losing. However, when he was battling head-on with Na Xiyu, which was obviously not his opponent, Na Xiyu looked like he was on the losing end. Tang Xiao, we can't hold it anymore. Let's retreat, roared Xiyu. Tang Xiao looked awful, but he was very unwilling. He was beaten by Zhongyi more than 10 years ago and was still being humiliated till today. When he finally found a chance for revenge to wash off his shame, he encountered Xue Bing. He was reluctant to just leave like that. At that moment, someone is here again! At that exclamation sound, many turned to look at a void not far away where 4 figures dashed in. The 4 figures soon approached. Tang Xiao and Shiyu instantly knew who they were. They are from the ancient Star Temple led by their top genius, Ling Dan. ***. We really have to go now. Tang Xiao dared not stay anymore. With the addition of 4 people from Shuibing and her team members, the battle situation had been reversed and they were no longer at an advantage. He intended to create more trouble for Narcissus Island, but the arrival of Ling Dan ruined his plans. Ling Dan was one of the 12 minor kings. His strength was undeniable even though he was ranked last. Both Ling Dan and Shuibing came from the ancient Star Temple, so without hesitation, he would stand by Shuibing's side, and it would only be more difficult for them to retreat later on. Quickly retreat! Tang Xiao let out a low yelp. Hurry up! Shiyu also shouted. The disciples from Black Thunder Pavilion and Cold Blood Palace did not hesitate at all. They instantly moved away from their opponents and began retreating. Tang Xiao and Shiyu wanted to immediately escape too. Leaving? How could it be so easy? Shuibing pulled a cold and hard face, but that did not stop her from chasing after the enemies. Tang Xiao was furious and had to reveal his strongest trump card. Only with that did he manage to get rid of Shuibing. Shuibing, I remember what happened today. I won't give up easily. Sooner or later I'll be back. Tang Xiao left a ruthless remark when he left. After only a brief moment, the disciples of Black Thunder Pavilion and Cold Blood Palace were almost gone. Narcissus Island disciples finally breathed a sigh of relief in the void. Was he thinking of taking revenge? I'm here waiting. Shuibing smiled coldly while looking at the direction Tang Xiao was leaving. Junior sister, what's going on here? Ling Dan, who came over, appeared beside Shuibing and frowned while checking around. It's nothing. I just had a battle with those people from Black Thunder Pavilion and Cold Blood Palace, answered Shuibing casually. Ling Dan's expression was strange. Whether it was Shuibing herself, Ancient Star Temple, Black Thunder Pavilion, or Cold Blood Palace, there was no hatred in between. Unless the other party had nothing better to do, they would never take initiative to stir things up. If that was the case, how did Shuibing meet the disciples from 2 major sects? Miss Shuibing. Zhong Yi and Su Tong went over to Shuibing. Thank you for your help just now. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Narcissus Island will suffer a big loss. Don't mention it. I didn't do it for Narcissus Island, said Shuibing. Thereafter she immediately walked towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled seeing Shuibing, who was approaching him, and said, The mighty big sister. You come over here with me. Shuibing took Jian Wushuang directly to a corner. Brother, what's the matter with you? My father sent me a message before, saying that you went to Narcissus Island and became an outer disciple. How could an outer disciple that's not even a divine demon realm come into the saint's tomb? Shuibing stared at Jian Wushuang and solemnly asked. Although she had never met Jian Wushuang before, Zhui Yufeng had already informed her of some matters about Jian Wushuang. She also knew that she had a younger brother who was extremely talented in sword arts. However, she did not expect that she would encounter Jian Wushuang in Saint's Tomb. I was able to come to Saint's Tomb due to some special reasons. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly but did not explain too much. Well, since you won't say it, I won't ask anymore. You should know that Saint's Tomb is full of dangers. It's still manageable in the outer area, but the competition will be nasty when it comes to the inner area, especially during the fight for the last 6 seats. The people from Narcissus Island will definitely get involved. I'm afraid you won't even know how you end up dying with your abilities, said Shuibing. Jian Wushuang was speechless. Obviously, his eldest sister was not aware of his real strength. He figured that either Zhui Yufeng did not tell her in detail, or she did not believe what Zhui Yufeng might have said. Big sister, I know what you are worried about. I'll be very careful when I get to the inner area, said Jian Wushuang. Of course you have to be careful. Nevertheless, being careful is of not much help anyway with your abilities. Bing looked at him and took out a token. This token is for you. If you encounter a life-and-death crisis in the saint's tomb, don't hesitate to crush this token. Is this the safety token? Jian Wushuang was curious. There were 3 safety tokens in the saint's tomb among the disciples of Narcissus Island. They were with Zhong Yi, Su Tong, and Wei Qing. The strength of the ancient Star Temple was not much inferior to that of Narcissus Island. They had 2 safety tokens which were with Bing and Ling Dan. Without hesitation, Bing gave her safety token to Jian Wushuang. You are really my big sister. Jian Wushuang was moved. Brother, you must keep this safety token. Bing handed the safety token to Jian Wushuang, but Jiao Wushuang did not accept it. Junior sister. Ling Dan was calling out as he walked over. Ling Dan had been paying attention to Bing and Jian Wushuang. When he saw Bing wanted to give her safety token to Jian Wushuang, he could no longer hold his tongue. Junior sister, what are you doing? This is a safety token. With this token, it's as if you get 1 more life in Saint's tomb. This is your greatest life-saving tool. How can you simply give it to others? Ling Dan frowned. At the same time, he looked at Jian Wushuang with a hint of coldness. Of course, that was also because he had just arrived and still had no idea about the relationship between Jian Wushuang and Bing. Chapter 2410, Safety Token. Senior Brother Ling Dan, I know what I am doing. You don't have to tell me what to do. Bing gave a sideway glance at Ling Dan. Junior sister, I am doing this for your own good. This is the only safety token you have, which Elder Kong painstakingly got it from the Temple Master. How can you simply give it away to an outsider? Said Ling Dan. Since the Temple Master has given it to me, it's now mine. I shall decide on how it's used. Besides, I'm not giving it away to an outsider. He is my brother, not an outsider, said Bing coldly. Brother? Ling Dan was shocked. He subconsciously glanced at Jian Wushuang and found the latter looking at him with a smile. He is your brother? From that moment onwards, Ling Dan looked very differently at Jian Wushuang. He was initially a little cold and wary of Jian Wushuang. However, his expression softened, and even had a gentle smile on his face after realizing who Jian Wushuang was. I see. May I know your name, brother? Asked Ling Dan with a smile. Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang uttered his name. So you are Brother Wushuang? Ling Dan smiled. Brother? Jian Wushuang was startled that his expression was even weirder than before. He could notice Ling Dan was interested in his elder sister, but he seemed a little muddle-headed. The saint's tomb is a dangerous place. It's indeed a risky place for Brother Wushuang, who is of chaotic realm. It's necessary to have a safety token for protecting your life, but instead of using junior sisters, I'll give you mine. Ling Dan took out his safety token and gave it to Jian Wushuang. Oh? Jian Wushuang raised his brows and glanced at Ling Dan in surprise. Although this guy is a little stupid, he seems to have a good heart. This safety token is equivalent to an additional life in the saint's tomb, yet he is willing to give away such an important item on behalf of my big sister. It seems that he really is sincere to my big sister. Bing was also a little surprised, but she curtly turned Ling Dan down. I will just give my safety token to my little brother. Brother Ling Dan need not be worried. It's all right, it's just a safety token. It's kinda useless to me, said a confident-sounding Ling Dan. What he had said was true. As one of the 12 minor kings, he could still put up a good fight even if he encountered peak divine demons. An expert like him would be safe within Saint's tomb as long he was careful. Bing frowned. Jian Wushuang spoke. Big sister, Brother Ling Dan, I understand your kindness. Actually, I don't need the safety token. Stop fooling around. Bing glared at him. Big sister, what I said is the truth. Your little brother is actually not as weak as you think. I really don't need the safety token. Although there is danger everywhere in the saint's tomb, I have Brother Zhongyi with me. I'll just be careful and not contest for the final 6 seats. In that case, I think he'll be fine, said Jian Wushuang. Zhuo Bing was still a little worried. She took a deep look at Jian Wushuang and asked, "Will you really give up competing for those 6 seats?" "Of course, big sister. Think about it. Am I not seeking death if I'm to fight for those 6 seats as a chaotic realm? I haven't lived long enough." Jian Wushuang smiled. What he said to Zhuo Bing was merely perfunctory. Giving up the fight for those 6 seats? What a joke! He was there for those 6 seats. In that case, forget it. Zhuo Bing did not insist any further, and took back the safety token. "Brother, you must be careful in the saint's tomb. Don't be aggressive. Don't make a fool of yourself. That's for sure." Jian Wushuang nodded. "No. I'm still worried, so you should just stay with me from now on," said Zhuo Bing. "No need for that." Jian Wushuang rolled his eyes. "Senior brother Zhongyi takes care of me. He kept wanting me to stay by his side before. With senior brother Zhongyi and the others, I won't be in any danger." Zhuo Bing pondered for a moment, hearing that, and finally nodded. "Well, then you should be extra careful." "Zhongyi, thank you for taking care of my little brother," said Zhuo Bing. "Miss Zhuo Bing can rest assured, junior brother Jian Wushuang is from the same school as us. I'll definitely do my best to protect him," said Zhongyi assuringly. "Thank you. The Black Thunder Pavilion and the Cold Blood Palace have been eyeing your group. Although they have temporarily retreated, it's not guaranteed they will just simply let you off. After all, both your groups are near to each other. It's easy for them to attack you, so I think it's better for you to go earlier into the inner area to restore your state of power and realm." Zhuo Bing looked around at the several Narcissus Island disciples whose powers were extremely weak now. Especially Wei Qing, his face was pale. If they faced another attack from Black Thunder Pavilion and Cold Blood Palace, it would be difficult for them to parry off the attack. "Understood, we will consider it." Zhongyi nodded slightly. "We will make a move first." Zhuo Bing and Ling Dan did not linger around. After giving advice to Jian Wushuang, the Ancient God Temple's party left. Zhuo Bing wanted to bring Jian Wushuang along, but Jian Wushuang refused. Moreover, she was also responsible for the Ancient God Temple disciples who might not want to stay with Jian Wushuang, who seemed like a burden. She had to eventually give up on her idea. After Zhuo Bing and the others left, "Jian Wushuang, I didn't expect the famous Ice Queen to be your big sister?" "Ice Queen, her behavior is crazy and domineering as her name suggests, and she is really powerful. You have seen her combat skills, haven't you? Tang Xiao was nowhere her match." The fellow Narcissus Island Court disciples were raving about the Ice Queen. Jian Wushuang did not say much and just casually smiled. He was actually very surprised. After a while, Narcissus Island disciples were back in focus. Zhongyi and Su Tong stood together. "In the previous battle, all 5 of us have suffered varying degrees of injuries, especially junior brother Wei Qing, whose injuries are serious. Our combat powers are less than 10% of our normal state. It's indeed not suitable for us to wander in this outer area," said Su Tong. "Well, what Miss Zhuo Bing said just now is correct. We have to depart ahead of time toward the inner area. There should be no one in the inner area at this time. We can go there to restore our divine powers and realm state first." Zhongyi also nodded. Initially, their plan was to stay in the outer area for 10 days and collect more purple amulets before heading into the inner area, but they had to change their plans. Chapter 24:11 Nine Bridge of Trials. After Narcissus Island disciples reached a consensus, the group directly set out to the inner area. All they had to do was just go deeper into the tomb and managed to reach the inner area in just 1 day. The inner area was much smaller than the outer area. They were greeted with a barren open space. In front of the open space was an abyss that was filled with a thick fog and raging fire. The crazy burning fire was enough to burn any divine demons into ashes. The void hovering over the abyss was covered with thunderclouds, and there were flashes of horrible-looking scarlet gold thunder within it. The scarlet gold thunder was enough to make first-class divine demons palpitate. There was no doubt that no one would dare to approach either the thunderclouds above or the fiery abyss below. The only way to pass through the open space was a stone bridge connecting the middle of the abyss both ends. In between the two ends of the abyss, there were 9 stone bridges. Each of the 9 stone bridges was extremely long and looked like some ancient architecture. The 10 Narcissus Island disciples were standing before the abyss. "This is the abyss of trials where the 9 trials are," said Joni. The other disciples looked at the abyss in front of them with eyes especially filled with excitement, while they studied the 9 stone bridges. The 4 opportunities of Saint's tomb. The most precious one was no doubt the 6 seats for looking at Fontion's scroll. Placed second was the inner area's 9 trials, which could bring about 9 opportunities. The 9 opportunities which were left behind by the Crimson Stone Saints included his valuable inheritance. The 9 trials were in the abyss of trials, specifically on the 9 stone bridges. The 9 stone bridges were called Bridge of Trials, with each trial bridge representing an arduous test. One had to walk through the trial bridge to the abyss other end to collect the opportunity. Originally, there were 16 trial bridges in the abyss, but as the tomb had been opened many times in the past, 7 of the trial bridges have been overcome. The trial bridges with their accompanied opportunities claimed, then collapsed directly into the fiery abyss. Since the tomb has just been opened for a few days, disciples from various sects are currently staying in the outer area to collect purple amulets. We should be the first group to enter the inner area. With no one here now, Junior Brother Wei Qing and those of you who are injured should restore your strength and state as soon as possible. Those of you who are fine can try breaking through these trial bridges. If you are lucky enough to pass through one of them, it will benefit you a lot," said Joni. The disciples nodded and either immediately went to work on recuperating or headed to the 9 trial bridges. Zhongyi looked at Su Tong again. "Junior Sister Su Tong, you are very talented in spear combat skills. The Master of Saint's Tomb, Crimson Stone Saint, had achieved a high spear combat skill level before his death, so that must be his legacy. You should try out the trials. The trial bridge which leads to the Crimson Stone Saint's inheritance should be the 5th bridge, the one right in the middle." Su Tong looked eager. She entered the tomb for Crimson Stone Saint's precious inheritance. She knew that Crimson Stone Saint was at the superior level of an undying saint and must have set up a very tough trial, since many geniuses experts from Wishaw Wilderness, who were better than her, and also skilled in spear combat, had also failed the trial. She thought there was an 80% chance that she would also fail the trial. Then again, she should still give it a go. Su Tong walked towards the 5th trial bridge. In the previous battle, Jian Wushuang did not suffer any injuries, hence he did not need to spend time recuperating and walked towards the 9 trial bridges. I wonder what are the trials in these 9 trial bridges and what opportunities that come with it. Jian Wushuang smiled and went on to individually investigate it. Those 9 trial bridges were extremely mysterious. As soon as Jian Wushuang stepped on the bridges, he would immediately know the opportunities that he could gain after crossing those trial bridges. The opportunity for this first trial bridge turned out to be a cultivation secret technique for 100 refining divine demon. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised, but he immediately shook his head. He was not interested in the cultivation secret technique at all, since he already had 2 cultivation techniques: Primordial Void Celestial Body and Thousand Perils Body. Both secret techniques were within the top 10 cultivation techniques in the ancient god domain. One was the strongest secret cultivation technique of the ancient race, and the other was the 5th strongest secret techniques of the 7 Stars Black Sect. Any one of them was very well sought after by countless experts. The 100 refining divine demon that appeared before Jian Wushuang might be well sought after among the divine demons in Wishaw Wilderness, such that even gods and experts were after it, but that was only because they had no chance to obtain higher-level cultivation secret techniques. As for Jian Wushuang, that technique did not appeal to him at all. Jian Wushuang did not attempt to cross the trial bridge as he was not interested in that opportunity. Soon, Jian Wushuang arrived at the 2nd trial bridge. "Oh, saber skills created by an undying saint himself?" Jian Wushuang raised his brows but proceeded to the 3rd trial bridge. After passing by all the trial bridges, Jian Wuxuang knew about the opportunities that came with them. All the opportunities left by the Crimson Stone Saints were indeed good, and there was a myriad of them. There were skills, secrets, and treasures. There was a unique bronze bell treasure among them. The bronze bell had mysterious secret patterns on it, and those secret patterns were of great help in understanding the destruction law. Unfortunately, what Jian Wuxuang wanted was not the destruction law, so the bronze bell was of little use to him, and he was also unable to pass the trial bridge where the bronze bell was located. After walking through 7 trial bridges in a row, Jian Wuxuang did not find any opportunities that were useful to him. Until he set foot on the 8th trial bridge. As soon as he set foot on the 8th trial bridge, a message immediately came to him. Jian Wuxuang's eyes suddenly lit up. The opportunity that came along with the 8th trial bridge was the insights and swordsmanship skills left by an undying saint. The undying saint was the Purple Blood Saint. Purple Blood Saint's purple blood swordsmanship? A trace of joy flashed in Jian Wuxuang's eyes. According to the trial bridge's message he received, the Purple Blood Saint, also known as the Purple Blood Sword Saint, was an extremely terrifying undying saint during his lifetime. He was also a terrifying sword cultivator who had a deep swordsmanship understanding. The purple blood swordsmanship that he created was also very famous. What the trial bridge kept was the insights of Purple Blood Saint, and the complete set of his purple blood swordsmanship. An undying saint-level sword cultivator, and his insights were very appealing to Jian Wuxuang. Chapter 24:12 The Sword Principle Trial. In terms of insights enlightenment, Jian Wuxuang had received insights of space-time law and transmigration law back at the Narcissus Mansion in Narcissus Island. Those 2 insights were incomplete and were at a very low level. Despite that, they were a great help to Jian Wuxuang to understand the 2 major laws of time, space, and transmigration. Lying before his eyes now was the swordsmanship skill left by a sword cultivator at the undying saint level. Even though I understand the sword principle, my speed will naturally be slower if I'm blindfolded, as I have been exploring it on my own. If I have a complete set of sword principles, I'll know what to explore next and how to explore further. It'll definitely be helpful in improving my swordsmanship faster. The sword principle insights left by this Purple Blood Saint is particularly important to me. Jian Wuxuang clasped his hands tightly together. Not only did the Purple Blood Saint leave his sword principle insights, but also created the purple blood swordsmanship. For Jian Wuxuang, what attracted him was the insights. Although the purple blood swordsmanship was useful to Jian Wuxuang, it was not as useful as the sword principle insights. I guess I'll give it a go. Not sure if I can pass this trial bridge, mumbled Jian Wuxuang secretly. The sword principle and purple blood swordsmanship left behind by the Purple Blood Saint were available only after he passed the trial bridge. He would not get either of them if he failed to cross the bridge. On the 8th trial bridge, Jian Wuxuang had taken his first step. The moment he took his first step, he saw different sceneries in front of him. It was a dark void. Jian Wuxuang stood in the very center of the void, and in front of him was a shadowy figure. Jian Wuxuang could not clearly see the hazy figure which was holding a long sword in his hand. He had a pair of weird eyes that were looking straight at Jian Wuxuang. This space has 81 floors. You are currently on the 1st floor. After you defeat me, you will enter the next level and meet a stronger opponent than me. You have 10 days. If you pass all 81 floors within 10 days, you are considered to have passed the test. The hazy figure spoke monotonously, but Jian Wuxuang could hear him clearly. Jian Wuxuang shook his right hand and noticed that his power had been suppressed to the level of an ordinary 3rd-class divine demon. So, the power remains at the level of an ordinary divine demon's, and we are competing purely with our swordsmanship? Jian Wuxuang raised his brows. The trial bridge reminded him of the sword principle trial tower where he had been in his previous life for thousands of years. The sword principle trial tower was an opportunity given to him by Emperor 13. During the 1,000 years he spent in the sword principle trial tower, he had a new understanding of sword principle, and his swordsmanship cultivation was greatly improved. The trial bridges test was very different from the sword principle trial tower, but its essence was similar. It was basically a swordsmanship competition, with the only difference being his opponent's swordsmanship and sword principles understanding constantly improving with each test level. Only 10 days? I don't have time to waste. Jian Wuxuang smiled and immediately started attacking. Buzz! Fuzzy sword light flashed. Jian Wuxuang was fighting against the first floor's hazy figure. In just a split second, Jian Wuxuang's sword pierced through the hazy figure and passed the first floor. The first floor is easy. Jian Wuxuang smiled and went on to the second floor. Soon, he passed the second floor, followed by the third and fourth floors. It did not take long for Jian Wuxuang to pass the first 10 floors before carrying on. While Jian Wuxuang was working through the 8th trial bridge, Su Tong stood with her eyes closed on the 5th trial bridge. They were both in a darkened space, but Su Tong was fighting against 11 people instead of 1. Those 11 people were all black armored sergeants. All of them were wielding black spears and were extremely skillful. They worked seamlessly with each other, which brought a lot of pressure to Su Tong. Most importantly, the number of sergeants increased as time went by. Su Tong's face remained emotionless as she wielded her spear with both skill and dexterity, silently sweeping across like a phantom. The black-armored sergeants advanced towards her one after another, but she managed to ward them off with her spear and single-handedly fought those 11 black-armored sergeants while remaining on the advantageous side. However, good times did not last long, and in the dark void, 2 black-armored sergeants appeared out of thin air. There were now a total of 13 sergeants against Su Tong. Su Tong's face sank, but she calmly dealt on. She tried her best in the dark space and improved herself in the process of fighting with those black-armored sergeants. Her set of spear skills became more nimble and flexible during combat. No one from the outside knew about the scene. Like other Narcissus Island's disciples, they only saw her standing on the trial bridge, but could not see what she was facing. Right at the deepest part of the tomb, a consciousness hidden in an independent space covered the entire inner area and even the entire saint's tomb. Whether it was the outer area or the inner area of the saint's tomb, everything that happened in every corner was clearly visible to this consciousness. What Su Tong and Jian Wuxuang were facing on the trial bridges were clearly seen by the consciousness. At that moment, the consciousness focused all its attention on the 5th trial bridge. This young lady is pretty good. A vague figure was floating in the hidden independent space and muttering to himself. Although at the beginning she didn't have a very good understanding of spear combat skills, after entering the trial bridge and being tested in a battle with the black-armored sergeants, she was able to continuously improve her skills. Her speed of improvement was remarkable. She is now obviously better than when she first entered the trial tower. She is very talented in using a spear. The vague figure was admiring Su Tong. However, he was only admiring her but did not have a high expectation. He knew fully well that even though Su Tong was skillful with the spear, and her comprehension ability was also outstanding, there was still a gap from his expectations. Su Tong might be able to hit the second half of the 5th bridge's tests, but it was not realistic for her to completely pass it. True to his assumptions, as the number of black-armored sergeants increased alongside their more tacit teamwork, Su Tong was placed under a lot of pressure. She was nervous as compared to the calm demeanor that she started with. Su Tong was defeated when the number of black-armored sergeants almost reached 30. Chapter 24:13 Crimson stones stained on the 5th trial bridge. Su Tong's eyes were wide open. Did you fail? There was a trace of regret in Su Tong's eyes with a little bit of loss. She was mentally prepared for the outcome and had also gained a lot from the trial bridge's test, which was a good experience. In that hidden independent space. 29 sergeants. It's not bad to be able to get to this point, at least much better than the young men who have arrived in previous sessions. The vague figure slightly sighed and fell silent once again. He made a decision after some time. Although you can get to this point, you are still unable to become my disciple, But I will not let you go empty-handed. The vague figure thought of something and a token was thrown out the very next second. On the 5th trial bridge, Su Tong, who was about to turn around and leave, suddenly stopped as a shot of light was aimed directly towards her from the end of the trial bridge. Su Tong reached out and caught it. It's a token? Su Tong was startled and consciously glanced around with a surprised look on her face. It's spear skills! 2 sets of spear skills! Su Tong was overjoyed. The token she received had 2 sets of spear skills. The 2 sets of skills were the first 2 sets of the strongest spear skills handed down by the Crimson Stone Saint. Su Tong was extremely stoked even when there were only 2 of them. Thank you, Senior. Su Tong bowed at the light source and respectfully gave her gratitude. Su Tong bowed again, seeing that there was no response before suppressing the excitement in her heart, and turned around to leave. In the hidden independent space. These 2 sets of spear skills are simple, but they should be of great use to this young lady. At least before she becomes an ultimate god, both sets of skills will be of great use to her. Even when she becomes an ultimate god in the future, it would still be useful to her for some time. The vague figure smiled faintly. He was the Crimson Stone Saint. Of course, it was just his consciousness. He had been staying in Saint's tomb for so many years. He watched a large number of talented disciples in the Wuxia wilderness enter the tomb and show their strength and talent in front of him. His ultimate goal was to find a suitable successor for himself. Even if the disciples failed his test and were not able to receive his inheritance, he would give away some opportunities to them as long as he appreciated their skills and talents. Just like what he did to Su Tong. Although Su Tong failed the 5th trial bridges test, he still gave Su Tong 2 sets of his spear skills. I hope this young lady can grow up well in the future. The Crimson Stone Saint smiled faintly and his eyes finally moved away from Su Tong. In fact, when Su Tong began her tests on the 5th trial bridge, the consciousness of the Crimson Stone Saint had been paying attention to her and did not care much about the others. It was only after Su Tong left the 5th trial bridge that he started to look around at the others. Especially those who were wandering on the 9 trial bridges. What? The Crimson Stone Saint that hid in the independent space was shocked and instantly locked on his consciousness to another trial bridge. That was the 8th trial bridge where Jian Wushuang was. He did not pay the slightest attention to that bridge or Jian Wushuang before, but at that moment he could clearly see what was happening on the 8th trial bridge. 40th floor? This young man who is only a chaotic realm has reached the 40th floor? And that was all in just one day? Though he was the Crimson Red Saint, it still took him by surprise to see Jian Wushuang still standing firmly on the 8th trial bridge. Jian Wushuang was fighting against his 40th opponent within the dark space where the battle was. On the 40th floor, his opponent's swordsmanship had become extremely sharp and intimidating, while his understanding of sword principles was just at the profound sword principle realm. Jian Wushuang remained calm before the formidable opponent. His figure moved quickly along with his long sword which swept, stabbed, or charged forward under his will and command. Each movement was performed effortlessly, yet it was smooth and sleek. He did not use any extraordinary sword skills, nor did he use any of his own great technique inventions like the time-space sword technique and reincarnation sword technique. He had completely suppressed the opponent in front of him with just a couple of arm-swinging movements. Hence, he did not take long to go through the 40th floor. Jian Wushuang entered the 41st floor. He is on the 41st floor and has passed half of the 8 trial bridges tests while still being relaxed and casual. He doesn't even use a lot of sword techniques. If I'm not wrong, he can easily pass through the first 60 floors and may even hit the 70th floor. He really is a genius in swordsmanship. Crimson Stone Saint was amazed. He was just admiring Jian Wushuang's fast progress but had little hope that Jian Wushuang could completely pass the 8th bridges trial. After all, the 8th trial bridges test would only become harder as he progressed further. Furthermore, the 8th trial bridge was also the hardest challenge among all bridges. It was much more difficult compared to the 5th trial bridges test that was accompanied by Crimson Stone Saint's inheritance. A fact the saint himself admitted. The test on the 8th trial bridge was not set by Crimson Stone Saint himself, but by the Purple Blood Saint. Purple Blood Saint was an extremely terrifying, undying saint. He was much stronger than the Crimson Stone Saint at his peak in terms of strength. He was exceptionally strong in sword principles cultivation, and the purple blood sword technique that he had created when he was at his peak was a nightmare to many cultivators when he utilized its full strength. Although the Crimson Stone Saint previously had never fought head-on with Purple Blood Saint in his life, he witnessed the scenes when Purple Blood Saint used his self-invented swords techniques to kill his enemies. Each of his direct sword thrusts sent toward his enemies had instantly killed them, causing 9 powerful saints to be killed in a short time. That terrifying strength sent Crimson Stone Saint in awe. The test set by such a strong expert was naturally much more demanding than the Crimson Stone Saints. It's a pity that many tests in my old tomb area, including those set personally by the Purple Blood Saint himself, were made for the Divine Demon realm. This young guy is just a chaotic realm. Had he broken through the Divine Demon's realm and got a higher understanding of sword principle, it may be possible for him to completely pass the 8th trial bridge. Crimson Stone Saint sighed as he kept staring at Jian Wushuang from then on. He was watching Jian Wushuang's performance on the 8th trial bridge. Chapter 24:14 Complete Sword Principle. Jian Wushuang was still fighting his opponents on the trial bridge. He very calmly and easily defeated his opponents. Crimson Stone Saint was not surprised either, as he had foreseen that Jian Wushuang could make it to at least the 60th floor and possibly even the 70th floor. It was no doubt that Jian Wushuang could easily pass through the 40th floor. What took Crimson Stone Saint by surprise was that Jian Wushuang decided to stop advancing when he had just broken through the 50th floor. He stayed and sat down on the 51st floor, and instead of continuing the fight against his opponent there, he was seen seated with his eyes closed on the trial bridge. What is that young man doing? The Crimson Stone Saint was a little surprised. He had no idea that Jian Wushuang had entered an enlightenment state. He sat there cross-legged while reflecting in his mind on his earlier dueling experiences against those 50 opponents. Although the opponents did not put him under too much pressure, his sword principle understanding had been improved in the process. In fact, Jian Wushuang's understanding of sword principles had reached the profound sword principle realm many years ago. He kept on studying over the years. Although he was exploring on his own, nonetheless he had made great progress. Before entering Saint's Tomb, Jian Wushuang's sword principles understanding was at the profound sword principle realm, just a small step away from achieving the complete sword principle realm. However, that small step was a bottleneck in his journey. In his process of fighting against each and every opponent who had outstanding swordsmanship on the 8th trial bridge, Jian Wushuang saw a light at the end of the tunnel. Sword principles. Jian Wushuang was reminiscing the many duel scenes with different techniques that he had learned from it. Not only had he reflected on the scenes where he fought against the 50 opponents, but he also traveled down his memory lane whereby he had performed a myriad of sword techniques in the past along with all the powerful swordsmanship techniques that he had observed from past experts. One of them was the sword technique performed by Emperor 13 in his previous life. Those scenes were flashing through his mind. Jian Wushuang was thinking and meditating in full concentration as time was slowly passing. The trial bridge remained calm while he was in the enlightenment process. The 51st opponent stood readily in front of Jian Wushuang, but he would not make the first move if Jian Wushuang did not attack. It's been 3 days. This young man actually stayed on the 51st floor for a full 3 days? I believe he must have gotten some enlightenment, but he should really complete the test. It's not too late to go into meditation after the test, isn't it? Crimson Stone Saint gave Jian Wushuang a strange look in that hidden independent space. Only 10 days were given to complete the test of the 8th trial bridge. The time was barely enough, yet Jian Wushuang had spent 3 days on his enlightenment process. 3 days later, Jian Wushuang finally opened his eyes. At the moment he cracked open his eyes, an astonishing sword light flashed. An intense sword essence immediately rose in Jian Wushuang's body. It was something completely different from the sword essence that Jian Wuxuang emanated 3 days ago. It was much stronger. And entirely two different concept levels. It was clear that Jian Wuxuang had achieved a completely different understanding of sword principles. He had a breakthrough from the profound sword principle realm to the complete sword principle realm. That was a qualitative transformation as both realms were incomparable. It feels good to have achieved the complete sword principle realm. Jian Wuxuang smiled. He could feel his swordsmanship reaching a whole new level that could bring about a huge improvement in terms of strength, power, and accuracy when he wielded the sword. Jian Wuxuang stood up after taking a deep breath. The Crimson Stone Saint who was hiding in darkness had also noticed Jian Wuxuang's changes. This kid actually broke through? He was taken aback even though he was Crimson Stone Saint himself. He thought that Jian Wuxuang had probably gained a deeper understanding of the sword principles and made a small progress. But little did he expect to see Jian Wuxuang had broken through to the complete sword principle realm. He had crossed over into the complete sword principle realm from the profound sword principle realm. That was a huge breakthrough. How is this possible? A chaotic realm actually achieved the completed sword principle realm. The Crimson Stone Saint was struck in awe. Sword principles were something enigmatic. Typically, merits in sword principles were achievable by experts in Divine Demon's realm. A chaotic realm must be a genius to achieve the same level. It was a rare case for Divine Demons to achieve the profound realm. Many peak Divine Demon realms struggle to reach that level, let alone a first-class Divine Demon. As for the complete sword principle realm, only the most outstanding peak Divine Demons could achieve that level. Under normal circumstances, even ultimate gods who were good with sword techniques could hardly achieve that level. Further beyond the complete sword principle realm was the real sword principle realm, which was only achievable by extremely strong and powerful ultimate gods. Crimson Stone Saint saw a real monster. An incredible sword principle monster. A chaotic realm that achieved the complete sword principle realm. This kid, I thought that he could at least overcome the 60th floor and there was even hope for him to pass the 70th floor, but now that he has achieved the complete sword principle realm, the 70th floor will be easy peasy. He should be able to pass through the 75th floor. It'll depend on his luck if he's able to break through all 81 floors, murmured Crimson Stone Saint. The 8th trial bridges tests were designed by the Purple Blood Saint himself, and were the most difficult tests in Saint's Tomb. Even though Jian Wuxuang was at complete sword principle realm, Crimson Stone Saint still did not think that Jian Wuxuang could pass those arduous tests. Jian Wuxuang did not waste any more time and faced his 51st opponent. I just made a breakthrough. It's good to have all of you to sharpen my skills. Jian Wuxuang grinned as he simply took out his sword. It was not a fancy move, but it was far more precise than before. His opponent on the 51st floor could not handle Jian Wuxuang's move at all and was instantly defeated. Jian Wuxuang then continued entering the 52nd floor. Jian Wuxuang defeated each and every one of his opponents without a bead of sweat. It took only half a day for him to move from the 51st floor to the 70th floor. Chapter 24:15 Trial past Jian Wuxuang's speed significantly slowed down upon reaching the 70th floor. Such was quite the norm, as the 81 levels of tests in the trial bridge grew harder as it went along. It's already the 70th floor, but this kid still has no intention of showing his sword skills. Crimson Stone Saint had been watching Jian Wuxuang and not really paying attention to the other genius disciples in Saint's Tomb. He could clearly tell that while fighting in the test space against his 70th opponent, Jian Wuxuang was just attacking arbitrarily. Even though his moves were all incredibly sophisticated, he never once showed real sword forms or master strokes. Even so, the 70th opponent was completely suppressed by him. Still holding back? Crimson Stone Saint frowned. However, even if he is holding back his abilities and not wanting to showcase his sword skills or master strokes, he could have easily defeated the 70th opponent with his understanding of the sword. Having said that, he has been staying rather long on the 70th floor. Yes, it was taking a bit too long. It had been a full hour since Jian Wushuang fought against his 70th floor opponent, but had not defeated him yet. This kid. No! Crimson Stone Saint's pupils shrunk suddenly. I get it. This kid probably doesn't see the 81 floors as trials. On the contrary, he sees it as his perfect testing ground, using his opponents as practice for his sword skills and improving his understanding of sword principles. It had been such since the very beginning, hence he had been holding back his abilities and fought his opponents with the most simple basic sword skills. Furthermore, he really gained many improvements after practicing in this way. His understanding of sword principles had a direct breakthrough when he passed the 50th floor, achieving complete sword principle realm. At the moment, even though he has achieved complete sword principle realm, he is still practicing his sword skills with those opponents to upgrade himself. He is still improving. Crimson Stone Saint's face was completely stunned. Still, improving? Indeed, Jian Wushuang had been constantly improving from the moment he stepped into the test space of the 8th trial bridge and started fighting his first opponent. Even at that very moment, his improvement speed was still rather fast even though he had reached the complete sword principle realm. Crimson Stone Saint could clearly see that the sword skills which Jian Wushuang displayed at the 70th floor were even more sophisticated than right after he had broken through into the complete sword principle realm at the 51st floor. Obviously, his understanding of the sword principles had improved again in such a short time. He just had a major breakthrough in sword principles. How does he continue to improve at such a terrifying speed? Murmured Crimson Stone Saint. He was speechless when it came to evaluating such a sword principles genius. In his opinion, Jian Wushuang's talents and sword skills were truly extremely horrifying. After all, he was an undying saint who had been to many realms during his mortal life and seen many extremely unusual occurrences. However, judging solely based on the sword talent, there was really no one comparable to Jian Wushuang among all the genius experts that he had come across. At the very least, he had never seen another genius swordsman who could directly leap into the complete sword principle realm while only at the chaotic realm. He had not come across anyone who could still unscrupulously improve after having a major breakthrough in sword principles. His improvement in sword principles, using the test space and opponents as practice, was really too fast. At this rate, the current challenge would be. Crimson Stone Saint's heart froze, but right away felt incredibly looking forward to it. Another half-day flew by. Within that half-day, Jian Wushuang had only advanced from the 70th floor to the 75th floor. The progress may be very slow, but his improvements were big. Jian Wushuang could not hold back any longer when reaching the 75th floor. He had to use his sword principles. Space-time sword principle, transmigration sword principle, and Xianluo's sword principle were all in full display. Xianluo's sword principle was an incredibly perfect and flawless all-rounder sword principle. However, both space-time and transmigration sword principles were his own creation. They were both masterstrokes. It was a mesmerizing sight as he used them. Such an amazing young man, I had still underestimated him. I knew that he had an extremely high understanding of sword principles, but I didn't expect him to possess such terrifying comprehension capabilities as well. Those sword principles that he had created and performed were incomparably sophisticated. One is a perfect fusion with the space-time law, while the other was a flawless combination with the transmigration law. Most importantly, his insights on both space-time and transmigration laws are also immensely profound. As expected, his space-time law was incredibly close to forming a hologram while being also quite well versed in his transmigration law as well. Was he only in the chaotic realm? Crimson Stone Saint was actually incredibly experienced. He was merely shocked by Jian Wushuang's talents and sword skills before this. However, Jian Wushuang's law insights had also been exposed as soon as he displayed his sword principles. Perhaps nobody could reach his level either. Though, it would be more difficult for him to improve as steadily as before the moment Jian Wushuang revealed his sword principles. After all, he would not be able to hold back anymore once he showed his masterstrokes. The opponent could not ward off his attacks and be immediately defeated. Jian Wushuang eased through the 75th and 76th floors. Although the next 3 floors presented some challenges to him, Jian Wushuang still passed through them. It was not until the 80th floor that he finally encountered an opponent who imposed an immense pressure on him. However, the larger the pressure, the happier Jian Wushuang became. He was entangled in a fierce fight with his 80th floor's opponent. He gave his all and fought for almost an hour. An hour later, he passed the 80th floor. Within that 1 hour, his sword skills had also improved by a lot. That improvement also brought him opportunities to pass both the 80th and final floor. Jian Wushuang unleashed his full potential on the final floor. He slowly gained the upper hand during the fight by utilizing his consistent improvement, and finally narrowly defeated his opponent. At that, Jian Wushuang had broken through all 81 floors of tests on the 8th trial bridge. On the trial bridge, Jian Wushuang's senses exited the tests and opened his eyes. I passed? That was pretty difficult, mumbled Jian Wushuang to himself. Previously, as a perfect chaotic creature with a terrifying comprehension ability, he thought that it should not be difficult to pass the sword skills test on the trial bridge. However, the fact remains that he almost did not pass through all the tests. The sword test difficulties were beyond his expectations. However, he did not know at that moment, Crimson Stone Saint, who was constantly hiding in the dark, was even more stunned. Did I really pass? Chapter 24:16 The Collapse of Trial Bridge. Unbelievable! Absolutely unbelievable! Nobody knew more than Crimson Stone Saint about how difficult it was to cross the 8th trial bridge. Most importantly, because almost everybody who entered Saint's Tomb was second-class and first-class divine demons, the trial was designed based on that divine demon level as a standard. This also meant a mere chaotic realm fighter had passed challenges that were for first and second-class divine demons. Miracle! That was the only word Crimson Stone Saint could use to describe that moment. Too bad this kid is gifted in sword principles instead of spear principles, otherwise. Crimson Stone Saint was obviously feeling envious. He was envious of Purple Blood Saint, who left behind his sword principles insights and sword skills only to be obtained by a real sword genius, even a sword freak. If Purple Blood Saint knew that his sword skills were passed down to an incredible genius, he would probably be smiling in his dreams. As for Crimson Stone Saint himself, he had placed his inheritance inside Saint's tomb as well. However, he could not even find a genius disciple who was barely up to his standards. On the trial bridge, with Jian Wushuang passing the tests, 2 light streams burst out and directly shot at him from the end of the bridge. The 2 light streams were 2 jade slips pieces. One of the jade slips recorded Purple Blood Saint's insights on sword principles. The other had Purple Blood Saint's Purple Blood sword principle. Thank you very much. Jian Wushuang took the jade slips and slightly bowed toward the end of the trial bridge before turning around and left. Just as he was leaving the trial bridge, cracks started appearing on the surface of the bridge that connected 2 abysses and started shaking violently. The trial bridge collapsed within only a second. Its countless debris fell into the abyss below and was completely swallowed by the sea of fire. The 8th trial bridge had disappeared. Surrounding the edge of the abyss, other than Jian Wushuang, the rest of the 9 Narcissus Island disciples were gathered there. Almost all 9 of them took their chances on the trial bridge, but none, including Zhong Yi, could pass the tests. The only person who actually obtained something was Su Tong. For better or worse, she learned 2 spear forms while nobody else gained anything. It's almost been 5 days and Jian Wushuang is still on the trial bridge. Isn't this odd? Asked one of the core disciples. Someone else nodded. It's a little odd as he is on the 8th trial bridge. I know the tests there consist of 81 floors with a gradual increase on each floor's difficulty level. It's probably the hardest challenge of all. Saint's Tomb has opened so many times, and so many swordsman geniuses tried crossing that trial bridge, but the best performance so far was a genius swordsman from 8,000 years ago called Lin Mang, who passed the 73rd floor. To be able to pass the 73rd floor is considered marvelous, but still far from passing the entire test. The designated time frame was only 10 days. Now that 5 days have passed and Jian Wushuang still remains in there, I would guess that he has at least passed the 50th floor. Breaking through 50 floors, isn't that quite something? Asked a surprised core disciple. Barely. After all, the challenges get harder with each floor. It's quite feasible in the beginning. If someone could pass 50 floors, he would probably be considered a medium-level genius among all the swordsmen who entered the tomb this time. However, taking into consideration that he is only in the chaotic realm, it's really quite amazing to be able to reach that point. The disciples were just chatting casually. They were not in a hurry, as they had tried out all the tests which they should have tried. All they had to do now was to restore their energy, and wait patiently for the arrival of other sex genius disciples and the final 6 positions to appear. As for how many days Jian Wushuang could remain on the trial bridge, it did not concern them. However, right then, the ground started vibrating. What's going on? The 9 Narcissus Island disciples were immediately alarmed. In only a matter of seconds, they discovered the vibration's source. It's there, on the trial bridge. It's the one that Jian Wushuang is on. Exclamations of surprise rose as everybody looked over at the trial bridge which Jian Wushuang was on. However, Jian Wushuang had already left the bridge at that moment. It began to collapse as soon as he stepped off the trial bridge. Within only a few moments, the 8th trial bridge completely vanished from everybody's sight. The 9 Narcissus Island disciples at the edge of the abyss were all dumbfounded by the mere sight of it. It collapsed? The trial bridge has collapsed? Does that mean? They all looked over in disbelief at Jian Wushuang's direction. They knew quite a lot about Saint's Tomb, hence they naturally knew what a collapsed trial bridge symbolized. It symbolized that the opportunity presented by the test had already been obtained. The test was gone, thus the bridge collapsed and vanished forever. This proved that somebody had passed the 8th trial bridge's test since it had collapsed. Who would that be? It was surely Jian Wushuang without a doubt, who had remained on the bridge for a total of 5 days. My apologies for making you wait, senior brothers. At that moment, Jian Wushuang was already standing before the 9 disciples. Jian! Junior brother Jian Wushuang. Zhongyi looked at Jian Wushuang at a loss and asked with a slight doubt. You passed the test on the trial bridge? I had pretty good luck, said a smiling Jian Wushuang. You really passed it? Zhongyi felt a little numb on the skull. The core disciples around him were feeling the same way. Nobody could believe it. The 8th trial bridge was such a huge challenge that after so many openings of the Saint's Tomb, the previous best-performing genius swordsman could only pass the 73rd floor. However, it was passed through by someone merely at the chaotic realm. The most unbelievable part being this someone was only at the chaotic realm and merely a Narcissus Island outer disciple. An outer disciple passed the hardest test, and yet the core disciples, including the one considered strongest among them, other than Su Tong, did not get anything from the trial bridge. If anyone among the core disciples could still barely remain calm, it was probably Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng knew how terrifying Jian Wushuang could be. In contrast to the fact that Jian Wushuang could defeat first-class divine demons when he was only at the middle stage chaotic realm, him finishing the arduous test with his chaotic realm was much easier for him to accept. Chapter 24:17 Sword Principle Insights. It was a temporary shock and the 9 disciples gradually calmed down. However, the way they looked at Jian Wushuang was filled with envy with a hint of jealousy mixed in it. Yes, it was jealousy. There were 9 trials left in Saint's Tomb and each came with an enormous opportunity. Those opportunities were something strongly desired by everyone, but the opportunity on the 8th trial bridge had been obtained by Jian Wushuang. It's junior brother Wushuang's own ability to live up to the challenges on the 8th trial bridge and receive the opportunity in it. It's useless for us to feel envious. Zhongyi waved his hand and became composed again. However, any of the trial bridge's opportunities could make countless experts drool over it. It makes sense to assume that the opportunity junior brother Wushuang acquired is something many people are dying to have, so we should be extra careful from now on. The core disciples' faces each turned serious upon hearing that. Yes, the sin falls not on the man, but the possession of the Jade One. There were no guarantees that none would come to pursue after such a precious opportunity from the trial bridge out of greed. Fortunately, we arrived early at the inner area. Now that we're here, the only ones around are us from Narcissus Island. So only we who witnessed the trial bridge's collapse and knew that junior brother Wushuang was the one who broke through it. As long as we don't say anything, the genius disciples from other sects wouldn't come to pursue us even if they realized the trial bridge has vanished. True. All the core disciples' eyes lit up. It was only the 10th day since the opening of Saint's tomb. At the moment, genius disciples from various sects probably just started moving towards the inner area, hence Narcissus Island disciples were the only ones there. What happened a while back was naturally known only by Narcissus Island disciples and no one else. Let's go somewhere else since we have tried out all the trials around and there is nothing in the abyss for us anymore, said Joni. Narcissus Island disciples immediately left the abyss and stopped at a corner of the inner area. After that, it was uneventful as everyone was going about their own businesses. Jian Wushuang sat down on a rock by himself, turning over his palm and took out a piece of jade slip. The jade slip he took out was the sword principal insights left behind by Purple Blood Saint, which he obtained on the 8th trial bridge. Purple Blood Saint was the peak expert among undying saints. He specialized in sword principles, hence his insights were extremely profound. Jian Wushuang really looked forward to looking at the sword principle insights he had left behind. I hope the insights recorded by Purple Blood Saint don't disappoint. After murmuring to himself, Jian Wushuang started browsing through the jade slip's contents. The sword is the leader of all arms, emperor of all weapons. The sword principles are the principles of offense and slaughter. The sword shatters the void on the other shore and witnesses all dimensions. One word of disagreement, unsheath and kill. No surrender, no cowardice, no tolerance. The only part that matters is the will to not look back and not hold back. This is the cultivation of the sword. Only a few simple sentences, but it was enough to instantly make Jian Wushuang's blood boil. There was even an obscure sword essence within Jian Wushuang that was beyond his suppression, ready to take flight. Purple Blood Saint saw the sword essence, sword principles, and even sword cultivation. But he went to the extreme because of that. Jian Wushuang told himself. He indeed went to the extreme. However, to be more accurate, sword cultivation itself was an extremist act. One word of disagreement, unsheath and kill. No surrender, no cowardice, no tolerance. There was only the will of not looking and holding back. That was extreme. However, Jian Wushuang's understanding of sword cultivation was different. A great man to him is able to give and take. When it was time not to look back, he would do exactly that. However, when the time came to take a step back, he must do so as well. Only then could one live longer and walk further in this merciless world. As for Purple Blood Saint, he had seen the sword cultivation's essence and truths, but he also understood the way of the world. That was why he died. Hence, becoming an undying saint was his final destination. However, for Jian Wushuang, who was the second perfect chaotic creature in the world, he had his own mission. In addition, he was the only hope of that sealed-off world, so he absolutely could not die. He had to go further and become stronger. Hence, he could not agree with Purple Blood Saint's sword cultivation way. Of course, that was only his personal understanding and perception. Jian Wushuang had no obligation to take it to heart as every man has his own path. What interested Jian Wushuang was Purple Blood Saint's understanding of sword principles. He continued reading. Jian Wushuang quickly sunk into it. Although Purple Blood Saint's understanding of sword cultivation was rather extreme, his understanding of sword principles was also terrifyingly profound. He had a very detailed explanation of every sword principle realm, the crucial points of every level, the way to break through them, and etc. Sword principles proceeded from insignificance to introductory, merit, profound achievement, and all the way to completion. After that, it was the real sword principle realm. For real sword principle realm, according to Purple Blood Saint, there were 3 major levels. The first level was Sword World. Sword World required a very high level of understanding of sword principles. With the understanding, one could develop his own sword world, which was to develop a world with one's sword principles. As soon as Sword World was completed, one could utilize it to suppress his opponents. Practitioners who were on the same level, if one party had formed his sword world and the other did not, the suppression from the sword world could cut down their opponent's ability by half. If both parties had comprehended sword principles, the party that did not form his sword world would have almost no chance to fight back. However strong his sword skills were, as soon as the sword world suppression began, any sword skill would almost immediately crumble. Sword World was also the symbol of a sword principle expert. A practitioner who was good at sword principles could only be considered a true sword principle expert after he had developed his own sword world. For example, Jian Wuxuang, who had achieved the complete sword principle realm but had not yet developed his sword world, could not be considered a sword principle expert. He could only be considered a pretty good sword cultivator. Sword World. Jian Wuxuang squinted. He recalled the fight to eliminate the Blood Emperor in his previous life. He fought side by side with Emperor 13, the most terrifying sword cultivator he had encountered. The Emperor displayed one of the forms from his heaven-shaking sword principle. That sword principle was also considered a sword world. However, Emperor 13 was purely performing the masterstroke form, totally different from the sword principle state that Purple Blood Saint had described in his insights. Chapter 24:18 Purple Blood Sword Principle Sword World was only the first level of the real Sword Principle realm. The second level was Infinity Sword Tree. According to Purple Blood Saint's dictation, sword principles would reproduce by itself as soon as the development of Sword World started, nurturing the first living being in the Sword World. The Infinity Sword Tree. The Sword Tree would be at the center of the Sword World, which was the core of sword principles. From birth, the sword tree would grow larger and stronger following the sword principle's improvement, and would eventually have every corner of the sword world under its shades. Life nurturing? Jian Wuxuang was stunned. After that, he read about the third level of the real sword principle realm. The realm's third level was the formation of all things in the sword world. That which happened after the sword world had an independent and sturdy infinity sword tree. The sword principles would then continue evolving into all objects in the sword world. Upon reaching that point, the sword essences could form mountains, oceans, and countless other things. The possibilities were limitless. After browsing through the 3 levels of the real sword principle realm, Jian Wuxuang felt a slight shock. Initially developed the sword world, followed by nurturing the first infinity sword tree in the sword world, and finally forming everything in the world. A process such as this seems similar to the normal progress of Earth. Jian Wuxuang mumbled to himself. The world's evolution also started off with a prototype, then slowly nurturing its first life form and gradually forming the rest of the matter on Earth. Sword principles were essentially the evolution of a world. If I'm right, after the forming of all things there was still more to look forward to. After all, the real world doesn't stop at just forming all things. Jian Wuxuang knew very clearly that sword principles were infinitely profound. Although Purple Blood Saint's understanding of sword principles was extremely high, he was only an undying saint after all, who was not able to completely see through it. Therefore, the 3 levels that he stated were only a part of sword principles. However, it was already incredibly profound and mysterious for Jian Wuxuang, even if it was only a part. After all, he was still a distance away from reaching the first level of sword principles, which was to develop the sword world. Although Purple Blood Saint's insights of sword principles were very profound, the fact remains that he was only at the second infinity sword tree level himself. Jian Wuxuang exclaimed. Purple Blood Saint's own level of real sword principle realm was also mentioned in his insights. Indeed, he was only at the second Infinity Sword Tree level. Even within Infinity Sword Tree, he had only reached the profound achievement, and had yet to enter completion. Even so, he was still a terrifying sword cultivator among the Undying Saints. According to Purple Blood Saint, there were merely a few Undying Saints who could achieve the third formation of all things level. If any Undying Saints reached that stage, he would be dominating above all Undying Saints. Jian Wuxuang continued browsing. In the Sword Principle's insights, other than the explanation of Sword Principle realms, the most important information was Purple Blood Saint's understanding towards every single Sword Principle realm, which included a lot of attention-calling details. For example, the way to resolve cultivation bottlenecks and other difficulties. It was a Sword Principles guidebook. It would help Jian Wuxuang avoid straying away from the right path. Jian Wuxuang spent half a day reading through the insights before finally putting it away. He gave a light exhale, and raised his head with joyfulness shining in his eyes. That truly was the sword cultivation of a saint realm. Even though he did not leave behind much insight on the third formation of all things level, nevertheless he went into extreme details on Sword World and Infinity Sword Tree development. With these insights at hand, it would help me steer clear from a lot of issues when I enter the third Sword Principles level. Especially regarding the Sword World. Previously, even if I knew that developing Sword World was the first Sword Principles level, I wouldn't even know how to begin, but I do now. Jian Wuxuang smiled. The Sword Principle insights was indeed immensely helpful to him. After carefully reading through it once, Jian Wuxuang temporarily kept it in his interspatial ring before taking out another jade slip. That jade slip was certainly the one that had the Purple Blood Sword Principle dictated in it. Purple Blood Sword Principle is the most powerful sword principle Purple Blood Saint created. It's also one of his possessions which allowed him to travel within the ancient god domain. I really want to check out this sword principle and see what is so special about it. Jian Wuxuang was similarly looking forward to it, hence he started investigating in detail. Purple Blood Saint had a very extreme understanding of sword cultivation. His Purple Blood Sword Principle was also an incredibly extreme set of sword principles. That sword principle only emphasized on one aspect, which was speed. Absolute speed. Purple Blood Sword Principle had a total of 21 sword forms, which were all very lively forms. Rapid and yet unpredictable. What really shocked Jian Wuxuang was that none of those forms involved highly offensive moves such as furious chops or straight cuts. It's a sword principle that purely brings speed to an extreme level. This Purple Blood Saint, Jian Wuxuang was in awe. After that, he began to study the many sword forms in Purple Blood Sword Principle. 21 sword forms. The first form, Falling Snow. The second form, Demon Shadow. The third form, Purple Light Phantom. The fourth form, Blood Demon. Every sword form had a strong emphasis on speed. Coincidentally, Jian Wuxuang had already achieved full comprehension of space-time laws, making him extremely good at speed. At that point, Purple Blood Sword Principle worked as a very good reference for him. Through studying it, and in addition to his immense sword principle's understanding improvement, he could now absolutely invent his second form of the time-space sword principle. Jian Wuxuang cross-legged and sat there, completely sinking in his studying of the Purple Blood Sword Principle. Time quickly flew by. While Jian Wuxuang was deep into his studies of the Purple Blood Sword Principle, the genius disciples from various sects who were still in the outer area of Saint's Tomb gradually arrived at the inner area. They reached the trial abysses, where those 9 opportunities were at. However, upon arrival, they immediately noticed one of the missing trial bridges. What happened? Didn't Saint's Tomb have 9 opportunities? Since it's so, there should have been 9 trial bridges. Why are there only 8 of them? There were surely 9 opportunities. Clearly, the reason one of them is missing was that someone had passed through it. It was barely more than 10 days after Saint's Tomb was opened. Genius disciples from different sects should have only arrived at the inner area not long ago. Who was so fast to pass through a trial? Go check which trial bridge is missing. The genius disciples from different sects started investigating. They soon realized that the missing trial bridge was the 8th trial bridge, which was the bridge where Purple Blood Saint left his Sword Principle insights and Purple Blood Sword Principle behind. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.